Can you feel that? reverse sweep going to happen? Devotion going down. Nobody's left, and the reverse sweep is completed.
We did a lot of practicing starting into the tournament. We were like trying to decide on, what our comps were. Game day came and I wasn't there for the entire tournament. I don't even think I was there for like the first game. Just kept kind of watching my team play and they were all doing really well. We have Fusion Blackie, he's a really strong turn A player, and we let him play to his strength. Chism is like one of the best Pale Riders in the game. The level of synergy that we would have would make the difference. I mean, like beating Mafty or not.
And welcome back, everybody. It's time for grand finals here at the Breakout Series event number 3. It all comes down to these two teams between Mafty and, of course, Last Second. Don't see it exploding. Oh, it looks like it was exploding in the bomb room, which is going to guarantee that there's no chance.
Mafty about to shut down Last Second on the first half unless someone can get a miracle plant, but no, they're all too busy.
Soak up some of the damage as the rest of the team gets down there, but so many are going down for Last Second.
It's the Hades that gets absolutely shut down by Mafty, hiding behind Fusion Black.
Going into map 3, I think it was Harbor City. I know Evictus was pulling out the Pocket Hyperion pick, and it gives us so much space to like play for. We swapped out me for Tism. They did really good. I was so happy when I saw we won.
And still living true to their name, Last Second is going to take this in the last second. Oh, but this is looking really good. They've got 2 G maneuvers. They just need to take a little bit more. Blue Jay managing to get a few picks here with that G maneuver, and only one going down on the side of Last Second. This looks like this should be it. They just need to get this player off, and that is going to be the first game on the board for Last Second.
The plan for attack on Flag 4 for us was pretty simple. We methodically engaged simultaneously. Exponent was leading in, looking for information with his scan. And the second we turned that corner, I saw 2 people out of position. And I instantly called for the play to be made. And I got a pick on their support, and I crash in. That allowed us to snowball the choke point.
Activated though, but he gets shut down. Blue Jay will come in. Carl Sagan with the butterfly, but this is not the point you want to try and use the butterfly from.
Sino doing a lot of damage, getting Profi down. This is a huge advantage. Only 2 members up for Mafty. This Last Second can hold on here. Just keep the trickle of Mafty players out. We could go to a game 5. They've got 1 tick. Nobody's on point. And we're going to go to our first ever game number 5 here in grand finals.
So we know Mafty want to control high ground, right? They want to make sure they control us ever walking up on them and absolutely beam us. So the plan was for me as a bar player to coordinate, like me attacking from underground, to get underneath them.
Corner, they're charged forward now with the shields as well. Gasman finds one in the back line.
They're within like 5% of each other. There are a lot of both players available here. Gasman is going to get a pick.
It was really intense. They kept trying to themselves for the new point a little early. So I would sneak in and go collect 5%.
But Exponent has fallen, and now here it is, the punch, the screaming nimbus, everything coming in for Last Second.
Is the reverse sweep going to happen? Devotion going down. Nobody's left, and the reverse sweep is completed as Last Second takes the tournament, takes the set, takes the round.
It was so nice to know that we beat the strongest team in the game.
stuff from the defensive side. Looks like we're getting it back again, but it looks like the push may go to B this time, and it definitely has already.
But Nox is turning things around despite being able to get the Mega Charge down onto point B. Nox with that Trans Am finds maybe the 4th kill in just a moment, narrowly missing that out. But they will be able to pick that one up onto Victus in with that dive. But again, Zazabi versus Zazabi this time around. Exponent will be the first one to fall, and this looks like a good hold now coming out from Bozos, only losing out on their Dom. Mr. Big Large has his Ashmar punch, but it doesn't even matter. They finally touched the point at the end there, but we'll see. Fusion Blackie ends up going down. That's going to be Blue Jay coming in with a Trans Am. He doesn't have a health pack here, but he's still chasing one more down. Throw, but he will go down. It's going to be David, though, finding one more as Enders gets that nade in to take out Hawklight. And what a beautiful hold coming out from our defense.
Yeah, and so almost getting that health pack just to barely stay up, but same thing with the robot, both of them just not quite getting what they want. That was an aggressive chase. That's going to be 3 ticks, and there's only 3 people up on the side of skill issue, and that's slowly going to turn into less. And now there's only about 1 person ready to challenge. It's going to be the Trans Am, though, going to get 1 pick, but only 1. And we are still going to see the Methods, but that's the entire team.
Himself some health, and that's going to be the 2nd tick coming in for skill issue.
Yeah, oh, nice avoidance from Amano, not getting jumped on. That can be pretty well reacted to if you're ready for it, but look at this, G maneuver into G maneuver, and that is going to be so many players on the side of Bozos going down.
G maneuvers available, never mind, just the one as Nitro Genocide goes down. Trans Am is up, they've got the Unicorn ulti as well. Look, they might be able to just finish this one off without it. 15 seconds remaining, and that was huge coming up from. We're able to answer it back. They've almost popped all of their G maneuvers as well. Amano with a nice little shot there on a Victus. Be another knock coming out from Blue Jay.
Yeah, Mono still just, oh my gosh. Okay, it just immediately go down over there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment going against 2 very strong close range suits right there. But then while they lost the Victus for a little bit, of course, just brought them back up. But this might give enough time. And, oh my gosh, on the Exia too, that's huge.
Yeah, Amano is doing so much right now. That's going to be another one going down. There's a 3rd. Amano cannot be stopped. The 3rd tick actually comes on in. The Screaming Nimbus is a little bit late, but they're going to try and engage with that, and he ends up somehow surviving. What just happened there? It was like sheer force of will to keep it on there, and he does end up going down, but here's Gasman now to clean things up at the end of the fight, but someone is still on point. They do end up giving away 3 ticks, but the defense will hold. Gasman pops his G maneuver, finds 1. We'll see if he can get a little bit more. Nox is backing up as well, but again, they have to start playing around the defense here, but they end up going down. Dark Infestor now charging forward. He doesn't have his heal. He will have it now in time to keep his team topped off. But a huge punch from Nitro Genocide as the time ticks away.
Wanna cry.
sight, but that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot.
So going into the grand final against TEKKA, we were feeling very confident, especially after we saw the map picks. The map picks we felt were definitely in our favor. We have a bad track record, let's say, against good Barbados players, so we knew that just because of the way we were playing at the time, we were gonna have to focus Gasman, and they had Nox at the time, which is now on he's now on our team, but he was obviously an incredibly strong Exia, like top 1, top 2 Exia in the game. 2 of the best melee players in the game on one team against our team, which is legendarily awful at dealing with melee. We definitely had to be very careful.
But here we go. We are going to see the team comps. We're going to see the gun tank coming out of Team Mafty. There's no way they trolled. No, they got me. They got me there. And we need somebody to get on point right now. But David holding this forward position says, you cannot get past me. You cannot even attempt this. And that looks like that's going to be round 1 with a nearly full hold.
5 seconds. Someone needs to touch, but they are not there in time. Finally, trying to go for that defuse, but they get interrupted. Arrow will put a stop to that one.
We obviously felt strong after beating TEKKA on the first map, but we always try to keep the mindset of the series is still going on. You know, they can still come back and win, so we still have to play strong. Going into thermal plants against TEKKA, we obviously have very different team compositions. They're running double melee, and they have very good melee players, and we're running no melee. But we decided that we were going to try to run Zaku 2 ranged, which I think this was the first time in a long time any team ran Zaku 2 ranged on any map, and we decided to put Profi on it. Ended up working very well. You'll see in the last fight of the game, we knew we were up alt charge, so we had to make sure we kept track of that throughout this entire match.
Team TEKKA Dynasty going down. Nox is going to avoid dash for a little bit, but you need to be there to step on point, and that is probably going to be the round here for Team Mafty. Then the rest of that, they're in point 8. What was that?
It's going to be a Sazabi versus Sazabi exchange, but you can see focus without having to contend with another Ashmar. He has complete aerial supremacy for his squad, and so
seconds left or 5% left. I don't know if anybody can get back in time. The screaming enemies might go completely unused, and it looks like nobody will be back in time.
With them securing a early waypoint and bomb plant against us, this point in particular is one of those points where you really have to focus on just grouping up, don't freak out, you know, don't get picked while you're grouping back up, and just sort of push back in, get your kills first, and then defuse. That's what our team did here.
yeah, they are very close to the energy cable, but they end up losing out on Gasman. That's one more pick too, as a robot ends up falling here. Mafty like to take their time to clear out their angles before they go for this, but here it is. Arrow coming back. He will ultimately go down. Nox picks up 2, but he should be going down.
We finally managed to get a plant here, and we just sort of had to pull back, buy time, play within the door, make sure we don't get picked. That's the biggest thing.
Again, they're trying their best to body block for it, and the Sazabi might give his life for it. They do end up getting it down once again on.
And it looks like it is going to go off a little bit more upstairs just to block a line of sight, but that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot, and Mafty will sweep the grand finals.
I don't think we dropped a single map for the entire tournament. I think we won it 9-0. As always, though, we're never satisfied, and that's what I think separates us from some teams. Even in a great performance, we try to hammer out some things. We don't get complacent with our performances.
Lanfest is community. Lanfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Lanfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Lanfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Lanfest is gaming. Come join Lanfest.
Up, everyone. So glad you're here. You told me. Oh my god.
Hey.
Hey. Hi, everybody. Hi.
We're here. So
What's up, everyone? I'm CyberXN, joined by my boy JJ from across the pond, very, very, very far away. I had to go into outer space just so that we can see him. Like, you know, the things we do to bring you all quality entertainment.
I mean, look at this. Look at here, guys. You know, Cyber went out of space. I'm still here in Earth, so it's pretty far away.
Listen, you know what? I got my Gundam out there. It's floating around. It's my pilot helmet. We're here. We're ready to do this. You know, everyone's ready to rock. Everyone's ready to roll. They got their skills. This isn't just any series. This is the Breakout series. So you know what that means? At the end of the day, everyone here is competing to be the best of the best in the West to win that 20K pot and hit that #1 spot. So, man, all I'm going to say is it's going to be an exciting day. We got a really phenomenal first match with TEKKA Dynasty versus Portland Burnsiders. And we already have Iron Blood Orangutan and dropped down there in the lower quarterfinals. So I'm really interested to see like who's going to just come in first, especially because a lot of these teams have a lot of experience, especially with TEKKA Dynasty, Sotoras Esports, and Gang. And then we got Portland Burnsiders, Iron Blood Orangutan, who again, like, you know, these names aren't names you've never heard of before. These guys have been here. They've been doing their stuff. They know what's up. Extended Warranty. Hey, we're happy to have you here. Huge shout out to Extended Warranty. This is actually their first time competing in an event, and we're so proud of them. Extended Warranty, you have my love. You have my support. Keep it up. JJ feels the same way. Keep it up. Don't, you know, whatever happens in every match, hey, listen, use it as an opportunity to learn and grow and get better.
No, for sure, right? Like, in every opportunity that you get to play in a tournament, you never lose, only win. You might have lost your match, but at least you still win some experience so that you can be better going into the next tournament. And yeah, sure, you might not win this time, or you might actually win this time. But even then, you still have to bring those experience going over to the next.
Yes, it's very important that you do that. I mean, it's Gundam Evolution at its core, and there's so many ways that you can improve your gameplay, even down to just, you know, the meta actions you make, or choosing a different unit. At this point, we know that Mafty is leading with 280 points, second win with 190, and TEKKA Dynasty sitting in third with 115. And again, if you're new to this series, you're just trying to like get in and you're trying to like earn your way to gain a spot. I think the best part about any of this is all of this is going to be solidified in just your experience and our overall experience of Gundam Evolution. So listen, if you've done enough to get your name up there, congratulations. Give yourself a pat on the back. Yeah. Yourself a pat on the back for that.
Yeah, you're good, essentially, you know? It's like, it has been quite a while since we already started with our, you know, Pilot Academy series and the Breakout series as well. And definitely these names have been popping up here and there. And, you know, they're everything just went to fruition. You know, everything that they worked hard for is all there in our rankings. But here you go. Our most picked and banned.
My goodness,
maps.
look at that. Poor Flak Fort. Is it the orange colors? I think that might be why it's been banned
might be
42 times. But can we
And I
just
think
show...
we're gonna see it banned again. I think.
But R&D, I mean, Mountain Lab R&D, 32 picks. And you know what's really interesting? I honestly just think that everyone really enjoys that high, close combat, CQC, fast-paced action that Mountain R&D can provide you. And it looks like we got, what was that? Quarry in second. So, you know, and it's really interesting too because Quarry was part of the beta maps. So a lot of us are very familiar with Quarry. It's a beautiful map, really cool transition. However, what's really interesting about Quarry is we really don't get to see the second phase of Quarry all that much because most teams, listen, if you just can't, if you I'm gonna be honest with you, sometimes you just want to camp them in the spawn, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure. But what I really found interesting is actually Harbor City. Harbor City is more or less around 49-50% picked and bans. You know, it was it had like 20 what was that? 27 picked and 26 times banned. It is one of the maps that let's be honest, I really hate that map. I don't want those point B, you know, the B point site, right? But other than that, you know, it's a really interesting map where it is heavily defender heavy kind of a map, and in a way, you know, it's a very chaotic map as well. So it's really interesting to see. Like, we have our most picked maps, we can see that we have our most banned maps as well. But likewise, we get to see like a map where people are, you know, equal into it. You know, it's both good for them and both bad for them at the same time. I will say
that equal map has to be it's honestly, it's either Quarry or Underground Command Center, just because like they both kind of start out the same way. There's this feeling of feeling each other out as soon as you are trying to capture the first checkpoint, and then it's also just this they're both you know, bomb planting maps. So listen, if you just can't, it's not going to happen. And like I said, a lot of times we never see the second phase of it. But because we got our picks and bans coming up now for TEKKA versus Portland Burnsiders. There it is. You don't have to worry about it. There's no harbor today. We got the flag. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
you know, is a living, breathing experience. Everything is subject to change.
So here's the thing, right? Like, okay, so from here on out, whatever we say, just think of the opposite, and that's what's gonna happen. Right. You know? Yeah. So, Flag Fort, Flag Fort, you know, we were expecting it to be banned. No, it is not. It's gonna be the first pick as well. Harbor City, banned. But there you go, Flag Fort and Quarry. But the question is, would we actually get to Mountain R&D Lab?
Well, you know, I'm a big fan of that third match of that third game, and anyone who's played with me in matchmaking, you've heard me say things like, "Hey, just let them win, so we can get a third game."
So you can get to game number 3. Yo.
Yeah, that's usually, I'm like, hey, this is, you know, I know everything's on the line right now, but hey, we're never gonna
give a show
opportunity again. Let's just give them this round. Don't make it obvious. Let's go give them this round, and just so we can get a third game for that big hype moment of, you know, who's gonna win, who's gonna lose. It's really funny that these maps were banned out. Colony Trading Posts, that hit about 35 bans so far within this entire series, and I think in the very beginning, Colony Trading Post was just one of those. It was one of the newest maps of its season, and it was one of those things where like it was so open and new, everyone felt a little like, whoa, like this is too new for us. Like, let's hold back a bit, and, you know, like, let's go to our comfort maps because we know that we can win on those. But in a lot of the recent events, I've seen nothing but Colony Trading Posts, just because there's a lot of aerial advantage. So I'm pretty sure at some point, some of the other teams are going to pick Colony Trading Posts. Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, you know, it's just something that we have to look forward to. But speaking of looking forward to something, we are now going into the game. I know you guys want this for quite a long time now. You guys have been waiting for this as well, and we have too. And we are now heading into our first game. Once again, it is TEKKA Dynasty versus Portline Burnsiders.
All right. It's a break. That's good. All right. All right. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. This is going to be a good one. This is TEKKA Dynasty versus Portland Burnsiders. Our, again, first match of the day. Wiping the cobwebs off. Mobile suits getting ready to rock. I really like how, you know, when it comes to maps like this, units like Ashmere are so good just because they can do a lot of damage from very far away with their mollies. I also noticed that both teams are running an Ash as well, and that's just honestly the smartest thing to do.
Okay, well, yeah, they are.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of really interesting
gonna
things about
go from
running
behind him.
Hyperion on a map like this, just because you can create so much space for your team. There's just as long as you just continue to let them know when your shield's coming up, you can use that as an opportunity to get anyone that's low on hit points, or maybe revive someone, throw that shield up. But it looks like they're trying to go in through the side entrance, which is very smart. However, it's definitely a funnel, so maybe if 2 units go in that way and another one flanks around, they have a better chance of capturing the first objective.
Right.
TEKKA red dom.
Really beautiful defense here coming in from TEKKA Dynasty, and that's going to be another one as well.
So happy
Orbit
to see they're
down.
running heavy arms. Yeah. Oh man.
And heavy arms definitely shows the kind of how heavy it is. Heavy defense right now for TEKKA Dynasty, ladies and gentlemen, all pilots alike.
TEKKA Dynasty is honestly very familiar with a map like this. I see a lot of very strong names. A Robot, you got Hawklight, Dark Infestor. They live, sleep, breathe this map. And they're doing a phenomenal job at just making sure that they're keeping the enemy team off of it. I mean, there's still 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and to be honest with you, it's one of the situations where it's like you only need 1 second. They give you a lot of time, but in Gundam Evolution, you really only need 1 second, that momentum, and having that opportunity to capture that objective, and then you can extend the time just a little longer.
No, yeah, for sure. And speaking of that momentum,
No audio?
it seems as if PB is getting in on that right now.
Switch to me. Switch off me.
Great. Portland Burnsiders already about halfway. Got 2 people on the point. If they can get a third person on that point, it'll actually move a lot faster. I don't know if a lot of you pilots know this, but the point objective will move faster once you
sure there's no audio?
had about a minimum of 3 people on the point. And it looks like there's 1 person there just holding it down. It looks like they just got and they got wiped out for the last second there. Hawklight is just doing what he does, turning out the lights and making sure that the enemy team just fights in the dark.
Wow, look at that. Still at the half point here for PB. They still need to do a lot here. And as we can see, only a minute and a half left here.
Look at Kyle. I think he got stuck. He either got stuck or you know what he's doing. He might have been holding out to hang out there long enough to get another transformation so that he didn't lose the airtime. I've done silly things like that before, and he has that all. It's ready to go. He's just looking for an opportunity.
Oh, here comes the punch.
There it is, the punch. It's the 1 punch and the molly. Beautiful. Very nice. They were able to just make a little bit.
Are we gonna be getting some extension here? Not quite yet.
Phenomenal, like here's the point.
Yeah,
that's hey, Portland Burnsiders got to go back home. They got 45 seconds left. There's only about 5 of them up with another one coming, but they're holding on to these ults. I don't know what they're going to be able to do with about 35 seconds left and 2 G maneuvers. Hyperion's almost up to his. There goes Harold with his, but he's not using it just yet. However, we do have some more ultimates coming out. Jim just threw his out as well. Hill Rider still holding on to his.
But here's the thing, though. If they cannot take this, they're going to have very ample amount of time going into the second point. But look at this right now. PB trying to get in now.
Okay. They just need that one little tick. They just need a pixel. They just need a pixel.
They do.
There it is, and they got it.
Team kill. There you go. Beautiful.
Right.
Beautiful PB.
Will be advancing to the next objective. TEKKA Dynasty is now going to have to regroup and figure out what was the weakness? Where was it? What happened that they were able to just get overtaken like that? And you know what's really interesting about this game? Sometimes players just play better when it's a certain amount of time left. However, Hyperion's ult's going out doesn't really hit anyone, but does create a little bit of distraction. Sometimes that's all you need to break up the enemy team.
And they did as well. Hyperion was able to get in, was able to spread out TEKKA Dynasty as well. Going to be able to put him a little bit of a point here, but not quite yet, not quite there. As TKD was able to get down 4 into the side of PB. But look at this right now. TEKKA Dynasty is not letting their mistake from point A to ever spill to point B.
Here goes Zabi with the scan. Very nice. Yeah, there it is. So what's really cool is just, again, when you're playing on this map, there's just so many blind spots that you can and fight around. And I honestly think that someone right now is setting up for an ultimate because the robot has his G maneuver ready. However, Hawklight just used his. Dom is trying to create some distraction. However, he ends up going down. A robot still has the turn A ultimate ready to go, ready to rock. Maybe they're just waiting for the last 30 seconds to just throw that out there. But honestly, right now is when both teams just really need to figure out, you know, can we defend with this? Portland Burnsiders really needs to make something happen within the next 30 seconds. Again, you only need 1 second. As long as someone's standing on the point, you can extend the time of everything. But,
Right.
you know, right. There it is. There's the turn A ultimate coming out. A robot just cleaning up.
Capturing the objective.
Oh, but here's the thing, though. They only have 15 seconds left, and they
Yeah,
need
but you know what? That is the end of
one
Portland
more hit.
Burnsiders.
Oh, that's
8
not going
seconds
to be
left on the
good
clock.
here.
5,
They don't have any
4,
points on point B,
3,
though they were able to
2,
get in
1.
that point A. No.
Nostalgia with the vanity ult. I love it. Love to see it.
Now, here's the thing. TEKKA Dynasty only needs to get 1 point, right? Going over to their side. Going into this game as well, round 2.
That was a really good flex there, just from both teams. You know, when you're in a situation like this, again, like I said before, a robot has done a phenomenal job with just being able to take advantage of little opportunities. And even when you look at the damage, you know, we always want to call it the idea that, like, yes, damage can mean a lot, but sometimes strategy and objective callouts, these are the things that are not being added and, you know, to your stat sheet, but these things matter. A robot basically stops the enemy from pushing no matter what they may have had with that final ultimate, about 25 seconds on the clock. And in doing that, was just basically able to just, you know, clear up the point. Listen, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, you know. And again, that stuff can really turn the fight. It was interesting because we were talking about turn A before we even started the cast, and
with the G maneuver, right?
And how strong that G maneuver can be, especially when you just want to be the backbone of your team, and you know, that player fatigue just sets in, and everyone's trying their best. They've been hot for 3 to 5 minutes, but then the turn A ult goes out, and then I feel like everyone in their team can just like take a deep breath and breathe as long as the turn A doesn't get shot out of the sky.
No, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But here you go. Going into round number 2, we're going to be starting Portland Burnsiders versus TKD.
TEKKA Dynasty right here on the attack. It's you know, it's one of those things as well where some teams are very strong when it comes to attacking, other teams are very strong when it comes to defending. If there's one thing TEKKA Dynasty has shown in their past performance and Portland Burnsiders is they are strong on
Yeah, that is true. This is why this is the tournament to find out who is going to be on top. Hawklight, however, having 33k damage is going to be the first one to fall down.
Okay, that was a very nice, that was a very good stun there. Let's see if the Gundam was able to take advantage of that.
No follow-up though.
Yeah.
They nearly captured the objective.
Oh man, I feel so bad. Kylo just sitting there like, oh, someone help me.
Oh wow!
Fight for control
Look at that. They were able to get rid of the shield coming in from the zombie, but only 3 minutes is going to be remaining here, and PB's almost there, going to be able to take this point A. But are they going to be successful in doing so? Here we go. Just a little bit more to take A, much quicker than that of Portland Burnsiders.
You know, it's a very, a lot of people have said, especially on this map, the run back is way too long. It feels like if you wipe once, basically the enemy team has the attacking team has that point, especially when everyone starts trickling in. And in certain situations, that just happens. You know, that trickle effect just starts making the momentum harder to build. Usually teams will use this spot right here to kind of group up, but this is also a dangerous area because this is usually when you see those turn A ults come out. Or those Dom ults come out in this spot.
That's the thing, right? Like, at the very least, you know, Turn A still doesn't have any access to its G maneuver just yet. So if TEKKA Dynasty, sorry, no, it was actually in TEKKA Dynasty, right?
And TEKKA Dynasty's already in the point. Look at that.
Yes, they
That's
will,
it.
and look at that.
No
They're going to be able to do it.
Oh man! Wow.
Wow.
It makes you wonder. You know, we were watching a fight happen off the point on the side. So it really
And
makes
then there
you
was
wonder.
someone at N.
Right. It really makes you. That's the steal. Oh my god.
Again, what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, so Portland, Burnsiders, and TEKKA Dynasty, they're both good in both sides. But
Listen.
TEKKA Dynasty showed us a different kind of level of gameplay.
Listen, y'all. Don't have your phones out around TEKKA Dynasty, all right? Make sure you check your belongings. That was the steal of 2023. You look, if you you go back and you look at everything and you see the fights happening, someone on their team realized, hey, listen, we don't even need all the bars. We just need 2. Let me just drop some for my team right now. You know, and that's what I really love to see in these competitive matches. That level of awareness, map awareness, objective awareness, the time it takes. You know, okay, if everyone's scattered right now in their own little personal proxy fights, let me just slip on in there and
don't even need any bloodshed. All you need to do is win the war, and that's what TEKKA Dynasty.
It's what Gundam's all about. Exactly.
That's what, okay. For sure.
It's what Gundam is all about. Sorry.
All right, but yeah, you know, they don't need anything anymore. They just need to focus on their objectives. And TEKKA Dynasty, they didn't even play a team fight going into point B. But with that being said, they are also going to be the ones taking the first game of this series.
Listen, this is the Breakout series. This is a very familiar lover to TEKKA Dynasty. They know every crevice, corner of Flak Fort. You know, it's kind of theirs.
That's for sure. But yeah, you know, we're gonna be heading into game number 2 in just a bit. So make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Can you feel that?
I'll let you handle the transitions. You're good.
And here we are going into game number
Your mission
2.
is to destroy
Would
both
Portland Burnsiders
Mission is about
burn
to
the
begin.
bridges from TEKKA Dynasty, or would TEKKA Dynasty reign with their dynasty?
You know, no king rules forever, my son.
That is true. That is true. But the question is it their time to drop the crown?
It might
That's the
just
thing, right?
be, it's we're gonna, for those that are new to the game, Flag Fort and Quarry are basically they go hand in hand. The feeling is very mutual. If you can keep them in the spawn point, then you're gonna have a really good time controlling the enemy team. The second they break out, it's just like you have an infestation. You got to figure out where you can quell it,
Right.
who's the strong one, who's the weak one, and then just get them away from your precious cupcakes. And those cupcakes are gonna be the bombs. The coolest part about this map is you gotta plant the bomb and defend it.
And speaking of which, defending those.
Oh, look at that flip! Look at that heavy arms flip! That's what I'm talking about. Bring that energy into the...
I can see now why you really love Gundam Wing.
Look
man.
at that flip!
But here you go, though. Going back into the game, we're going to be seeing a little bit of the action here, as TKD is just defending this away from Portland Burnsiders. And at this point, they're still trying to, it's still early game, but they're already having a hard time, with the defense, with the wall here by TEKKA Dynasty.
I just want to point out, though, if you look at their placement from the overhead cam, you'll see that their enemy position, their Dynasty's
beautiful
positioning
flank.
is very strong. They had 3 people on the right side of the map and 2 on the left. The 2 on the left can actually play around with that health pack, but it looks like because there are only 2 on the left, Portland Burnsiders decided to go in there. And here's the funny thing about this. Anytime you go in on the left, the people on the right can go in behind and flank you, clearing you off the point, and then Portland Burnsiders obviously have to try this all over again. So again, it's one of those really cool things when you look at the strategy, especially overhead on this map in particular, is if you have equal defending, if you had at least 3 people on one side and 2 on the other, the enemy team is going to go, you know what, let's go in where there's 2, and then the 3 of them can just do what we just saw, and they just flank, clear them off the
3
point,
minutes remaining.
reset, and let's try this again with 3 minutes on the clock.
Right, and here you go. Still, 3 minutes on the clock is still quite a long time here, for that of the attacker. But I don't see Portland Burnsiders getting this relay point,
Really need to make an
anytime
opening.
soon.
Yeah.
No, yeah, for sure.
It looks like they're trying to do it here. We got the Barb jumping in. Barb got taken out. Heavy Arm is taken out. However, yeah.
It's gonna be 3. No, this is gonna be 4 down,
Portland
dude.
Burnsiders is definitely burning on all sides right now.
Oh man, Hawklight doing all the damage right now. And look at that, only Crowdley is going to be up left here for Portland Burnsiders. It seems as if they are the ones getting burned here.
I really do want to point out that having a Hyperion on your team, specifically on defense, is a very strong maneuver. Just being able to block incoming damage and work as a moving wall. I think a lot of players in casual queue may not realize this. A lot of the competitive players started using Hyperion just to be a mobile fortress.
No, yeah, and look at that as well. We can see the power of their Hyperion, but look at this. Barbatus want to be able to get caught up as well. And that's going to be Orby, going to be taken down. There's going to be 5 of them are going to be taken down, and Blast as well. That's going to be a team wipe for Team Portland Burnsiders. And man, the wall that is TEKKA Dynasty is just dominating right now. Can't even get a relay point.
You know, it is one of those things where there are 2 objectives. You know, they do say place the bomb, but relay point is one of the most important parts. Sometimes, depending, there's the ult from the Ash going in and the fire, and then getting
that was quite
stunned
risky.
out of that.
Yeah, that was so risky. Just the fact that you did not have any follow-ups, you do not have any follow-ups, and still went in just in case, trying to force your way in. But unfortunately, you just got sandwiched up.
Definitely looked like a desperation move at the time in the moment. Maybe they saw an opening and they said, you know what, I'm going to take it. sometimes that can lead to a beautiful process of capturing the point.
Right.
And then other times, it's just, hey, let me YOLO.
40 seconds
know,
though. Warmith
YOLO.
apparently at the relay point going to be able to take down Kaio in the process. Maybe this is it, but this is still just a relay point. They still need to get the 8 point. That is the thing.
Oh no! Oh yeah,
Misses the G
yeah. You know what though? I honestly, TEKKA Dynasty really didn't get removed from that area. It looks like they just backed off.
10 seconds.
When you got about
Right.
30 seconds left on the clock, you've been pushing up for that long. Sometimes you need a little breather and go, hey, you know what we're gonna do? Let's just fall back a bit. If any of us die, it'll be a closer, run back. And there it is. TEKKA Dynasty.
Amazing
All the
defense from TEKKA
yes.
Dynasty.
Amazing.
Man, see, that's the thing. That was the question that we wanted to know earlier. Whether or not this might just be the end of the TEKKA lineage, right? But it seems as if it is not yet. But the question is, would Portland Burnsiders actually defend this one away from TEKKA Dynasty? Because then we will go to overtime.
Look at these stats. Look at these kills. Dark Infester, 21. Unruly, 13. Nostalgia, Hawklight, 20. Robot, 12. And Affected, 15.
You see how everyone is really, really putting up an effort towards the entire team.
The thing about a lot of these, the Quarry and Flak Fort, specifically Quarry, I think Quarry has really strong defensive options, especially when it comes to health packs. If you look at this area, there's already about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think almost 6 health packs just right out here in the front. And I would definitely say that they favor the defending team, because if the defending team is taking up a lot of space and not giving very much to the attacking team, all those health packs are theirs. So it's definitely an interesting thing about, what units do we have? We obviously saw that TEKKA Dynasty was using a lot of shield units. They were using a lot of units that were able to just either block or deflect damage. So they had the sustainability just with the health packs alone.
Here you go. TEKKA Dynasty only needs to get in 1 quarter of point A, the first point rather of A and B for the Megatron.
It's going to take a look. Let's see who's the first to go down. That's usually a very clear sign of the way the match is going to go. It lets you know who's going to be. Oh, there it is. We already got one down already on Portland Burnsiders, and that is the Gym. With the Gym being the first one to go, and it looks like, it looks like we're about to get 2 out.
Oh, they got it.
The barb.
They got the waypoint.
Yep. Here, Hail Rider just blessed himself out of there.
That's the thing. All they need to do now is, plant the Mega Charge, and from there on out, it's just going to be their game.
Just momentum, yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah. I'll take that trade. I'll lose 1 guy for 3,
And there you go.
Bomb has been planted. It looks like they're going for a disarm. It's halfway there. It's almost there. Disarm did not happen in 7 seconds. There's always a chance. There's always a chance in there. 3, 2. Is that disarm going to happen? Disarm did happen. We have
They did.
an extension there.
Wow.
All right. Okay.
They're still in the game.
Let's go. Look at that barb. Oh, man. The barb sacrifices
It's going to be 3 down, though.
It's a zombie. The bomb's being planted, however.
Mega Charge at the very last second as well.
Have your fingers crossed. Oh, man.
5, 4, 3,
Come on.
2, 1, and that's it. Very quickly, very hastily, TEKKA Dynasty was able to get their victory, secure their victory against Portland Burnsiders.
Oh man, it says it takes a lot. Oh, look at that! Oh, that's so cool.
Oh my goodness, the beautiful MVP.
Look at that
scheme.
drip! Look at that drip! We always want to just thank everyone for being a part of these events. Thank you for showing us your fighting spirit. Listen, Portland Burnsiders. No one can take this from you, but you have a ferocity and a fire that no one can take from you. TEKKA Dynasty, You guys have definitely showed everyone that you have a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of units.
Right.
Just simple things, old terms like pieing the corner. Your fallback game was great. And then we got to be honest, you know, the towards the very end there, that pull-out game was strong. When they realized at some point, hey, we got this. We don't need to be overextending anymore. We've defended for a good, 3 to 5 minutes. Let's just pull back.
On round 1, right?
Yeah. Let's just pull back a bit and just let them take up space. The time they take up space runs down the clock. Clock runs down. We win. It's good strategy. It's very good strategy.
Exactly. And, but here's the thing, though, we can't dismiss, we cannot dismiss Portland Burnsiders yet. They still have some matches to play.
Yeah, they do.
It's still just the upper bracket, so they still have a chance to get back up to the grand finals later on in the day.
That's right. Again, just being here, that's a lot. We love to see it. Lending us your fighting spirit, that's a lot. We love to see it. And again, a lot of these teams, they live, breathe Gundam. They're, playing it every day. They're doing their own, scrims and lobbies and everything. And sometimes you just got to go back to the drawing board.
Right. But with that being said, we are now going to be heading into our next match. We're going to be setting it up first, rather. We're going to be setting up the next match. But, with that being said, please enjoy your stay here. Make sure you are here. Follow to our Twitter and Twitch as well for more updates. And, man.
I'm going to do that right now during the break. All right. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Do it right now during the break. Get your snacks. Get your water. Drink
Follow
up.
that Twitter.
And we'll be right back after this short break with the next match.
So well here. They are actually holding such a great forward movement, but here we go. The Screaming Nimbus is going to start off this first counter push, and we're going to see two. Oh, everybody going down the Hades as well. Arrow taking out 3 different suits. From Profi walking directly from Casino, just blocking every single shot out of that clip.
Boondiggles now ends up
gosh.
picking his G maneuver, and that's going to be 3 going down.
So we are going to see, we're going to see a huge push here. Casino pushing in first a lot of the time, just taking a little bit of extra damage on that pretty high HP suit. But can they clear out Keicho here to get this plan? It looks like they're at least going to drive them back. Oh, but this is a great counter push.
Trading away. Oh no, the trades are not going in their favor quite yet, but the turret is there for a robot to pick up a few more now in extra time, taking away TEKKA. Dynasty just needs to clear off one more member of Last Second. Absolutely crucial. We'll pop the G maneuver, but if Mr. Big Large going in and going down with that punch does give his life for the effort. They are on point right now with 2 minutes remaining. Nice mid-air shot coming out from Kazim, utilizing that G maneuver.
We do see Nostalgia with the butterfly at the ready. We see the energy cable. It's going to be the combo again. Is there a counter, or is this just a team wipe? I'll tell you which one of those. It is the second. Almost every single person, 1 person away from being an actual 6 kill. Oh, come on, the flex.
That punch.
Oh, but here we go. Double G maneuver. How many people get picked up? Oh, 3, 2, 3. I don't even know. 2 into the ocean. 1 more getting knocked all the way to the other side of the map. And that's the Lancer that we wanted to see. A lot of the defense, that's going to be their best option. However, can they even get there first is the main question. Oh, and that's going to be huge. 3 from Dark and Fester. And that is such a huge delay. Alongside the flame grenades are just go from Red Protocol. It's so difficult. It's so difficult to get into that spot. And even though there hasn't been that many full kills, just already stopping this momentum is huge because, like you said, they have to go fast.
Of that high ground quite yet. Dark Infestor does get knocked to the ground, but will survive for the time being. And there it is, Red Protocol with the punch and the setup. He sets up his own pins to knock them all down. One Trick Tony has to be ready to respond to it. He does throw down that AoE, and there it is, the Barbados G maneuver. Chaotic coming up with 4, and they are instantly onto the point, dealing with 1 last member here, and that is going to be the enemy Barbados. He's 10% away from having that Screaming Nimbus.
We did see the... Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. This is huge. How many can you get? 3, 4? Wait, no, that was just the 3. That was just 3. We got to see them again. But that was a huge push back to the waypoint.
Lanfest is community. Lanfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Lanfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Lanfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Lanfest is gaming. Come join Lanfest.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm CyberRank10, joined by Gundam JJ-kun.
Yeah, I'm actually inside of the unit, so if you can't tell, I want to join the fray.
TEKKA Dynasty, you've inspired JJ-kun to embrace Gundam, become Gundam, live Gundam, breathe Gundam.
I am Gundam.
I am Gundam. Happy Saturday again, everyone.
yeah.
We're so happy that you are here sharing the Breakout series with us, because this isn't just any Breakout series. This is the 2023 Breakout series for Gundam Evolution with 20k pot. And we have so many phenomenal teams to show you today. We just got finished watching TEKKA Dynasty and Burnsiders kicking everything off for us. Again, huge shout out to them. Nothing but love. We appreciate you showing us your fighting spirit so much. But JJ-kun, like, how you feeling so far? What it's been a minute since you've seen Gundam, so how does it look to you now?
I mean, oh man, it has been quite a while since I've been inside of a unit, so I'm just trying to feel things out once again. But after that first series that we just had, TEKKA Dynasty going against Portland Burnsiders is just made me want to jump in again.
That's,
I mean, as you can
really
see,
do hope. We really do hope that we're inspiring more people to play Gundam Evolution, just because we love it. It's a great game. It has so many cool things that you can do, units, maneuverability, but these teams make it look so easy.
No, yeah, for sure. Like you might think that it's easy. They are playing so quickly as well, but in reality, it's more than that. And the mere fact that they can make it really look like it's more or less nothing, it's phenomenal.
It's Mountain R&D Lab. So we got bans and picks going on with the maps right now between these two phenomenal teams. And it looks like we got Colony Trading Posts, Mountain R&D. We're going to get a little color in our day today. Flagfort and Harbor have been banned. Sorry, not this time. And Underground Command Center is also banned. It's okay with that. Quarry, and with the designer being Thermal Plant. Wow. Okay. So these two teams really don't mind playing capture the points. This is really nice. This is very refreshing to see. Usually we end up just doing bomb plants for the entire event. But with Mountain R&D and Thermal Plant in the mix as the decider, we're gonna have a lot of action. Yeah. We're gonna have a lot of action tonight.
Honestly, like as much as I kind of hated Harbor City, I want. So here's the thing, like as a player, I don't like playing in Harbor City, but as a spectator, as a caster, I'd love to see Harbor City just because of the fact that it is very chaotic. But it seems as if we're not going to be seeing that quite yet. Hopefully later on, in the tournament. But as you have mentioned, Mountain R&D Lab, Colony Trading Post, and Terminal Plant is going to be our maps for this game.
I'm very excited to see Mountain R&D just because there's a strategy of, obviously you always want to keep the high ground. These players are very, again, with the player pool that we have right now. The player pool that we have right now.
I'm sorry, Cyber.
The game's been out long enough, and we know the strengths and weaknesses of a lot of these maps. You have new players integrating with older players taking that seniority and saying, hey, listen, this is the way we run things around here, and it always works for us. But Mountain R&D, it's just basically a lot of capturing the objective, holding the objective, earning those points for your team, also making sure that you're not getting flanked, because Mountain R&D is basically just one giant oval square circle. You can be flanked just about from any direction. And I assume we're going to see a lot of Zaku ranged on that map, because if there's one thing NA does not shy away from, that's using units that are not considered in a specific type of meta and making it their own. So it's really cool just to see a lot of units like Zaku ranged. We saw a gun tank. we actually had a gun tank on Mountain R&D in one of the last events. And who knows what we can expect from Goo Gang. They've come in, they're Goo Gang, gang, do their thing, and they just keep it moving. But again, these two teams, they know what they're doing. Sotoras Esports, Goo Gang, they're not new. They know their way around these maps.
No, yeah, for sure. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all pilots alike, put it down in the comments which team you'd love to see win here. We have Sotoras, Esports, and Goo Gang. But, before we head into that, we're going to be setting up the games here and there. Cyber's going to get inside his own suit, and I will be on, going back to my regular suit in just a bit. So hopefully we get to see you guys in just a bit. We're going to be setting up the game, and we'll get right back into it as soon as possible. I like how... go. Shall I intro again? Going into the game?
Yeah.
Okay. The Breakout series is once again back for the second match of the stream. It is going to be Goo Gang versus Sotoras Esports. Let's find out who's going to be winning this one.
Esports! I'm so hyped. The Tekken announcers have gotten me so hyped. I wish, every match was just like Sotoras versus Goo Gang. Here they go.
Oh,
Let's rock.
yeah.
All right. So for those
Here
new to
we
this
go.
objective, this is not planting the bomb. This is capturing the point. And of course, you just want to make sure that you capture that high ground first. Whew.
Oh yeah, for sure. Getting that high ground means taking control of the capture point.
Taking
And
control,
as we
Sotoras
see
is
that,
doing
oh, beautiful stun!
Sotoras is taking control here.
Beautiful stun coming in from that of the Barbatos, really, from behind as well. But look at this right now. It seems as if Sotoras Esports is going to be able to be the first one to control the point.
We got a gun tank on the map as well. Gun tank, woo! If you got that emote, we'll get some of those in the chat. Hey, let me just say this: gun tank never misses. 100% accuracy all the time. Or it looks like Goo Gang is trying to just infiltrate that point. There's a couple of them there. They do need a little more reinforcements to make that happen, and it looks like they actually have control of the point.
Tony actually low with the Suzabi as well, but Mealy here, with the Dom Trooper, trying to do some flanks. Not gonna be a lot though. Sotoras trying to get back into C point, but we only have 30 seconds left before it changes to B point. There you go. Goo Gang just putting down all the goo in C point.
Gang, making it
as
happen.
much
Oh,
as they
Chloe almost made it out.
There we go.
Oh man. Well, in a situation like this, this is that little, this is the pregame game where the point's about to open up. You really don't want to use any of your ultimates. You want to hold on to them for the objective actually opens up. Sometimes you will see those. We just heard Bro Batman bewares. We're not really sure what strategic advantage that could give, unless it was just going to go ahead and give your side more to defend in that situation. But with point B unlocking in that 1 second, Sotoras Esports has taken the point. Hopefully they can just fill in that gap. The beautiful thing about this point, especially with that barb ult coming out, woo,
wow,
spicy.
But Garma though still not using the one punch G maneuver just yet. Just maybe trying to, maybe just trying to check things out. Trying to get prepared for everything. But there we go.
There we go. I just want to point out though, Goo Gang has taken a point back. If you're new to Gundam Evolution, just keep in mind that you see the percentage to the left or the right of whatever team is gaining. It tells you the estimate percentage. So if you're able to hold that point for the remaining time, you should receive that much in compensation. It's really nice, especially if you're looking to just maybe give 5 points away so you can have an advantage of capturing the next point early. But it definitely, like in a situation like this, let's just put things in perspective for a lot of players out there. Anytime a point is given up when there's about 10 seconds left, that was strategy. You don't need the point anymore. It's more important that you leave the current point that you have and you go set up to defend and attack on the next point. Exactly, just to secure yourself that objective.
But here you go, going back into the C point. The battle for the high grounds here is going and leading into the advantage of Sotoras Esports.
It's very interesting you say that because Sotoras has been winning in the high ground, but they don't have the points to reflect that.
No, yeah, for sure. That's what happened at the first time of the first C point as well. They won the high ground, but unfortunately they don't have any follow-up going into, the actual point capture.
Rockets going out there from the Dom, just trying to poke. Sometimes it's really important that you do put the enemy team in a position where they can't go in and attack and they have to fall back. Sometimes that's as good as defeat, but you got more ultimates coming out. You got Dom, we got Exia. We got a lot of people down from Goo Gang with only the Exia.
Sotoras with the Transtem as well.
Yeah.
Actually gets taken down.
Esports is actually able to contest in this match and keep themselves in the game, gaining points on Objective C. And again, it's very important that instead of it being one-sided sweep, that they actually put up a fight, and Sotoras is here to do just that.
Oh wow, very beautiful point capture coming in from Sotoras Esports, just because of the fact that they were at the very least was able to maintain the lead. You know, the point capture rather from
Look at that Barb. Barb said go home.
Oh wow, one win. Okay, beautiful stuff. But the question is though, would Gogang be able to catch up against Sotoras Esports?
You know, I think they can.
Very beautiful C.
They're running 2 melees. And I'm very favorable of the melee units in this game, and I feel like, you know, you're running 2 melees, one that can execute. There goes a Hyperion ult going out, looking for some targets. Everyone's moving away. 6 feet, but he's catching 2.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Gogang here. Dr. Doggo as well.
I mean, on the score there. This is so close.
Look at the Sotoras Esports was able to take that
Dr.
one
Doggo
out
hanging out on his own, just trying to hold that point down. If enough people move off, he can take it.
Is that going to be enough though? Gogang wants to be able to retake a point. But here comes the Nimbus. Not going to be able to hit anyone at all, unfortunately enough.
Sometimes it's about sending a message. It's okay. I mean, Gogang is holding the point. They're running
true.
the numbers. They're doing the calculations. Sotoras is trying to get back on it. They do. They are able to steal.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they stole the point. They're wiping it out.
There
They're
we
clearing
go.
it out. Still
We're
have a
going
lot
into
more.
overtime, dude.
You know, look, Mountain R&D, it's nothing but stress. There it is. There's the
Oh, chance to have once again.
Valid.
gonna
Making,
be one.
trying to make a stance.
But here we go. Extra time is going to be to play now. Sotoras Esports just needs to stay and buy some time now.
Someone just needs to create that opening, and here's one. Yeah, again, we got more and more ults going out. Boom, Diggle's looking for the opportunity to just wipe out that point and take the objective, but it's just so close to everyone's spawn points. You sometimes in a situation like this, you might even want to just switch to another unit that has a faster movement speed to get back out there, but it looks like that time is going down.
There we go.
There it is. Sotoras takes round 1.
Sotoras, after a very huge deficit from the early game, was able to get back up against Gogang, you know, from the mid game going into that of the late game, and very beautiful defense as well coming from them going against Gogang. But the question is, I don't think Gogang will let this slide, and the question now remains, will Sotoras Esports be able to bring the momentum from round number 1 to round number 2?
You know, it's, again, these names are very familiar to this map. They know what to do. They know where they should be. They know how everything works. What's very interesting is you know, both teams have won on these maps. They have lost on these maps, be that in competitive or just in, you know, scrims or casual or even ranked. So, again, Mountain R&D is just one of those maps that you know how it works. You know that there are multiple ways to take objective B. Sometimes just, you know, going on autopilot and running straight to the objective isn't the best idea. We saw a lot of these teams just group up, and they're just like, you know what, let me go in twos. Let's just see if we can, you know, make something happen together. And listen, you know, you got One Trick Tony. His name is, listen, One Trick Tony. Okay, he's gonna make some tricks happen.
But here we go now, going into round number 2. Once again, C point high ground game. Sotoras Esports still controlling the high ground. Nothing's changed since earlier.
You know, the point will unlock in about 7 seconds, so we'll really see who's going to be paying attention to these objective captures.
Okay. Still neutral point here. And
Real fat, that was a beautiful escape, by the way. You see that there, yeah.
Oh man, going to be the first one to secure the point.
Area contested.
So we're just making sure that they get that early lead. It's very important that you just kind of assert your dominance from the very beginning. The Barbs are barbing it out. Very nice revive there.
Go.
The gang, looking out for the gang.
Still not quite a lot of what's happening here. Both of them just trying to defend and buy time for each other. But Sotoras Esports is slowly but surely racking up those points. Very beautiful contest just at the nick of time here, just to prevent Gugan from taking this point. But with that being said, 9 seconds left. This is the point where you have to move now to the next point, as you have mentioned earlier.
Just want everyone to keep an eye on Garmazabi there. Garmazabi is definitely leading when it comes to ultimate charge. You just know that Garma is going to just do something underhanded and sneaky to try and secure something for their team. Just because, you know, sometimes you just, hey, listen, Gundam battles call for that.
But here you go, going into B point in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. All pilots alike is going to be open. Here you go.
There it is. Point B is in effect. And it looks like, once again, Sotoras was there to
Sotoras!
capture it. Yeah, there we go. You got Boone just standing there like, hey, I got a moment to breathe. You know, let's just get this point and keep going. Love to see it. Got that gun tank
At
there.
this point.
Look at that. Gun tank never misses.
At this point, right, if Sotoras Esports would be able to get all of the points here, maximizes all the percentages here, they just need then one more to win this game.
But you know, that's the interesting thing about Mountain R&D is just that you can give the enemy team can have 99 points. You just need that final objective. I've done it. Some of us here in chat have done that before. You just had one of those matches of just like this. Everything's high octane,
Too intense,
and it, you know, everyone's reviving, getting them ults out. But then at the very end, you're able to hold that point from 0 to 100 and take the win. I honestly think that's the story that I'm looking for. I'm looking forward to seeing that today. I wouldn't count Gugang out just yet.
No, not quite yet. Especially if this is just the first game, the first match, right? Still have 2 more matches potentially, you know, to come through. But with that being said, 11 seconds, so 10 seconds is left.
Oh, look at that from the high road.
Point C.
We definitely have a wrestling enthusiast. There we go. That's it. All right. Gugang has captured C. They're earning their points. They're saying we're still in this. They're holding it down.
The first point as well.
None of them have are anywhere near to an ultimate at the moment. And it definitely there goes that there's the screaming embers from the Dom on supports. Just being a bully, I guess.
I mean, that's what you want, right? Like, if you can't like really destroy them just yet, just be a menace, just try to annoy them and get
fire. You see that? Look at that.
Oh wow.
World
94 seconds.
Fight. Here he is. World
2, 1, and
they're waiting for it. Look at that. You see how someone was right there. They were waiting. As soon as it hit 99%, they were waiting to just pause that for a second. I think now Gugang just knows it's now or never. They still have about 5 people up.
And here you go.
This is it. It's creeping in their favor. This is it. They've taken point C. Victory is just 100, and they're listen. They're holding it down as long as they can.
That's the thing, though. It's still quite a huge and long time.
Man, but it looks like they're getting wiped out. Yeah. Sotoras is taking it back. So far, no. Oh yeah, there was the ult from Ash. Sotoras is just trying to make sure that they secure this. They worked hard, they got it, and they took the victory, and there you go. I gotta give Gugang credit, though.
The first game.
I gotta give them credit because they were very strategic about how they were planning on, you know, if they didn't get it in the beginning, okay, we got to get it at some point. But especially, you know, with people like Royal Fat Man out there on the field, just doing so much in a very small amount of time, you can't overlook that Zaku range. I think Zaku range has been one of the most cool and sleeper units in the entirety of Gundam Evolution. It's just, they're really good at doing a lot of damage in a short amount of time. And once you find that sweet spot of momentum and managing your boosts, managing your, you know, smoke, getting the heck out of there, you get a free boost now whenever you pop that, you know, smoke grenade, and just having the ability to just engage and back out, engage and back out on maps like this where you're a lot of us are really looking just from the front, getting ganked from behind, or someone just creating that extra pocket of opening. It's so frustrating, but this is definitely a good match. That's what we love. That's what we love about Mountain R&D. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, and Cyber, okay, I literally have nothing else to say because you already took the words out of my mind straight. Well, with that being said, though, we're gonna be heading into game number 2 in just a bit, so don't go anywhere. Get your snacks, get your water, and don't go anywhere because we'll be right back for game number 2. Ba, 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 ba.
Can you feel that? Your mission is to destroy both target objectives. The mission is about to begin.
That's right. We are back with
Wow,
Sotoras Esports and Goo Gang. Gang, back again. Whew, man, this is game 2. Round 2.
Cyber,
Gonna be phenomenal.
I said a lot.
There's so
I
much
said a lot.
that's going into this match. There's so much on the line. And you know what? Colony Trading Post is the best place to have this exhibition. One of our favorite maps, looks beautiful. One of the newer maps too. And we just have so many openings, opportunities, airspace. Listen, some of these are no-fly zones, but we'll find out which ones they are today.
But before we head into the match, we still have 10 seconds left. I would love to give shoutouts to J.A. Toms or Ja Toms, however you wanna, how do you pronounce it? Let me know in the comments, for donating $25 to support Lanfest. Very beautiful stuff. Make sure to support everyone right now to our charity sponsor. Here we go, going into the match.
Speaking of support, I just really want to point out that we got a unicorn on Goo Gang, which is phenomenal, just because when it comes down to moving forward and adding some form of sustainability for your front line and your back line, there it is. You know, Unicorn does that very well, especially since now there's been an update. Unicorn actually provides more support in terms of armor to their team, and it's just, I love having one on Mono.
Getting in some supports indeed, and healing from that of the unicorn. But here you go, one trick Tony trying to catch up. Doesn't have any shield though.
You know, it's very important that you try and keep this checkpoint on Colony Trading Post. It does give you a very short way back to the bombs, point A and B. And for anyone that is unfamiliar with this map, both teams are trying to either plant or defuse the respective bombs. There's another phase to this map entirely as well, but I'm going to be honest with you, sometimes we never even get to see it. Some of these teams are just so good at keeping the other away from that first point, but it looks like we got Dr. Doggo just waiting around, and this is a very smart idea. Just group up. Sometimes it's very important to just, you know what, that little exhibition we just did for 2 minutes didn't work. Let's group up and try something else.
Oh, yeah, but here you go, 3 minutes left, and nobody has yet taken
some G maneuvers.
Esports has not yet taken the relay point, and nor
we got some value though.
Points.
Look at that kill feed. We got some value from the G maneuvers. Jin taking out at least 2 units.
Successfully captured the waypoint.
Oh, wow,
Sotoras Esports getting pushed back to spawn. This was the opening that Goo Gang needed.
And Goo Gang putting in the mega charge. There you go.
Love to see it. Teamwork.
Oh, it was Jay Adams apparently. Jay Adams, thank you very much for the.
Oh, look at that! Oh, wow! Look at that value that they just got from.
Not yet.
Look
4
at that
down.
opening. So remember, the bomb was planted downstairs at point B, so you also have to clear that out as well. This is very smart. You have
disarming it right now.
Disarm. If anyone is above, just keep in mind there is a little hole. There's 2 holes above B, and so what a lot of people do, just shoot down into that. With so many people down there, it's hard to find the target. Very good. Just so much action happening right now with all these ultimates going out. It's about 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock, and you know, at the end of the day, Sotoras Esports really wants to make sure that victory is beyond any reasonable doubt for their side. They're clearing out Goo Gang, and Goo Gang has 1 minute and 30 seconds to get their goo back together.
I'm not even gonna comment on that. I'm not even gonna comment on that, dude. Oh my goodness. Here you go. There's maneuver.
Unicorn just looking for targets, looking to do a dent in the enemy team. Just trying to create space, trying to make some value. There goes the funnels going out as well. Trick Tony hanging down there, trying to defend this, having 1,400 health makes him a very good target for defending and defusing bombs, mainly because people have to chew through more health to get him down to stop him from what he's doing.
But here you go. Royal
Fat Man. He's just looking out to see if there's anyone coming from that area. That's a great way to just try and deter anyone that's flanking, especially since Saku range is a very good one-on-one skirmisher. Look at that. Look at
Right.
Royal Fat
With that
Man.
being said, though, Gugang still only has 42.3%.
He's got that all. You know, look at that value. He wasn't able to hit anyone, but you know what it did? It moved him forward. He created some noise. He's in there. He's behind. He is the distraction. He is the moment. As Lady Gaga would say, it is him. It is his time.
But there you go. Sotoras Esports still trying to defend this one up against Gugang, and just 5 seconds left, stuck at 42.3%. Oh man, Sotoras Esports just needs to get 42.4% of the mega charge in order to win this one.
That's right. That's right. That's no easy feat. You know, like I said earlier on Colony Trading Post, maps like Colony Trading Post, Flak Fort, Quarry, you know, there are some times where most teams don't even get to make it. There's a bomb on this map? Where? I've never seen it. So, you know, being able to at least get any amount of charge on these bombs is a very big deal, because you can at least, that then creates more tension. You know, the strategy at this point now is to just make sure that, you know, they just never get to the bomb. And that's very hard to do. I'm predicting we're going to see at some point, maybe a turn A in here, since turn A, you know, can do a lot of damage from the skies. But then again, you have...
And that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
But that's the thing, right? Like, once it uses its G maneuver as well, even at the platform of the point A, it still goes down to point B.
Yeah, it does. But you know what? As I was saying that, I just pointed out that, you know, it was very interesting about Colony Trading Post is it's one of those maps where you're higher to the ceiling level out in the open. So a unit like Turn A can very easily be counterplayed, because they're not going up as high as they would go on, say, if it was like Harbor or any of the other maps, you know, especially at point A where you're up and above and you have ash flying around, you know, they're controlling the skies. Actually, probably really wouldn't want to be a Turn A on this map.
No, yeah, but here's the thing, though. Like, again, Sotoras Esports just needs 42.4. Sorry, just a 0.4%, right, in order to win against Gugang.
Marvel units all deciding to go together. Garmazabi hanging out. The rest of their team. One Trick Tony leading in. One Trick Tony's the first one down, which is a Sazabi, but that's not always a bad thing, because it takes a lot of damage to bring down Sazabi, which means a lot of focus on that one unit. Hopefully, if you can get some picks while everyone's focusing on your tank, that's some value there.
Here we go, though. 4 minutes left in the clock. That is still quite a very long time
Smart idea here
left
from
for
Pellrider.
Sotoras. There you go, getting in the waypoint as well. But the question is, would they be able to charge their mega chargers? Nobody at B, though.
Got a little 2v1 here with Tony. The spin funnels are going out. The beautiful thing about the spin funnels is they're a really good way new Gundam to just do damage and secure a kill. But the bomb has been planted. Here it is. They knew what they were doing. It's so interesting. It just feels like the opening just revealed itself to them, and they took it. You know. Look at that barb. Look at him, hungry, ravaging, salivating. I see them dripping oil on the bomb already, just waiting for anyone to just come close enough.
2, 1, and that is it. Sotoras Esports taking in a 2-0 against Gugang. Much like what happened in our first series, you know, of the day, with TEKKA Dynasty winning in 2-0. That is going to be the case once again for Sotoras Esports against Gugang.
Man, there's Royal Fat Man looking good and looking clean, looking strong and looking mean. That's what I'm talking about. These Zaku Rangers, I'm telling you, they're making a statement. They are making a statement. It's very interesting because I remember in the beginning of the Breakout series when the meta wasn't so much of anything having to do with Zaku Range. Zaku Range was just that unit. Yeah, you might see someone playing it in casual, but no one plays that unit in ranked. But over the past couple of updates, Zaku Range has gotten so much love. They're so strong. I have to admit, they're a very fun unit and rewarding unit to play. You know, when we look back at the ult that happened before the end, I believe, of the second match on Colony Trading Post, where it was just like, you know, hey, let me just sneak behind the enemy team, and and then just press one button. And even if I miss, I've created enough noise and giving myself enough space that you can still turn around and just take advantage of everyone that was behind you. So I'm loving all of the soccer range that we're seeing.
Oh man, and speaking of range, the range of Sotoras Esports against Gugang is the score of 2-0, meaning they are going to be the ones moving forward to the upper bracket, going against TEKKA Dynasty in just a bit. And again, Gugang here still not eliminated, still has the lower bracket, so they still have a chance, much like much like Portland Burnsiders, to get back up into the grand finals and possibly get a rematch as well to those that dropped them in the lower bracket. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all pilots alike, we'll be right back after the short break and give you immediately the next match.
Is the reverse sweep going to happen? Devotion going down. Nobody's left, and the reverse sweep is completed.
We did a lot of practicing starting into the tournament. We were like trying to decide on, what our comps were. Game day came and I wasn't there for the entire tournament. I don't even think I was there for like the first game. Kept kind of watching my team play and they were all doing really well. We have Fusion Blackie, who's a really strong turn A player, and we let him play to his strength. Chism is like one of the best pale riders in the game. The level of synergy that we would have would make the difference. I mean, like beating Mafty or not.
And welcome back, everybody. It's time for grand finals here at the Breakout Series event number 3. It all comes down to these two teams between Mafty and, of course, Last Second. Don't see it exploding. Oh, it looks like it was exploding in the bomb room, which is going to guarantee that there's no chance.
Mafty about to shut down Last Second on the first half unless someone can get a miracle plant, but no, they're all too busy.
Soak up some of the damage as the rest of the team gets down there, but so many are going down for Last Second.
It's the Hades that gets absolutely shut down by Mafty, hiding behind Fusion Black.
Going into map 3, I think it was Harbor City. I know Invictus was pulling out the Pocket Hyperion pick, and it gives us so much space to like play for. We swapped out me for Tism. They did really good. I was so happy when I saw we won.
And still living true to their name, Last Second is going to take this in the last second. Oh, but this is looking really good. They've got 2 G maneuvers. They just need to take a little bit more. Blue Jay managing to get a few picks here with that G maneuver, and only one going down on the side of Last Second. This looks like this should be it. They just need to get this player off, and that is going to be the first game on the board for Last Second.
The plan for attack on Flag 4 for us was pretty simple. We methodically engaged simultaneously. Exponent was leading in, looking for information with his scan. And the second we turned that corner, I saw 2 people out of position. And I instantly called for the play to be made. And I got a pick on their support, and I crash in. That allowed us to snowball the choke point.
Activated though, but he gets shut down. Blue Jay will come in. Carl's taken with the butterfly, but this is not the point you want to try and use the butterfly from.
Sino doing a lot of damage, getting Profi down. This is a huge advantage. Only 2 members up for Mafty. This Last Second can hold on here. Just keep the trickle of Mafty players out. We could go to a game 5. They've got 1 tick. Nobody's on point. And we're going to go to our first ever game number 5 here in Grand Finals.
So we know Mafty want to control high ground, right? They want to make sure they control us ever walking up on them and absolutely beam us. So the plan was for me as a bar player to coordinate, like me attacking from underground, to get underneath them.
The corner, they're charged forward now with the shields as well. Gasman finds one in the back line.
They're within like 5% of each other. There are a lot of both players available here. Gasman is going to get a pick.
It was really intense. They kept trying to themselves for the new point a little early. So I would sneak in and go collect 5%.
But Exponent has fallen, and now here it is, the punch, the screaming numbers, everything coming in for Last Second.
Is the reverse sweep going to happen? Devotion going down. Nobody's left, and the reverse sweep is completed as Last Second takes the tournament, takes the set, takes the round.
It was so nice to know that we beat the strongest team in the game.
Oh no, Amano actually slipped away from the sniper, is on the Pale Rider, hoping that the mid-range DPS is gonna help him out here, but it's not working out so far. We still see a lot of red in the kill feed.
Yeah, now we're going to see Chaotic go down. We're going to see, literally every single person. Please, stop!
DPS is coming on in, trying to find the opening. Chaotic going to be rushing into the enemy lines a little too forward because he's going to get taken out. Arrow with a couple of shots though with the Gundam. Rated in return. Chaotic at the Elias system. Is it going to be used?
From the sky, that was beautiful. Or the push of IQ, no David means that there's a lot of offensive potential, but just going into walls, I don't even know if that hit anything. Getting into the air is going to be nice. Being able to pick up Devotion as well. Chaotic making the plays here.
Unexpected. And the revive can't even happen because David is pushing up on the high ground. Does get traded in return, but the damage coming out with Focus, finalizing a lot of these kills on the Ashamar, is going to give them the point on the second attempt.
And this was a lot slower.
G maneuver, and it's going to be activated. Doesn't find a lot. Focus, Mr. Big Large is going to get taken out. Arrow following up with the Hades to try and answer back, and the damage coming in. Saris goes down. Arrow pushing forward, just beaming all the kids in the head, and they're taking the high ground.
Off the point, Red Protocol can't even fly away because that will end the extra time. I don't know if any players are close enough. Nostalgia is going to get the overhead grab, and there are going to be a few players now coming back from last second, but this is going to be a brawl. Nobody on either side is going to have either of their full team members. Oh, and here we go. The butterfly is available.
Last second doesn't seem to be there, and Saris actually comes up from the depths of hell to commit even further into this fight. IQ looked like they're in a position to take A once it unlocks.
Oh, that Amano Hades is probably going to guarantee it. We've seen the Amano Hades take out so many players, and this is not going to be an exception. Earl popping that Screaming Nimbus is going to chunk a lot of the enemy team. Amano just trying to get away, but it looks like on the other side, there was a really great counter G maneuver from Saris using those funnels, and that is going to be most of the side of last second.
It's an option, but there's a lot of G maneuvers across the board. Saris pops the funnels and does Moonbeam Butterfly, but Nostalgia again gets taken out by the Alias system.
Almost.
Hey, it deals damage and it pushes IQ away, so they're continuing to push IQ back into essentially their spawn, giving them very little space to deal with. It goes down to David, and Kelsagan is there to...
We need to see the Barbados 1v1 between the previous two teams, the Sniper 1v1. Oh, between these two teams, that's a pick for sure. Thanks for proving my point, Carl Sagan. But the G maneuver on the other side activated immediately goes to nothing. That's going to add so much time for them. If they can get everybody else off site, this is going to be their round. But there's going to be both ways, the kills and the retake from Nafty. But there's only one player left up on the side of IQ.
Stay put on the bridge.
They've got one final push here. X-Men is going to lead the charge, but only at 50% HP just going into this. And it looks like everybody on the backline is going to melt immediately. Focus taking out two. The V-Nenders cleaning up the rest of them.
And we're back. Welcome back, JJ crew. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Breakout Series 2023. We're so glad that you're here with us. Let me set the stage.
Yes, sir.
Are a Gundam pilot, a fighter of freedom, or of the infamous Zionic Front. And you're facing up against the greatest teams Gundam Evolution has ever seen. North America, we have already had TEKKA Dynasty come in and win. Sotoras Esports, come in and win.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're gonna be changing up the graphics as well in just a bit. You know, as you can see, down bottom it still Sotoras Esports and Gyogang. We're gonna be changing it up as it is currently TEKKA Dynasty and Sotoras Esports. And as we have seen earlier, you know, both of them got 2-0. Both of them played very well, very quickly against their opponents. But the question is, would they be able to still do that against each other? Again, both of these teams, there we go, we already fixed that one up. Both of these teams, very, very fundamentally well kind of team, kind of players.
You know, they've been in this for so long. They, like I keep saying it, they know what to do. They know what to do. They just have to win. And if there's one thing we've seen a lot of, their strategy over these matches and over these months have dramatically improved. In the beginning, a lot of these maps were just, you play with your feelings, you know, you kind of like, I think I should be here. I think I should be helping out over there. But we see that the reason why these two teams are winning is because they're putting in the calculated just selection of units with being in the right spot and using the right ability at the right time. So if these two immovable objects can clash, we are promised a phenomenal match and a closing out on the Breakout season 1.
Right. And again, whoever wins here will, you know, get a chance to win that 20K. I mean, Cyber, let me ask you in just a bit. With 20K, what will you be doing with that?
Gunpla. I will be buying a lot of Gunpla. I would be buying lots and lots of Gunpla, because if there's anything I've learned in life is that if you have Gunpla, you are happy.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But now, going into our maps, ban, and picks, they say there's no pilot in the gun tank, but I am there I just don't have any colors just yet. You know, I like myself some neutral colors. So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry about that.
Hey, it's your favorite map. It's Harbor. We're going there. We're going there. Don't eject yourself, okay? I know how you feel about Harbor, but I need you to stay in the cockpit. Please, don't eject yourself from the gun tank. We got Harbor coming up as our first map. Mountain R&D is our second. Quarry has been banned. Flak Fort has been banned. Thermal Plant banned. What's the tiebreaker?
Man, I think Liz just got distracted again.
I know you're itching to press that eject, but I get it. We've seen it so many. I just need you to hang out in there. We got Harbor City coming in hot. Mountain R&D up next with Colony Trading Post as the decider. In the event that map 1 and map 2 aren't enough, and these teams just need to fight some more. You know, it's TEKKA Dynasty. They got it in them. They got the fight in them. We know they can do it. And then we got Sotoras Esports. So it's just like, we've seen so much calculated gameplay in these just 2 hours already. I'm ready for more. Is there a way? Can we speed up? I need a time machine so I can go in the future and see this match just because I can't
immediately. Wait. No, yeah, and especially starting with Harbor City as well. I think, based on like the previous performances of both of these teams, I think TEKKA Dynasty would have a better advantage here going into Harbor City, just because of the fact that they've already mastered, you know, especially the choke points after point A, going to point B, where it is heavily defensive, you know, heavily defender heavy kind of map, but still, you know, TEKKA Dynasty here was able to master that you know, going in on, you know, that point B. So this is really going to be interesting how Sotoras Esports is going to put up a wall against TEKKA Dynasty.
You know, I'm ready to watch. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going to be setting you up in just a bit, so don't go anywhere, guys. we'll be right back with the game and
Follow
with
us
the
on
pilot
socials.
inside the follow us on socials, and with the as you guys have mentioned, the pilot on the gun tank will be there in just a bit, so don't go anywhere.
Use his finger. Just press the buttons. You know what to do.
Exclamation point socials. That is how you will find out more about this tournament as we head over to our upper bracket final, Sotoras Esports and TEKKA Dynasty.
Oh yeah, that's right. Are you ready for another action-packed, high-octane? Ooh, look at that! Look at that! I love that teamwork from the sniper. Yeah, that jump pad saves so much time. It's a very beautiful thing.
And we're gonna be getting our turn A's as well, coming from nostalgia from TKD. You know, these are just really amazing, especially at point B, right? Where everything's stacked up, everything's chaotic, but Hawklight now putting in some positions. Yeah, just putting in, just positioning themselves where they can snipe, Sotoras Esports one by one by one by one by one by one, and just keep them at bay.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate that both teams are running Hyperion, both teams are running Ash. It's just like, they know the rules, and so do I. It's just It's one of those things now where you know that Hyperion's just that unit to take up space, and you need that in choke points like this because Harbor is literally 2 giant choke points from the first
that
point.
Nostalgia getting 2.
From the first point to the first objective there are no checkpoints on this map. Basically, capture the objective is the name of the game. If you can create space and move your team forward, then you're going to be in a situation where you should be able to hold the objective going forward.
Got a hostile nearby.
Sotoras Esports having a hard time to push in against the
Here they go. They're starting to move in now. You know,
wow.
It's very interesting that the I just want to point out that Hyperion's blast can actually penetrate through enemies. So if they are all standing together, you should throw that out there. You're going to get a lot of value from hitting so many enemies and do roughly about 3 damage. Oh, wow. See it. Yeah, just love to see it. You got Nostalgia just trying to just find a fight, full health. Abilities are the health regeneration's on cooldown, but it doesn't put them in a position where they can't do some damage. And you got one trick Tony Toon, he does it just flying straight over.
That is still though.
Love to see it.
Two quarters down.
Taking the first point.
Yes, sirree, and here comes half. Yes, they did. Sotoras Esports is going to be able to try, actually going to be able to secure this, all of it, just now, as, TKG, Dynasty just wants to position themselves going into key points. But unfortunately enough, though, Keiichi was able to, push through, allowing Sotoras Esports to buy themselves some enough time to, prevent themselves from getting stuck up into the choke point.
You're right, and I was seeing it all happen in front of me as well, and I love to know that, again, you only need 3 people to capture a point. After that, the 4th and the 5th and the 6th don't speed up the timer anymore. So seeing that the 3 others decided to just, there's no reason for us to just stand out in front and wait and let the enemy team set up.
Right.
Let's see if we can push some and create some space and have some momentum. Sadly, that momentum was denied. And TEKKA Dynasty has reset Sotoras Esports back to the beginning, so they will now have to group up, but in a very dangerous positioning because that
on the
bridge,
choke point as well.
That bridge makes you very vulnerable from behind. But
Oh, look at that!
They're starting to push in, but here comes the turn A ultimate, and you know that that's what they do. This is we've seen it 1,000 times. The team wipe, the emotes. Here it is. Turn A Gundam.
That is why we don't want to see any turn A Gundam with G maneuvers, because that will happen.
Now the beautiful thing about that though is there's more than enough time for them to do that again. You get the results coming out. L Ryder says, it's not over, my time is now. And at the same time, TEKKA Dynasty can cascade their ultimate. So every single time Sotoras shows up, and this so far, it's what's happening since that turning ult went out. Every time Sotoras comes out to try and push, TEKKA Dynasty is using an ultimate and saying, "You shall not pass."
See, that's the thing, right? I'm not sure if you actually noticed, but the Hades system as well, coming in from that of the Pale Rider from Infestor, was able to get down 4 down. Yeah. Beautiful stuff coming in from Infestor. So that's the thing. They don't have to. They don't just have to worry about the turn A, but they also have to worry about that Hades system coming in from that of the Pale Rider. But with that being said, though, 5 people are now down trying to take over a B point half right now. Oh, beautiful contest, but only a quarter left.
Trickling in.
Only a quarter left.
Those ults were huge, just giving the ability to push people off the point, which Ash does very well. And then Hyperion ult grabbing at least 2 people. That was wonderful. You know what? TEKKA Dynasty says, okay, you got us. You made some space. You got a little further. But hey, guys, this is our map. We are on defense, and we need you to go back home.
Right. Look at this though, Nostalgia going in for a different unit now, no longer the
heavy arms, yeah,
the heavy arms now, going in with a 31%, obviously going to have some reset in terms of the key maneuver charges.
I really just want to also point out that there's the flip, we love to see it, but just that Nostalgia was able to get, they were basically on fire for a moment right there on that heavy arms. And it's cool to just know that if you are a person who can use and just skilled with so many different units, hey, you can make, you can make a potato look like gold.
Right, but here you go, 79.5%. This is going to be a very huge one here for TKD to catch up on later on in the round. But with that being said,
they're pushed in. Look at them.
TEKKA and Besser. Royal Batman from Sotoras Esports actually has access to Hades system right now, and 3 of them actually does have access to G maneuver.
This does look like Sotoras Esports game, saying they have so many. There's the one G maneuver. I felt like that was a bait. Hey, listen, your guy's down. You're gonna revive him. Let me hit you with this real quick. Garmazabi moving in on the point, has no health.
That's
Finally
it.
was able to get a little bit of it up.
That was quick.
That was very fast.
That was very fast.
Very good. Very good. Very nice. You know, again, it's one of those things where you don't need but so many people on the point. The objective starts moving a lot faster when you at least have a minimum of 2 on that point. But wow, look at that.
Man, it's quite a beautiful turnaround as well, especially that one of the teams here that is most favored to win is definitely going to be TEKKA Dynasty, and Sotoras Esports taking the first round against TKD is that's gonna hurt a lot. That's gonna leave a mark, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
Man, but again, this is the upper bracket finals. Both of these teams were able to get back here. It wasn't easy for them to get here, and they are definitely getting challenged right now from within each other. And with that being said, TKD, the question is, would they be able to bring this up, into our round number 3 overtime, or this might be a huge upset win for Sotoras Sotoras Esports. Yeah.
It's
gaming all
it's,
day, dude.
I think it's very interesting because when you have teams this good, it just feels like a coin flip. For whatever it may be, both teams are extremely skilled in how to operate their mobile suits. They have preferences, they have strengths, they have weaknesses. They know how to cover each other's weaknesses, which is the most important part about playing on a team. You can just look at their positioning already. You just see Sotoras Esports running heavy lifting units. They have new Gundam. They have Hyperion. Hyperion's a phenomenally great choice if you want to play aggressive and maybe you're a Pale Rider player. And again, it's just they have to take up space and continue to keep their momentum along the way. Look, both teams just wiping each other. You see what I mean? Like, look, just the kill feed is going crazy. Both teams literally just taking each other out. It's like everyone's just winning their skirmish or they're winning their fight.
Right.
At the end of the day, Sotoras Esports does need to just make sure
to get in.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that they don't let TEKKA Dynasty through the field. Yeah, look at that. TEKKA just lining up.
For sure.
But I want to point out that health pack there on the bottom right-hand corner is very important because it's actually a 3-pack. It heals you back up to full. The health pack in front, it just gives you like a couple of health, not too much, just enough to like fill that gap. But you can own that space with the bigger health pack. That really helps your team from falling back too far.
That's going to be 4 down, though, for Sotoras Esports, allowing TKD, TEKKA Dynasty, to secure a point. And as we have seen time and time again, if the other team, if the attacker team gets a little bit of, advantage over here, right, on point A in Arbor City, all they want to do now then is just position themselves into that other choke point just to prevent the attackers from coming in.
There it is. They have a lot of time on the clock with 4 minutes left on that clock. TEKKA Dynasty it looks like you can see it now. They're basically just kind of like grouping together. I love these overhead shots because we can learn so much about the team positioning and figure out what looks like their next plan of action is going to be. Especially because you'll see a lot of Sazabi and Hyperion, but it looks like, they're moving in. TEKKA Dynasty found some opening and they're just like, you know what, let's just go in there. Let's throw ourselves against this movable object. I see the Hyperion team kill though. I saw the Hyperion's shoulder ability come down, and it's just like you never know. Is that an ultimate? Is that an ability? In the moment, you're just like, what are they about to do? Especially when you're on the enemy team and you can't see the G maneuver of your opponent.
that being said, though, I love the great wall that Sotoras Esports has pulled up here against CKD. CKD almost have nothing to do against Sotoras Esports' defense.
I'm missing a lot of shots there, but you know, those funnels can definitely make up for a lot of the damage you miss, just because you have to exert some form of boost to kind of get away from them. But again, with 3 minutes left on the clock and point B being the objective for TEKKA Dynasty, you know, if their strategy right now is, okay, if we wipe, let's group up and try it again. If we wipe, let's group up and try it again until some ultimates start coming out. Definitely want to see that Hyperion all come out and spear everyone. Just as many people as they can, specifically because it's so long. Taking out at least 5 people on the enemy team. Pale Rider taken out in mid-ult. You know what needs to happen now? Sotoras just needs to at least try and figure out, just like, okay, wow, we stood our ground. Like, you know, like, what? How can we make
Snore was no, yeah, for sure. But here we go. 2 more minutes and a half left here for CKD to actually answer. But you know, Sotoras Esports has been, you know, just deflecting them away, just pulling them away, you know, for the last 2 minutes.
Zabi trying to make some space here. Really trying to stay alive, but you know, it's really hard when that Hyperion bubble is out, negating a lot of that damage. Ooh! We get a revive. Oh, so close, but Dalmaz are all. I know they need. If you know, I know they need to continue this momentum. They don't have a full squad up with them, but you see, you know, Garma just trying to figure out, like, okay, how can I recover the space? How can we make sure? How can we make ourselves look bigger than we really are? Since we have a couple of people down right now, just so we don't get overrun by TEKKA Dynasty. A minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be really, really close.
Man, is this going to be an upset win, or will finally TKD, TEKKA Dynasty, be able to push through? As it is right now, Sotoras Esports rather, is going to, you know, put up some walls here that TKD cannot dismantle whatever they do.
There's the
1 minute left.
Yep, that's the 1 minute timer. You know, a lot of players usually get that extra inspiration when there's 60 seconds on the clock. It feels like all of that time.
What are you, an anime-made character?
Everyone that plays Gundam Evolution is an anime protagonist. And look, Hawklight knows where they stand. Using that ultimate, making some space, just making their way to try and hit everyone, especially since that ult does about 300 damage flat, everyone that it hits.
Oh yeah, here you go. CKD, unfortunately, still not able to catch in. Sotoras Esports. 30 seconds left before the first game to be taken by them.
Take some time to recover, but there it is. TEKKA Dynasty just trying to just spearing their way into victory. If anything, I'd assume that Hyperion is just trying to fly their way up to the point, and it looks like they dropped. Oh no!
Just like
anyone can sneak behind and into that point, now would be a beautiful time. And it looks like a couple of them have tried to do that. We at least have one person, 2 people on the point right now. Like I said, sometimes you just need that last second motivation.
Oh no, man!
What a great match! What a phenomenal match! Whew.
It's just it, ladies and gentlemen, all pilots alive. Sotoras Esports taking in the first game of this match. Beautiful stuff and a beautiful upset win against TEKKA Dynasty.
You know, my favorite part about that was when Hawklight Dom said, "I am not a passenger, I am a main character," and just charged right in. It's like, you know, we couldn't even see if there's anyone behind him. They just said, "I am not a spectator. This is my game," you know, and it's, you know, we were all rooting on, you know, just to see if, like, yeah, this is it. This looks like the winning play. This looks like the play that will get your team. You hit one person, hit your second, you hit your third. That's 300, 300, 300, 300. But, you know, there are times when you hear that screaming Nimbus and you just move right out of the way. You're like,
Man. But yeah, you know, we're going to be setting up the next game as well. You know, still TEKKA Dynasty versus Sotoras Esports. And man, Sotoras Esports is just one more win away
They know what they
from
want.
getting in of our grand finals. So if that happens, then TEKKA Dynasty will have to crawl back up. But otherwise, we'll be heading into game number 3 if they do win. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Your goal is to
Yes,
capture the
sirree. Here we go.
mission
Gonna starting in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen, into the upper bracket finals, round 2. Well, you know, we have to say game number 2. TKD versus Sotoras Esports. TKD.
Is that heavy arms?
It is heavy arms, you know.
All right.
If they want to still be up onto the upper bracket final, into the upper bracket in general, they need to win now, and they need to win now.
There's going to be a big skirmish because point B being the first point just means that we're going to get non-stop action for the next just a few seconds. I mean, it's such a cluster of just damage coming out, especially when you have a Barb that knows what they're doing and has a target in front of them. Definitely trying to take out that heavy arms. Go to the kill feed. They did just that. Barb shines on this map. Has a mace, has a plan, has a stun. You know, Barb's the man.
Definitely Barb's the man. The Barbie is the man. Yeah, the funnels is here though. coming in from that the amazing.
I just want to call out real quick that TEKKA Dynasty for a moment was trying to take B, and then Sotoras has taken it back.
Yeah.
And then Sotoras has captured it entirely. So there was a good amount of time where B was open and available, but the teams just were both competing over it. I'm really confident though that, you know, again with Royal Fat Man using Zaku range on this map, his ult up is using it, and that's what that's what he does. That's what he does. Once it's up and
so
it's
quick as well.
Hey, it's time to just create some havoc, and you'd love to see it because why hold it? Why wait?
And that was so quick as well for it to actually charge up. But Nostalgia though, flipping down, flipping burgers, going to
Feel
be
bad for
able
them though,
to
because I think
knock.
they were really just trying to get into the little cubby up top.
Right.
It's a sweet spot and a great way as a heavy arms player to just go, you know what? I don't think I need to be in this fight. Let me do it.
Man, Nostalgia though still doesn't have any access to its G maneuvers, but Diggles though does have it.
Diggles is looking for an opportunity. His health's going down. 98, just 62, 8. Trying to just get out of there. You know, keep an eye on the kill feed into the top right. If you see there, oh man, but so far no. With point B being the next objective and everyone just fighting around C right now. I mean, you know, TEKKA Dynasty is holding it and owning it, but they're slowly losing players on their side. They need some reinforcements in order to really hold this map, hold this point.
Wow, Nostalgia though almost taken. Actually, everyone actually is taken down. And look at that, Sotoras Esports almost taking down TEKKA Dynasty, taking down 4 in the process.
You know, it's a hard spot to be in right now as TEKKA Dynasty because you want to capture the current objective, but in all reality, you know, it's like, okay, how long are we capturing it for? Are we just capturing it for like 10 seconds, 10 points? Or should we just be better off preparing for point B? Which it honestly looks like they're doing. You know, they didn't really decide to waste manpower. They said, you know what, we'll give them this point. We'll just, you know, put ourselves in a position where we're you know, stationed together to get B. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing.
And they're not, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They didn't even, like, made use of their G maneuvers as well.
There's their first pick. There's their second pick. Their third
they
pick.
went to the B point.
Yeah, they got 3 picks. TEKKA Dynasty just knows they need to get B. And some teams are actually really strong with holding B. I've seen it myself where A and C are just dominated by the opposing team, but there's one team, you know, that's just B is ours. We can do this. We have the manpower, we have the units, we have the line of sight, and it's great because of this choke point, you know, Sotoras really just doesn't want to get caught waiting at that little choke point spawn area right here. And with their Dom just coming through, and with their Dom coming through and just making space, saying, no, we're not going to just let us, you know, we're not going to let you funnel us here. We're going to just push right through. It was a valiant attempt, but it was an attempt.
It is definitely, but here you go. TEKKA Dynasty still trying to get as much charges over. Okay. 13 seconds to 71. You're changing up to A right now.
Has another ult again. Boon Dingles has another. It's funny, every time I look at Royal Fat Man and Boon, I just see G maneuver. I see a G maneuver next to the name, but don't count out TEKKA Dynasty because they at least have 3 units with a G maneuver hot and ready to go. The Pale Rider, the Unicorn, and what looks like to be the Hyperion. I'm sorry, the new Gundam. All are ready to just, you know, either just create an opening or take up some space.
No, yeah, for sure. But here you go, though. TEKKA Dynasty is still not out of the playing field, but look at that. That is the big question. A robot here with a G maneuver as well, going to be able to do damage, but unfortunately, that very beautiful
last shot.
Beautiful placement, though. Just getting in those damages.
It's interesting because sometimes, as long as you know where the enemy is going to come from, you know where to shoot.
Right.
You know, sometimes it's not even about shooting the enemy directly. It's about shooting the area that they're going to be occupying. And if you know that they're going to try and take an objective, and you know they're always going to try and come through either the right-hand side, you can preemptively shoot there, and they'll just run right into it.
No, yeah, for sure. But here you go, though. TEKKA Dynasty, are they going to be able to take into the first round of this match? 97, 98, 99. Overtime is going to be the play of the game here. There's still
Ultimate's coming out, though. Sotoras
41% for
Esports knows.
Sotoras.
They know it's now or never for them, but at the same time, there's still another game right after this one. We're still in the round after this, so you know whatever they can't do in round 1, they can do in round 2 and in round 3. But it really sets a tone if you can win both rounds back to back.
That is true. But here you go. Sotoras Esports. 78 right now is their charge. Okay.
Sotoras is still holding it. Now again, these comebacks are beautiful. What I love about TEKKA Dynasty is they decided to go around to the C side to engage across B into A, just so that they can be fighting on the high ground equally. Ultimates are getting charged. We do have an ultimate with heavy arms here. He just needs a little bit of health to make sure that he can flip in and do what he does and live through it, because he is not invulnerable. There goes an ult. Does get a pick.
Wow. Wow.
It's 2.
But Digis, though.
Heavy out yet with 11 health withdrawing from the fight, leaving your team to pick up the pieces. Is it enough? 99 on both sides?
99. Oh, Sotoras. Oh, that was very close, though. Oh, my goodness. Would TEKKA Dynasty be able to contest this? You know, take this one away from
right now
Sotoras
with full
Esports?
health.
Yes. Oh, no. Sotoras Esports going to be able to take the first round from TEKKA Dynasty. This is very close. I think, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if so suddenly we actually found out that this is actually the grand finals.
Well, I mean, you know, it's funny. We were talking about it during the break. It's one of those things where at some point when you've played enough of this game, you don't need, you know, new type is a rank that you get that means that you can predict your opponent. You know what's going on. Your extra senses are awakened. You can predict a few seconds into the future. I think by this point, all of these players just have unlocked this form of new type ability in their senses, and they're showing us what it looks like, you know. And it's great because, hey, this is Gundam Evolution. You know, if you're not new type, then you're nothing.
Gundam Evolution. Well, I'd rather be a seed bearer than a new type. You know.
No. But I do know that this match is kicking off.
Can we just start the conversation?
Both teams are clashing in on each other.
Going back into this.
Yeah.
Sotoras Gaming. Sotoras Esports only needs one more round against TEKKA Dynasty.
There's that Barv. Mr. Boone Dingle's looking for someone to dingle for sure.
Oh, look at that. Sotoras Gaming. I keep on saying gaming. Sotoras Esports is Sotoras. Sotoras is going to be able to take down, you know, the 8 point.
I really just want to point out the amount of defense that TEKKA Dynasty has in being able to prevent Sotoras from actually trying to spawn kill them. Because, you know, there's that feeling when you're doing so well and you have so much momentum against the enemy team, and you're just like, I'm just going to keep pushing them back into their base.
Right.
But, no, it's just, TEKKA Dynasty is just trying right now to just find an opportunity to breathe. Because Sotoras Esports, it's just, they have point A, they have it for up until 46 points, 46%, and they don't look like they're giving it up at any time soon because they're already setting up for B. Look at them. They have the high ground.
Wow.
TEKKA Dynasty's gone in. But you know what I really want to point out? This Royal Fat Man, once again, just going in from above and just trying to just find picks and ways to flame.
Nostalgia actually flipping burgers once again just to evade the Barbatos.
Royal Fat Man got the kill. You see that there? He was able to take one out. Granted, he wasn't able to finish it. He's back in it again. Look at that. Wow. Just look. Look at the angst, the energy, the stamina that this player has. Royal Fat Man is just not quitting. They said, this is obvious, going to die by my hand.
But here you go, though. TEKKA Dynasty still doesn't have any points at all. The B point is now open, and Sotoras is going to be able to be the one to take it as well.
The level of ferocity that Sotoras is just playing with today, which is uncanny. We've seen TEKKA Dynasty all day today do a phenomenal job with just being on defense, having great momentum on attack, but it looks like this makes them look like they are actually sweating today. Like a god can bleed.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, since round number 1, we have been seeing them bleed. You know? So...
But it's not over yet, you know? It's not over.
Yeah,
it can be anyone's game.
Yeah.
But right now, with Sotoras Esports sitting with 66%, TEKKA Dynasty knows that they have just a few options left. There are but so many points every match of Mountain R&D. With 3 minutes remaining, you have a situation where we need to make our stand. And if they don't do it now, they will never get the opportunity to, with this being round 2.
Right. But here's the thing, though. Sotoras, most of them does have their G moves as well, so they are ready to pop it off anytime soon for them to be able to take in a checkpoint and possibly onto the overtime as well.
There goes Boone using the ult and getting out of that, and she's looking for another fight immediately. The coolest thing about Gundam Evolution is your health regenerates over time, so you don't always need a healer on your team. You don't always need a health pack. Sometimes you just need to get disengaged from the fight long enough, but it looks like Boone is trying to get just going after this Pale. Oh, man. Sadly, Boone pales in comparison. It looks like it's not over for the Riders. Ults are coming out.
Oh, here comes the plot twist, and there you go. They're gonna be able to take down Snore Boss Man as well. But 1-for-1, Hawklight's gonna be taken out as well. But for the second one, Garmazabi and Asor are gonna be taken out.
Not over yet. TEKKA Dynasty is just really trying to make sure that they milk this point for as long as they possibly can, which they definitely are. With 47% in climbing, they're going to get a maximum of about 50% on this point where the objective changes to B. Now it's going to unlock in about 25 seconds. A lot of us really want to try to conserve our ultimates around this point because you really want to use it when the point is open and available, just so that you can give your team the opportunity to hold that point, milk those points, because honestly, that's the point.
Cyber, I don't have anything to say to that.
There it is. Well, that's okay because we're here for actions, not about words. TEKKA Dynasty has taken the point and has also taken some G maneuvers from a robot. More of them are starting to come out because Taurus knows that they need to capture this objective. It is very important. With them sitting at 84%, they could possibly close it out, which they're taking. There it is. This is beautiful. If Sotoras is able to hold this point with 87%, this is the final point. That is why we do not see any more numbers underneath B. Listen, if they take this, it's just wow.
Are they going to be able to?
No, robot sneaking in.
Question.
Now sneaking
no,
they
got
taken out
seen.
Hawklight here too. Get back on that point, Hawklight. Hawklight does. Beautiful. TEKKA and Dark Infest. TEKKA Dark Infester is there as well. Just trying to make sure that it stays there. 70%. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I want a round 3. I want a round 3. You got these guys hanging in their base. They're all going to group up and go together. I want a round 3 because you know it's going to be phenomenal.
Yes, sirree.
We want a round 3.
A best of
Ultimates are coming out. These players know what they want to do.
Game number 3, but here comes, okay, one punch, but unfortunately not going to be enough though. But that is going to be almost a team. Oh no, the
Taurus is taking back the point, 99%, closing it out. Taurus Esports.
A team wipe as well against TKD, and TKD nonetheless. And with that being said, there is the upset win against TKD as Sotoras Esports. I finally got it right. Sotoras Esports is going to be the one proceeding to our grand finals of being the first one right there as they wait for their opponents.
Just give me a second as I catch my breath here.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Whoa.
For sure.
Did you?
It was breathtaking. It was very very close. It was intense. It was there's literally nothing else that can describe that game. And as I have mentioned earlier as well, it was a game worthy of a grand finals, especially with its narrative.
You know, this is why we do this. This is why we play. This is why we show up. This is why we train. This is why we work together. This is why we just have this unbreakable bond of being able to present ourselves to the world in Gundam Evolution. This is why we do what we do. That's why we're here. That's why we show up. Sotoras Esports, you knew what you needed to do today.
Right.
And it was beautiful. TEKKA Dynasty.
It was beautiful.
You know what you need to do. And we were so happy to see
back.
the journey between these two players. And again, it's just, it's you can't make this narrative up in any other game. It's just, this is Gundam Evolution at its finest. And we love it. We love it. It's so good. I just want to point out, those ultimates from Royal Fat Man in there. Just, anytime you looked at their G maneuver percentage, they were about to do something, and they never held it. Anytime that ult was up, they were in front of someone and they were ready to use it. That type of conviction is just what you want on your team, and I loved every single second of it.
No, yeah, that is definitely true. And speaking of maneuvering, we will be maneuvering this stream on a break in just a bit as we prepare our lower bracket finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Take your drinks, take your snacks, and charge up your G maneuvers as well as we do. So, when we get back into games, you will be ready. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
And it looks like it is going to go off a little bit more upstairs, just to block a line of sight. But that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot.
So going into the grand final against TEKKA, we were feeling very confident, especially after we saw the map picks. The map picks we felt were definitely in our favor. We have a bad track record, let's say, against good Barbados players, so we knew that just because of the way we were playing at the time, we were going to have to focus Gasman. And they had Nox at the time, which is now on he's now on our team, but he was obviously an incredibly strong Exia, like top 1, top 2 Exia in the game. 2 of the best melee players in the game on one team against our team, which is legendarily awful at dealing with melee. We definitely had to be very careful.
But here we go. We are going to see the team comps. We're going to see the gun tank coming out of Team Mafty. There's no way they trolled. No, they got me. They got me there. And we need somebody to get on point right now. But David holding this forward position says, you cannot get past me. You cannot even attempt this. And that looks like that's going to be round 1 with a nearly full hold.
5 seconds. Someone needs to touch, but they are not there in time. Finally, trying to go for that defuse, but they get interrupted. Arrow will put a stop to that one.
We obviously felt strong after beating TEKKA on the first map, but we always try to keep the mindset of the series is still going on. They can still come back and win, so we still have to play strong. Going into thermal plants against TEKKA, we obviously have very different team compositions. They're running double melee, and they have very good melee players, and we're running no melee. But we decided that we were going to try to run Zaku 2 ranged, which I think this was the first time in a long time any team ran Zaku 2 ranged on any map, and we decided to put Profi on it. Ended up working very well. You'll see in the last fight of the game, we knew we were up alt charge, so we had to make sure we kept track of that throughout this entire match.
Team TEKKA Dynasty going down. Nox is going to avoid dash for a little bit, but you need to be there to step on point, and that is probably going to be the round here for Team Mafty. Then the rest of that, they were in point 8. What was that?
It's going to be a Sazabi versus Sazabi exchange, but you can see focus without having to contend with another Ashmar. He has complete aerial supremacy for his squad, and so
seconds left or 5% left. I don't know if anybody can get back in time. The screaming missiles might go completely unused, and it looks like nobody will be back in time.
With them securing a early waypoint and bomb plant against us, this point in particular is one of those points where you really have to focus on just grouping up, don't freak out, don't get picked while you're grouping back up, and just sort of push back in, get your kills first, and then defuse. That's what our team did here.
Yeah, they are very close to the energy cable, but they end up losing out on Gasman. That's one more pick, too, as a robot ends up falling here. Mafty like to take their time to clear out their angles before they go for this, but here it is. Arrow coming back. He will ultimately go down. Nox picks up 2, but he should be going down.
We finally managed to get a plant here, and we just sort of had to pull back, buy time, play within the door, make sure we don't get picked. That's the biggest thing.
Again, they're trying their best to body block for it, and the Suzabi might give his life for it. They do end up getting it down once again on...
And it looks like it is going to go off a little bit more upstairs just to block a line of sight, but that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot, and Mafty will sweep the grand finals.
I don't think we dropped a single map through the entire tournament. I think we won it 9-0. As always, though, we're never satisfied, and that's what I think separates us from some teams. Even in a great performance, we try to hammer out some things. We don't get complacent with our performances.
Can you feel that?
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, isn't that trailer so hype? Heavy arms and gun take. It's so good.
Cyber, I'm pretty sure I heard differently
What?
before we get.
He's talking about Melee Zaku, but we don't have to talk. Y'all know how I feel about. Don't worry about that. Welcome back, everybody. 2023's Breakout series. We're so happy to have your time, your attention. We're so glad to have you here. JJ, you have been holding it down all day with me, and I am very happy to have you here. Just because this is like the middle ground now, right? We got like 3 matches to go.
Right.
It's just that last. I'm gonna say this: that last match got me so pumped. I was doing bicep curls, bicep curls in between, and like everyone's getting ready, drinking water. I'm over like, that was a good match.
Man, just trying to put that adrenaline rush, right? Still cooking, basically.
Yeah, they are cooking. They're really cooking in there. Man,
Well,
this match is just so good today. But this is Gundam Evolution at its highest form. As someone who plays it just like every day, I love the game and playing it since beta. It's been such a phenomenal transition to see
Right.
We went from derping around and not really sure what to do to like, is everyone like listening to Sun Tzu Art of War? Like, what are these strategies and these gameplays? And everyone's an anime protagonist in Gundam Evolution, and you love to see it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with their favorite units as well being used, going into the game. Which by the way, Bantai, my favorite unit is still not here. It's the Freedom Gundam, by the way. So thank you very much. They just want to win with their most comfortable and favorite units as well. And this, Gundam Evolution just gives them the freedom to actually choose to do so. So please put freedom.
Well, I will say this, when it comes to freedom, not for you, Harbor City, you are banned. So we will not be seeing Harbor City, we will not be seeing Underground Command Center either, but we will be seeing Mountain R&D, we will be seeing
again,
thermal
and thermal
plants. Oh, I love the music on Thermal Plant. It gets me pumped. Quarry is for another day, along with
the justice that they are giving, on Thermoplant and Mountain RNG Lab is just phenomenal right now, especially at this stage of the tournament. This is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing Thermoplant as well. But at the same time, the Providence from Colony Trading Post, which does have a lot of forbidden duels, that will happen. But that is only an if and only if we get into that game number 3 for Sportland, Burnsiders and the Burnsiders and Goo Gang.
So, as a reminder, everyone, if you if you can't make the entire cast, we understand. You can follow and find all of the content that you see here on our YouTube. You can also follow us on Twitch. You can follow us on Instagram. I think we're working on Snapchat and only Gundam, but hold off. We don't know yet. For some core action. But definitely, hit us up on those socials, and you can keep your ear to the ground with a lot of these players as well. You can find us on Twitch.
Exclamation point socials. Exclamation point socials, so that you can get a glimpse of all of our socials, down in the comments for Twitch. And as the name suggests, for this tournament, it is the final strike. So please put just strike line in Gundam Evo now. Thank you very much. But as we are now getting in on our game, it is Goo Gang versus Burnsiders.
Portland
Burnsiders. We're just gonna be setting it up, and we'll be right back with hopefully the freedom and the game. Going into the game, and we'll see you in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back.
But if you do go somewhere, follow our socials. Go there.
Okay, Cypher. But that'll be a good addition to Evolution, though. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and all pilots alike.
Do you see that?
Hero is back, but
Do you
the
see?
question is, would Portland Burnsiders or Goo Gang gonna take this one up for their revenge for the grand finals?
Is that Mahiru? Mahiru? Is that Mahiru? It is.
My Hero Academy. No.
All right.
No,
Burnsiders and Goo Gang ready to throw down on Mountain R&D, and the fire is hot, and the heavy is here. It looks like we got just Goo Gang just trying to take a high ground, and Portland Burnsiders just meeting them up there. 2 picks already against Goo Gang, with seems like another one going out, and Portland Burnsiders definitely put themselves in a position to take Objective A.
Right, and there you go. Very beautiful stuff here. You know, again, yeah, they might have lost against TEKKA Dynasty, and of course, what call this with Sotoras Esports respectively. But it doesn't mean that they are not going to be able to give us some action. But look at that right now. Guess the sun is going to be 3 down in favor of 1. You know, in favor of Portland Burnsiders.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Lacrum just knows, just through their gameplay. Also, we got a melee Zaku. All right, let's go. I just want to point out that Lacrum looks like they really have a good handling on how to use New Gundam. They go in, they get out when their health is low, and they know when is a good time to use those funnels to get the maximum amount of damage out of them. So it's especially securing a destruction against the enemy so that they can't be revived.
Oh yeah, but here you go. It's going to be changing up in just a bit, you know, and here we go. Portland getting in that 47, I believe, is the maximum as well, right? The maximum amount of like points that one can get in a capture point.
13 to 12 seconds before C unlocks, and you know, right now with Portland Burnsiders owning about 46%, it's just one of those things where Goo Gang really needs to get their goo together and make sure that they spread themselves over C.
Oh, here you go.
We got an overhead shot. It looks like we got Jim.
Oh, there you go.
There's Jim all just sitting out there. Nice revive there from Portland Burnsiders. Dr. Doggo playing Hyperion, just trying to just trying to like peek over the hill and see if they can do something, but they end up getting taken out. It just looked like they were caught in a crossfire there, especially with Lacrum and the enemy team just trying to keep them away from the point. Oh, there's the Hades
system. There we go.
Not much value,
Oh. See, that's one thing, right? That I kind of like don't like about the game, though, as well. So like, if you activate your G maneuver and you're not able to like actually use it, you just lose all of your charges.
Hey, listen.
And
grow up.
Okay.
Grow up, okay?
I'm sorry. I thought skill issue, by the way.
Grow up.
Skill issue. But you know that also puts in a lot of like a timing as well. So what is they just need to put that up in the right timing, and if you use it at the bad timing, you're just gonna wasting it up, and you just have to charge it up once.
Oh, this
again.
Zaku melee is hot. He's going in. He's
melee
spinning. He's looking for his next target. Another. There's no one really around, but it did help in the movement. And I just want to point out, sometimes if you at least take out 1 or 2 people, that can be just enough. Maybe you hit a third, you build some range, you reposition yourself over a health pack. So there's a lot of maneuverability you can gain from using Zaku Melee's ult, even if you only took out 1 person in the process.
Wow. And here you go, though. Goo Gang, 44%. Still having a hard time.
Oh, look at that ult. Yeah, there we go.
Here we go. Zaku 2 range.
B will be unlocking in about 7 seconds. Again, with having Gang just holding on to this point as long as they have, they put themselves in a position where they can contend against Portland Burnsiders. Also, fun fact here,
Wow.
that is a phenomenal idea, because at the end of the day, these abilities go through walls. So if you know the enemy team, oh look at that, right there. If you know the enemy team is right above, beautiful, that Molly was clearing them out. If you know the enemy team is right above you, you can use that opportunity to just collect some ultimate charge if you need to, and maybe do some damage. You never know, you might actually get a kill.
And just like what they did as well, Gym 2 does have, you know, Gym 2 now have access to its G maneuver as well. Unfortunately, you know, they're going to be changing up their units, so they're going to have to charge up once again. But here comes the Screaming Nimbus. Going to be able to hit anyone.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, never mind. Got one. Got one.
A flat 300 damage. This is a reminder that's literally 303 damage per hit.
That's true. That is true. But here you go. Hellovers. Full
Hyperion just keeping the team together. Love to see it.
Okay, 80%. Goo Gang was able to put that up. Kridnar though. Kridnar does have access to its G maneuver. Still not using it though. Are they going to use it this time around? I think this is the right time to use it, you know? Yeah. I think this is the right time to pull up all the G maneuvers just so that you can like secure, you know, your points. But here you go. It doesn't matter right now. Not
Orbit.
yet. Not
Orbit's
quite.
just trying to create some space and kill some people in the process. It looks like they were able to do that with Portland Burnsiders taking control of the point. Goo Gang at 99.9%. I got 99 problems, but this point is won. Hopefully, they can come back in and reclaim this objective. If they can't, they're going to have to do it again in the next round.
Oh, here comes the punch.
So good. Oh, this is just, you know, Crumb just sitting down looking for someone to pick him up. Sadly, that's not going to happen. It's very hard right now for Goo Gang to get everything back together, but it looks like they're trying their best. This Pale Rider alt going out. But
oh, that's it.
Oh, no, you think, right? The Melee Zaku was holding on point for just a second, using the invulnerability.
Just standing there menacingly. There you go, definitely.
Dream. Looks every time we think it's over, it's not. The enemy team is trickling back into point from above over B, which is really nice because you can use that momentum to fall down into. But it looks like there is a lot of blue on this point.
Oh, 3 down, unfortunately for them. Goo Gamers. You know, Portland Burnsiders going to be taking in the first game.
You know, the Goo Gang they're Goo Gamers. You're right. You're right, they are.
Yeah. They just need to put in the, you know, they need to put in the gooiness of the map, you know, for themselves and capture it.
Are we still talking about the same thing?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. No worries. Yes, we are.
I really do want to point out that if you look at Blessed at playing just as well as they are, they sit at 23,000 damage. With Madian, you know, just sitting right up with 20, and then Kyle right after at 19. You know, it's just there's so many opportunities to do damage on this map, and it's just they're taking them. You know, these skirmishes are happening. These little proxy fights are going on. People are taking out others that are low on health. I just love the map awareness was so good. Everyone knows their role. They're, you know, just putting everything they can into capturing these objectives. And once again, we're going to see some more of that right now.
Coilovers, though, at 25k damage. I think we're going to be seeing more of that later on in the game. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Coilovers going to take down already. Orbit's kind of out in orbit right there. It was just in the middle of the enemy team. Sadly, did not make it out. But, you know, hey, it looks like this is Guntank's time. I love Guntank. Big fan. Never misses. Hits 100% of their shots as long as they're in sight. There's the slam knocking them up. You can do that because that momentum is very heavy with Guntank. And as long as that heat is low, they can keep it up, which they did. Whew, Guntank. Woo.
Here you go. Overhead once again. PB trying to get in, but Goo Gamers really putting up a fight here, not allowing PB to get in any way at all.
It's good gang. They know. I think they listened to the comms right after the match, and they were just like, "Hey, we had a lot of opportunities in that last match. You know, we need to take advantage of these moments that we get, create momentum because Portland Burnsiders they're bringing it today." I love that everyone just falling back over into the point. Gang starting out very strong, pretty much taking just about as many points as they can from this objective here. Transitioning over to B now and locking in about 28 seconds. You got Barb just swinging at anyone that's in front of him. You know, it's hard to group up and not stagger when everyone's just being taken out at random times.
Oh yeah, for sure. But here you go. All the points is still into the side of Blue Gamers as PB. The Portland Burnsiders still doesn't have any singular point. There we go. Are we going to be getting into game number 3? I think it's highly possible.
It's highly possible. You know, it's one of those situations right now where when you look at the placement of everyone and the way the match is going, I think Goo Gang really was just like, you know, we need to win this next round. You know, we just can't get eliminated like this. We've come this far. We fought this hard. Let's just, you know, we need a Barb for execute. Let's get gun tanks. Because here's the interesting thing about gun tank on this round, on maps like this, right? Everyone is doing so much damage to everyone. It is very easy and very possible to just eliminate 2 or 3 people at a time. Well, look at this. This is Mahiru Gaming right here. It's very easy to eliminate 2 or 3 people at one time just because you got 3 people at 20% health. And it doesn't take very much. They just need constant line of sight.
Here we go though. 5 seconds for them to switch back into the B point. But likewise, you know, they are
Yeah, we're at C now.
They're already at the B
unlocking
point.
20.
Okay.
And it's very interesting too because I see that the gun tank's holding on to their ult. The one thing about that was a good one from it looks like that was from Gundam, but the thing about gun tank is you're gonna charge ult so fast, and here it is. Here it's gonna go out right now. Value, wonderful.
Ooh.
You took 2 out, perfect. The best thing to do now is go follow up because if you look at that kill feed, if they get 2 revives, well, all you did was just waste their time. But it looks like that didn't happen.
That's true.
Yeah.
And as you have mentioned, you know, GG now is buying some time for their teams as they were able to secure the C point and I think going to be able to secure A point as well.
Yeah.
Going to potentially be, you know, our first game 3 of the day as most of the games have been.
They know they need to get it. And that's... oh no, I believe it's just like one person that's holding the point up right now. And if that one person is Barb, sometimes it can be a hard fight. But it looks like, yeah, Portland Burnsiders is starting to trickle over, but there's not enough of them alive to keep it going. This round 2 goes to Goo Gang. Gang.
This is our first time. The first time that we're going to get game number 3 in a match, and it's happening on the lower bracket semifinals.
With, might I point out, gun tank on the team. And again, it's
That's
I just
true.
want to speak to as seeing and experiencing it. When there's so many ults going out and so much random damage, it's very satisfying to play gun tank, hit multiple units at one time, and look at the kill feed and go, "Oh, I just got 3 kills." You know, or even when it comes to using the ultimate, gun tank is able to charge so much ult on maps like this because everyone is so close together. You're going to hit you're at least going to hit a minimum of 2 people, no matter what angle you're pointing at, especially if you have the high ground. And so you don't really want to hold on to that ult. Just keep them out. Just keep throwing these ults out like hotcakes. You know, sometimes, again, it's very important to just keep the enemy in a situation where they are like, "Oh, wait, what's that sound? A gun tank ult? Let me watch my positioning. How much health do I have? Who's around me? Maybe I need to shoot at that." Because if they're shooting at the plane, that means they're not shooting at your allies.
No, yeah, for sure. But here we go, the final game of this round. PB versus GG.
All right, looks like Goo Gang's already in a little disposition there with so many of them trying to revive one person. sometimes in situations like that, it's a very good idea to be on comms and say, I'll revive you, so that everyone else can either play the role of cover or push. If three people are reviving one person, then hey, that's not a good thing. However, I just want to point out revives real quick. That was a gun tank revive in the middle of a fight, and that was beautiful. Sometimes as gun tank, if you can revive an ally who can create more value than you can, you've done your job. Rest, soldier, rest.
No, sirree, indeed. But Portland Burnsiders is going to be able to get this one up for themselves as as a Goo Gang here wants
look at that.
secure
Look at
it
that.
for themselves as well. And they did. They were able to steal away point A. But the question is it enough?
We've seen the ferocity from both teams having a full sweep on match 1 and another full sweep on match 2. So we know that they're both very competent and capable. But the thing I will eternally say I love about round 3 or game 3s is just that, and it really comes from like playing fighting games in an FGC, is just that both players know how they play. They've revealed their hand to each other. They've done their one trick thing. They've done their, G booster, using their just little techniques. They've used them all between the two games. And so now, I love all this reviving that's happening, but they've used these tricks. So now in game 3, or match 3, they know that they are equally matched, and we're going to just see these points go between each other. Portland Burnside are sitting at 17 and climbing. Goo Gaming sitting at 21 right now. We know Goo Game has no. Look at it! Looking for a target.
Wow.
You know that Goo Gaming has no. Goo Gang has no problem with capturing and securing points for their team. So this is anyone's game.
No, yeah, but here you go, 31-21. It still is anyone's game, as you have mentioned. Still go in to Goo Gang, or still go in for Portland Burnsiders. Really.
Love those aerial shots in this game. They really do help give context to everything that's happening on the map. This game does not have a map. Look, I just want you to look at the kill feed real quick. Gun Tank got 2. Killed the Jin with a charge. And, it's just, again, it's how much pressure can you bring if you're hitting the enemy team, you're creating pressure. If they're hitting you, then you are being pressured.
That is true. And here you go, 51% for Goo Gang. Are they going to be able to maintain this, or with Portland Burnsiders going to be able to catch up?
I love all the support for that I'm seeing about Mahiru in the chat. It is one of those things, though, where it's like, and Pugs, it might be hard to find value as Mahiru because no one's looking after you, no one's, watching your back. But when you're playing on teams like Portland Burnsiders or Goo Gang, then you know that your team is looking out for you in your best interest. They can revive you if you screw up, or if you create an opportunity, they're going to follow up as well. So, Mahiru, I always look at it as like, yeah, he has value. There's ults coming out, but he has value. Same thing like Gun Tank here. Gun Tank just got 2 picks, using the ult, flying around, looking for someone to take out. We haven't seen on the kill feed that they've taken out and gets secured 2 kills. This is so much pressure that Goo Gang is creating right now for Portland Burnsiders with 4 of them out. It's just, 20 seconds till point B. What do you do?
No, yeah, but even then, right? Like, it's going to be 98.1% by the time of that. 90 is going to be the play of the game here for GG. Goo Gang just trying to make sure that they are repelling away BB.
JJ, they're in a very rough spot.
91.
Because it's like,
98%.
98%. At some now here's the reality of the situation. If Goo Gang does not close out, you see what you did? If Goo Gang does not close out, then the only thing they can do is go back. Oh, that's a very good pick. The only thing they can do is go back. We see the tackle there from the Gun Tank, forcing the ultimate, but there's no value from that because it gets taken out in mid-ult, just like you don't like. I know you were talking about that earlier, but again, Goo Gang does, if they're not able, hold on, Hyperion just
look at that, Hyperion!
Even though Hyperion is very vulnerable from behind, but that's what I'm talking about. The Unicorn just coming in and saying, don't worry, I got you, here's a shield, here's some health regeneration. You don't have to die so soon.
then at the same time, we have Blessed as well. Ready with that
Crumb
of the butterfly.
holding out, the last one standing, still alive, trying, living, breathing, throwing down bombs. The turn
There we
A,
go,
trying,
Bless.
living, sending down the sparkles from the sky. Gundam is not over.
Mission complete.
Gundam definitely is not over yet.
GG.
But for GG, Goo Gamers, they are going to be
Goo
the
Gang.
ones taking. Okay, yeah, going to be getting in the
Goo Gang
first
Gaming.
game.
Well done.
Good Games Gaming. There
Well
we
done.
go. Awesome.
Welcome back,
game.
everybody. I really just want to point out a couple of things. One is just what Unicorn is able to do, and the
Right.
idea of just their presence being there and creating passive health regeneration. It's a very big deal. So there's so much happening, and as long as you're playing around the Unicorn, you might be in a situation, because we all know in PvP, so much happens in a very short amount of time. 3 seconds can feel like an eternity when you're in a fight with Dom and Pale Rider, or what we just saw where Hyperion is using their ultimate, creating value, making space, grabbing the enemy team. But then at the same time, Hyperion is very vulnerable in that ultimate state. Unicorn just being in the area, creating that extra health regeneration while the Hyperion is doing something and can't have any defensive abilities, was able to prolong their life just a little bit longer. Same thing with having units like Gun Tank around, or like we were speaking about earlier, just if you have a Mahito on your team. Unicorn is in a very strong spot on maps like R&D, on Thermal Plant, on anything where you need some form of frontline stationary ability to keep your team in the fight and keep them just, alive, because sometimes the enemy team might hit you for 200, but you have 210 health, and now that passive regeneration and that shielding that's coming up from the Unicorn is helping you figure out how you can prolong your fight and stay in the fight and secure the objective. So
Right. But with that being said, though, man, this is going to be quite a very hyped, lower semifinals, and we can't wait to see more of it when we come back only here at the Breakout series. So don't go anywhere. Take your snacks, take your water, take your everything as we set up this game. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Even popping that G maneuver a little bit early, the Screaming Nimbus, just to make sure that there's not that much of a chance to regroup here.
2 are now down into the last second, but at the very least, they still have like 3 more minutes and still have a lot of time to play with. But at the same time, you'd want to get this as much as possible. But look at that, the Victor's going to be taken out, but the Dom here.
See, they've got 4 minutes left.
Yeah, Gasman actually whiffed that attack coming in, with the Barbie. But look at that. That's going to be 2 down from the Ashimar with the punch. That is a 1-punch man right there.
In really hot water, they lost out on Mr. Big Lord.
here
They
comes the
lost out
butterfly.
on the Blue Jay, and it's the butterfly, and that's a beautiful butterfly coming out from last second because they
team wipe!
needed it. That huge clutch up from Fusion Blackie here, and really turning the screws on the defense here. Effects will not get rezzed up as the Hades has been popped by Tizim, and now they're charging forward.
Right, and look at that again. Ooh! That is true, but that is going to be a big one at that. And look at that, that's going to be 4 down into last second, while TKD is doing so much. Screaming Nimbus is going to be popped up as well, and going to be able to take down 5 to make the team kill as well in the process.
Matthew now only really working with the energy cable. Here comes the the Lancer out from Evictus to get them there in time. Fusion Blackie has that butterfly, and he's instantly going to go ahead and pop it, though. He gets shot out of the sky. Carl Sagan will be able to clear him out and find one more.
Nice thing is, okay, actually, hold on. Here's a really big push. That shield came out at the perfect time, actually completely blocked the flame grenade, and that is going to be basically an entire team wipe. That is the entire team wipe.
The opponent finally follows up, taking out Carl Sagan at the very least, but the space created is still burning away time for Matthew, who are now down to 2 minutes. Ultimately, they will be able to secure it.
Oh, Mr. Big Large hit maybe 3 or 4 players. Oh, but the Hades coming in from Tizim and didn't get shut down. That's really unfortunate.
that's where LS gets to succeed as they try to go for that res, and he does end up getting it off in the last moment, but there's the re-knock as the Evada system comes out. Point has unlocked, and that's going to be Last Second taking it once more.
Your goal is to capture the target waypoints. The mission is about to begin.
Your mission is about to capture the waypoint. And that being said, Portland Burnsiders still needs to capture one more point. Or rather, 2 more points against Goo Gang if they want to win.
You know, this is one of my favorite maps. Thermal Plant really is that map that helps you get all the cobwebs out. It's very, very strong in favor of Zaku ranged players, just because there's unlimited abilities for them to use and flank with. They have numerous opportunities, but we see Heavy Arms flipping into action, actually, which is very nice to see. Love seeing that unit at any time at all. However, Portland Burnsiders, just got burned on all sides, it looks like, and they've been fully wiped out. Gang coming in real strong, sending Portland Burnsiders all the way back to the spawn, where they're going to have to find a way to regroup and push into point A.
And look at that, immediately and quickly as well, you know, Goo Gang wants to finish this off as they already won one time and they just want to get in their revenge as well. Look at the flip as well, very beautiful stuff. Oh, but they're gonna get taken off, unfortunately.
Oh, wow, there's a lot of just defensive abilities coming out from the Hyperion. I love to see it. Love that he's there. I love that he's being played. He seems to be a staple so far, especially if you're an aggressive Pale Rider player and you just want some more survivability. Hyperion seems to be that unit. However, you know, Goo Gang is just not going to give up this point. Able to collect about 44%. I think they're going to end it at 46. That's right. With target C being unlocked in about 25 seconds. This is probably one of the hardest points to control, just because you have two control points. You have the top floor and then you have the ground floor. And a lot of players will actually just defend on the ground floor, and there'll be 4 or 5 players on the top, and they're like, how come we're not capturing? And there's about 3 players underneath just waiting. Oh, I just want to point out real quick, we got a Marasai on the map as well, which is always good to see. I think the changes to Marasai have actually been a really good thing with the grab that Marasai has with the little hook. It does a really good job of just creating forms of crowd control, and is on a very, very, very low cooldown now. It doesn't do nearly as much damage as it used to, but it is on such a low cooldown that you can just create opportunities endlessly.
Transum's gonna be popping up here. Here comes the cross chops here. They're
Yeah,
gonna be able to take the 2 as well.
Valid. The name was right when they made it. That was a valid play from Valid. Just taking out 2, creating room and space for the team, and then also double down on securing that point for Goo Gang. Gang. Goo Gang. Oh, man, they're just gaming. Look at them.
That is what you were talking about when you are saying value, you know, like it's not just being a wasted Nimbus, just like this one, not just a wasted D maneuver, rather, not a Nimbus, but look at that as well.
It's a reminder, there are a lot of mobile suits in this game. Some of them can transform. Some of them have a lot of very good maneuverability. Or, look at that play. Beautiful. Just securing a kill on one and destroying the other. Very good punch.
Right. Wow. Beautiful stuff, though. But it's not going to be enough. 93% for Goo Gang.
Yeah.
I was just about to say Goo Gang. Goo Gaming.
Please don't.
You, Cyber.
Delete that from our minds. Yeah, they are gaming, but they're the Goo Gang. Portland Burnsiders, this is their point. You know, they can collect 40% here, or they can just, you know, just somehow fall apart and Goo Gang will just pick up the slack. But there's a little fight happening on the side there, away from the objective. It's not as important, but it can create an opening. It's one of those things where, yeah, my team's fighting on the side, but hey, if my team loses that fight, there's now a weakness that the enemy team can use to get into that objective.
And here you go, 31. Finally, you know, PB might be, you know, we're looking at a
little barb fight. Little Rhinoceros Beetles doing their thing.
Target changed to objective B.
But are they going to be able to do it? That is a big question. Goo Gang here only needs 7% more for them to win.
Yeah, you know, it's a tough thing too, because I really believe in player fatigue, and you know, in a situation like this, Goo Gang might just need to end it, you know, because the longer the game goes on, the more mistakes you can start to make. And with people being behind these matches, sometimes you make a simple mistake. Maybe you revive someone when you shouldn't have. Maybe use your ult at the wrong time. You just got it's time that they end this round, because they have a whole other round right after this. Portland Burnsiders is not letting that happen though.
Objective contested.
Ooh.
Portland Burnsiders taking point B. There's no other objective after this. They're going to have to close it out on this point. This is it. B is now the proving grounds. With multiple ults coming out, Dom using his to try and create some opportunity for Gugang. Valid doing
go chance them again.
Being Valid, look at that. Pale on the ropes.
Oh wow, not gonna hit anyone. Hyperion with the G maneuver though.
That goes to Gugang. Round 1 goes to Gugang.
That was very quick.
Yeah, welcome to Thermal Plant. You know, it's one of those things where if you can take if you can take every single point that pops up, you have a sweeping victory for your team. I find that, and this just might be me and my time for watching a lot of these matches, but a lot of these capture the point maps seem to get looked over just because you can lose very quickly on these maps.
Right.
Whereas if you're planting the bomb, you have to wait until the timer counts down. The match will not end prematurely for any reason other than the bomb not being planted or, both bombs being detonated. So again, when it comes to capture the point, the game can be over before you even get started. So it seems that, at least from what I've noticed between a lot of the matches that we have between here and JP, we on NA tend to avoid the thermal plants or the what's another one? With the exception of Mountain R&D, because Mountain R&D seems a little more close quarters and everything. But bomb planting seems to be the way to go because you have more opportunities to fix your mistakes.
Right, and you can, as you have mentioned, just in addition, you can actually adjust midway.
Yeah. Look, I'd love to see the gym on Gugang just being out there, being in the front, just using the shield bash, especially since it was just upgraded a bit from the last patch.
4 down into the set of PB. That is actually quite unfortunate. And with that being said, GG is able to take over C point. Wow. Okay, just waiting in on them to finally
look at this cluster of damage just going out.
Beautiful start from the Barbie.
Gugang holding on to the objective C. We'll be switching over to B in about 25 seconds. So the nice thing about this is Gugang's going to be able to milk at least 36% more if they can just hold this. That was a great look at that. Gundam still in the game, doing that damage. That mace swing was right on point. Looks like we'll be changing objectives in about 5 seconds.
Here we go. 48 seconds. They were able to maximize. 46 seconds. They were able to maximize all of the time that they've gotten, into the second point. But with that being said,
oh, there it is. There's the gym ult. Just to put some pressure in front of you. Sometimes you don't have to worry about people coming from that area because you have your proximity bomb just floating there, just waiting for anyone who's just not even if Dom ults and he alt pass, unless those bombs hit from the front, they're gonna basically take him out from behind.
For sure, but. Man,
there it is. It's crazy. It's crazy how many ultimates Valid has been getting on Exia. It's just wild every time we just get that camper perspective. Wait a minute there. Wait, did yes? It looks like the Exia charge right clicked through the Ash's ult and killed him. That is possible. You're not invulnerable in that ultimate. You can die. This wonderful counterplay right there.
There you go, though. 74% right now from GG before they can actually, say GG's to their opponents. But if PB does get this, then, well, there's not going to be any GG's just yet.
right, Gugang already moving themselves into position to take point. See that it's unlocking about 20 seconds. However, there's some ult coming out, especially from the Barb there. There's the Dom ult as well, just creating space, looking for targets. It's kind of hard to find targets when everyone's dead. Right, with
It's
that
like,
unlocking
who are you
two.
actually going to be taking out?
It's about sending a message.
Right. And here you go. Ooh, occupying target. Point C is now open. Only has a minute left, ladies and gents.
There's a lot of red there. 93. This once we hit 100, that's going to close out on Gugang taking this game.
One more.
Oh, wait, and
wow.
stolen by Portland
Beautiful.
Burnsiders. But for how long? Orbit comes in, able to get a pick. Ults are coming out from Orbit as well, just trying to stay in the fight as long as he can. Stunning the Gym, knocking him once, putting him down, not finishing him off, which can sometimes be a very, very miscalculated decision, just because people can be revived in this game. However, it looks like Portland Burnsiders is saying, hey, don't count us out just yet. This is our master plan. We'll let you get all the points, and then we'll just take the last one right underneath you.
Right, 99.9% here for Gugang. It's this is like one of the hardest part of the game, right? Like if you're already in the winning end, and then suddenly
got some ults
your
coming out.
opponent is able to take down the momentum.
Gugang trying to take
You're
it back.
going to really have a hard time.
Oh, look at this 1v1 melee 1v1. We can't, but there's a big fight happening on the side, and it looks like Gugang is actually wiping Portland Burnsiders off the point. That was just enough. And that's theirs. Gugang, gang. GG.
And there you go. GG's for GG.
Maybe that was the whole plan after all. Gugang, GG, you know?
GGG.
Izanagi did a phenomenal job. Good stuff. Well done.
They are.
You know, again,
are.
if you're ever looking for high-level Gundam Evolution gameplay, look no further. You'll always find it here on the GNL. With 2023 Breakout series. Yeah, what?
Sorry, I just realized, right?
Yeah.
I just realized that Gugang is going to go ahead and fight off TEKKA Dynasty, which is not, it's still not the revenge that Gugang is looking forward to, because they lost earlier, right? They lost earlier to that of to that of the
Sotoras?
Sotoras Esports. There you go. That is the team that they're looking forward to for that revenge. Unfortunately, there's still a big wall, a huge threat for them, waiting for them before they can head over to Sotoras Esports.
Yeah. Again, it's so cool to see this high level version of the gameplay where that both teams have been running these maps. They understand how the objectives work, but now it's more about mastery of the mobile suit. A lot of the expression that the players are showing off is how well they are as pilots with these mobile suits when it comes to control of the G maneuvers, working as a team, their comms, and just being able to pick up where the weaknesses might be in their allies' mobile suit or their own. So again, this is the lower bracket, but at the same time, there's nothing low about the gameplay. It's still high level gameplay, and we love to see it from these players.
And there will be more when we come back after this very short break for Gugang versus TEKKA Dynasty.
I'll change that dial.
But that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot.
So going into the grand final against TEKKA, we were feeling very confident, especially after we saw the map picks. The map picks we felt were definitely in our favor. We have a bad track record, let's say, against good Barbados players, so we knew that just because of the way we were playing at the time, we were gonna have to focus Gasman, and they had Nox at the time, which is now on he's now on our team, but he was obviously an incredibly strong Exia, like top 1, top 2 Exia in the game. 2 of the best melee players in the game on one team against our team, which is legendarily awful at dealing with melee. We definitely had to be very careful.
But here we go. We are going to see the team comps. We're going to see the gun tank coming out of Team Mafty. There's no way they trolled. No, they got me. They got me there. And we need somebody to get on point right now. But David holding this forward position says, you cannot get past me. You cannot even attempt this. And that looks like that's going to be round 1 with a nearly full hold.
5 seconds. Someone needs to touch, but they are not there in time. Finally, trying to go for that defuse, but they get interrupted. Arrow will put a stop to that one.
We obviously felt strong after beating TEKKA on the first map, but we always try to keep the mindset of the series is still going on. You know, they can still come back and win, so we still have to play strong. Going into thermal plants against TEKKA, we obviously have very different team compositions. They're running double melee, and they have very good melee players, and we're running no melee. But we decided that we were going to try to run Zakutu ranged, which I think this was the first time in a long time any team ran Zakutu ranged on any map, and we decided to put Profi on it. Ended up working very well. You'll see in the last fight of the game, we knew we were up alt charge, so we had to make sure we kept track of that throughout this entire match.
Team TEKKA Dynasty going down. Nox is going to avoid dash for a little bit, but you need to be there to step on point, and that is probably going to be the round here for Team Mafty. Then the rest of that, they're in point 8. What was that?
It's going to be a Sazabi first Sazabi exchange, but you can see focus without having to contend with another Ashmar. He has complete aerial supremacy for his squad, and so
he's left, or 5% left. I don't know if anybody can get back in time. The screaming missiles might go completely unused, and it looks like nobody will be back in time.
With them securing a early waypoint and bomb plant against us, this point in particular is one of those points where you really have to focus on just grouping up, don't freak out, you know, don't get picked while you're grouping back up, and just sort of push back in, get your kills first, and then defuse. That's what our team did here.
Yeah, they are very close to the energy cable, but they end up losing out on Gasman. That's one more pick, too, as a robot ends up falling here. Mafty like to take their time to clear out their angles before they go for this, but here it is. Arrow coming back. He will ultimately go down. Nox picks up 2, but he should be going down.
We finally managed to get a plant here, and we just sort of had to pull back, buy time, play within the door, make sure we don't get picked. That's the biggest thing.
Again, they're trying their best to body block for it, and the Suzabi might give his life for it. They do end up getting it down once again on...
And it looks like it is going to go off a little bit more upstairs just to block a line of sight, but that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot, and Mafty will sweep the grand finals.
I don't think we dropped a single map through the entire tournament. I think we won it 9-0. As always, though, we're never satisfied, and that's what I think separates us from some teams. Even in a great performance, we try to hammer out some things. We don't get complacent with our performances.
Lanfest is community. Lanfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Lanfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Lanfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Lanfest is gaming. Come join Lanfest.
Welcome back, everybody. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back, JJ. Glad to have you.
Yeah. What do you mean?
We've always been here. We've always been here.
Welcome back. Welcome back,
You guys
everyone.
are
Welcome back, chat.
yeah. Welcome back.
Now, as we set the
why
stage.
why are we whispering?
I don't know, but we're about to set the stage. It was a transition of whispering and then getting loud. Set the stage. It's TEKKA Dynasty versus Gugang in lower finals, and this means a lot. Do you know why?
Why?
Because both of
Tell
them
me.
have at some point fought Sotoras Esports.
That's true.
And so now they're fighting each other for the opportunity for that run back.
That's run back.
Welcome, everyone.
That's true. And whoever
Welcome.
whoever
2023
wins here
Breakout
will
Series.
be will be getting that revenge on the finest stage of the Breakout series, the Final Strike Grand Finals.
Oh man, I wouldn't want to be anywhere but here. I love it. I love it here. I love Gundam Evolution. Love Gundam gaming. Just what?
Love
I
Goo
love
Gaming.
it. I love it. You know, these past few matches have been just so heated that I'm sitting here and I'm like, I love watching this game. I love it. It's so engaging. The abilities are so unique, so fun. The players have so much style behind using these units that, you know, I couldn't watch any other player play today and get the same level of excitement. I just couldn't. So I'm very happy to see all these teams competing in front of us today. I wouldn't want to spend my Saturday any other way.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry, I was thinking. Sorry, it's time zone difference.
It's Sunday for you, right?
It is Sunday. It is Sunday for me.
Yeah.
10 minutes to 6 in the morning. But speaking of morning, we do now have our maps as well. I think we're going to have a little bit of some early daytime maps here. As the first pick is going to be Harbor City.
Harbor City, where men are made.
Amen.
Mountain R&D.
Calling Trading Post is
Where men are
bad,
made.
actually.
Underground
And
Command
Underground
Center.
Command Center. Wow. That's actually a very good one.
It's a great lineup.
You know,
Very good lineup.
it is actually a very great lineup, but TEKKA really wants to get that run back from Harbor City, especially based on how they kind of lost against Sotoras Esports earlier in Harbor City. It was just phenomenal for them. You know, it was just phenomenal for Sotoras Gaming to win against TEKKA Dynasty into Harbor City, but at the same time, I think this is a bit of a taste of what they could do against other people, against other teams in Harbor City.
You know, I noticed something though about TEKKA is that they tend to go towards strategy maps. As you notice,
Right.
both maps require lots of placement, good momentum. Where Gugang is just like, we're here to game. You know, they're like fast action. Let's go. You know, I got to get this mace nice and dripping with oil from the enemy team.
Right.
TEKKA Dynasty is just like, no, we must, place our allies here, be here, and move here. There's so much strategy involved and behind TEKKA Dynasty's just rise to fame, and I love to see it. But I also just love that these teams can just come in. Goo Gaming is gaming. Goo Gang. JJ Kuhn, this is your fault. Goo Gang is just coming
No.
and just they're like, we're here for action, we're here to fight, and they're just making all of these games seem so good. So I'm really looking forward to the Mountain R&D, but I really want to see how Goo Gang works on two strategic maps that seem to work in TEKKA Dynasty's favor.
Yeah, and we're gonna be setting up the games, and we will be back in just a bit. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We only have 3 minutes before the game starts, so just be prepped. We'll be prepped as well to give you all the action. Goo Gang versus the TEKKA Dynasty. Whoever's going to be winning this game will get their chance to take a revenge against Sotoras Esports. Let's have a champion time.
It's a very interesting transition with Gugang Valid going on as what looks like new Gundam. So it's very interesting to see that like this player has this wide range of unit understanding and expression for them to go and be like, all right, I'm going to play Exia, a unit that is very forward momentum, looking for opportunities, and then just taking enemy team, taking them one at a time, and then playing New Gundam, a unit that's a little more reserved. And once, obviously landing your shots is the most important part, so you can follow it with the funnels. But that's what I said. I love this high level gameplay because no one is just sticking to one unit. They're using what works to create space.
Right. Oh man, and here you go.
Here we go.
They are now going to be attacking, moving forward.
I want to point out that it's a very smart idea to have a sniper unit of some sorts on the attacking side.
City.
Yeah, especially even if you don't see one on the defense, you at least have one on the attacking side so that you can close that gap and create opportunities for your allies, especially since they're all moving forward. But in a situation like this, where TEKKA Dynasty really needs to, of course, get out of this choke point right here, we've talked about it several times. There is one health pack here amongst 6 people. So it's very hard to stay sustained while you're out here. We've seen a robot on Hyperion several times, and it looks like we got Sazabi following up as well. Asura just trying to create, again, some momentum and just kind of slide in there a bit, making the enemy team maybe fall back a little. But this is actually a very good situation for TEKKA Dynasty, as they've caused Gugang to fall back so far that with losing 2 people, they have a great chance of getting this objective like they are.
No, yeah, for sure. Not only so far, but so quickly as well. That only means that if they're going to be able to take down A point this early, then that means they have more time for them to take down the B point.
You're right. It's a very interesting time in this game. It's a very interesting concept because, do you need 5 minutes? Do you need 4 minutes?
Right.
No, you really don't. You just need one opening and the time it takes for you to capture the point. So, again, it's like, all right, do we have momentum? Yes, no, yes, go. And it's like that's how quickly these players need to make sure that they create that communication. Like we got right now, Asoro and Sazabi just going over, getting that health pack, just trying to take someone out in the process. Do I have momentum? Yes or no? If no, then we do not go. If yes, go. The robot just keeping, that's trying to control the space on the right-hand side. It's hard to do that when you have Dom and another Hyperion in front of you, because Hyperion, of course, can pierce enemies with the back charge that they do from their shoulder projectile, and it does fair amount of damage as well. But you see TEKKA Dynasty just trying to get themselves together. You'll see a lot of the Sazabi do this, and then the team just try to follow up. Every time they do that, they're just using their ult, they're using their scanning ability. Yes, right, there's a Nimbus. Keep in mind, it's 300 damage every confirm of a hit.
So that is huge, and look at that. They're going to be able to take down 3 in TKD. So no, make that 4, but still, it's TKD's having a little bit of a hard time, getting inside post of post choke point.
Yeah, look at that. They're gonna have to regroup once again. That seems to be the formula on Harbor. We get, if we get set back, we regroup and we figure out again what is our next strategy. Every time you try, there's a different variable. Like for instance, we might have ults. There you go. There's turn A's. Just trying to create some form of momentum. Or I'm sorry, there's a turn A doing a phenomenal job of just creating a defense there.
Here you go. Okay, here you go. Balance, trying to get in. Effects. No, not yet. Still You know, TKD still having a hard time here trying to push, and I think this is like one of their.
There's a lot of
one the
ultimates up
maps that
there
is,
on TKD. Yeah, there they go. It looks like some of them are coming out. Hawklight with that Dom ult on the left-hand side, just pushing forward. If you keep your eyes on the left, you'll notice that everyone's just trying to get in that trail and get behind him. Hawklight's still up. They have a lot of health. A lot of G maneuvers are available. They do have to cover their flank as Gugang is coming up from behind. Hyperion getting taken out. But again, there's a lot of health over there on TEKKA. TEKKA got 2 people on the point. It is hitting halfway. 3 people now. It's going to move a lot faster. Still recovered that 2 with 3. It's going to continue to move. I mean, you know, it's one of these things right now where the enemy team is going to have to use some ultimates to clear this point, because right now it is definitely in TEKKA Dynasty's favor.
TEKKA Dynasty, you think that they are
there's the
already on
Hyperion.
losing end. Oh, the team kill, and that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Hyperion is
They're gonna be
always
able to
a
take down 2
phenomenal
more.
unit to just try and clear off the point. Yeah, good stuff. TEKKA Dynasty not sitting this one out, being very present, very, very active and reactive. They're going to be on defense now. And so what's always an interesting thing is seeing, you know, it's easy to attack. How is your defense? You know, and so these teams look like they have an exceptional performance record when it comes to attacking, because there's nothing but agency on your side. You know, there's no one fighting you or attacking you from the rear. The target is in front of you, and I think that's more motivating. Sometimes when it comes to defending, it can be, you know, a little tiring. The fatigue starts to set in. You're always on.
Right.
And so to always be on like that can create weaknesses and opportunities for the opponent to capitalize on. So I'm really interested in seeing how well TEKKA Dynasty can defend.
I mean, that's just literally what you have described, right? Is literally TEKKA Dynasty on round number 1. But, you know, again, just moving over into game number 2, as you have mentioned, as you have asked, would they be able to actually, you know, put up a huge wall, you know, against the other team that is GG Good Gaming? Oh, sorry, no. Oh, no. Cyber, no.
You got to put $1 in the jar now.
Cyber Gang.
You got to put $1 in the jar. No, I like to see that TEKKA Dynasty is running, you know, turn A, which from what it looks like, you know, these are a lot of comfort picks coming out of TEKKA Dynasty. I've seen them use these units in previous events. And it's just, look, they've already taken up the beginning space. They've moved past the health pack. They've gotten 2 picks already. Again, Gugang is just in a very sad deficit for this moment. There's only 3 people alive to defend against the 6 people of TEKKA Dynasty. Their kingdom has not fallen, and they're making sure that their reign stays supreme. Even though, you know, TEKKA Dynasty hasn't fully captured all of this this space right now, it looks like they're moving over to the other side. Yeah, Gugang is just trying to find another opportunity to get in there.
Man, look at the sniper right now.
Right?
Jim sniper too. All right, not gonna be able to hit anyone at all though. Okay, there's one, but not gonna be enough to take them out. All right. Okay.
It's a very interesting situation because you have GG, you have Gugang just like kind of orchestrating where they're going. And I think TEKKA Dynasty is very, very clever in understanding, like, oh, you guys are just going that way, so we'll just funnel you in. You know, it definitely looked like they just let them move a little forward and collapsed on them from the side. There's so much space between the right-hand side and the left of that map where the first objective is, where point A is, that it honestly really did look like Gugang just kind of bottlenecked themselves in that corner. And TEKKA Dynasty just said, "Oh, okay, well, we'll just flank you from behind and the side." They're trying the strategy again, and they do have a lot of cover, It is very random, but is it working?
But here's the thing, though. GG, Goo Gang still hasn't been able, still hasn't been able to actually penetrate through. So that is the main objective still. So TKD still putting up a big fight here, against GG.
This is it, every moment that the teams have to group up and coordinate a play, the time is ticking down. The clock is moving regardless of what they're trying to do. And I just want to really point out right now that we have this overhead cam. Look at that line. Look at that line from TEKKA Dynasty. I want everyone in the chat to just look at what points you're being covered. It's one of those things where it's just like they are spread in a line. So if your enemy team is moving forward and your team is spread in a line, all you need to do is collapse forward and behind and to the side, and that's just exactly what's happening. Goo Gang is being enveloped by
the system
TEKKA Dynasty
is up
from the front, from the sides, and behind.
Yeah, Hades system is up, and look at that. TKD seems like they want to take in first win. 36 remaining, but this is still likewise a very long time. Anything can still happen.
Right, we talked a lot about timing before. Exia is just trying to do as much as they can in a very small amount of time. We've talked about time. You don't need all of the time on the clock to get the point. You only need enough time it takes to get the point. It looks like they're already trying to capture this objective. Goo Gang only has 2 people up and alive and available, where TEKKA Dynasty has at least 5 in the area. And so, again, it might be one of those situations where it's just like, hey, listen, everyone just fall back a bit. The time that it's taking Goo Gang to get to the point, we can use that to our advantage and take them out one at a time. And it definitely looks like that's what happened with TEKKA Dynasty just securing that match.
Yeah, and TEKKA Dynasty was I'm so far away. I'm sorry. I was chilling. So what I was trying to say, right?
I get it. It was the aerial view, and you're just like, oh man, look at all this stuff that's happening.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say here is that we can definitely see a
come a little
gap.
Closer.
Okay. Oh,
there we go. All right, you're nice and focused now. There we go.
So what I'm trying to say here is that TKD is showing us quite a very huge skill gap than that of Goo Gang, and if Goo Gang wants to really get that revenge, they need to play better.
Yeah. I think we're gonna see that coming up in just a sec. They're ready, they're prime, and they're good to go.
Yeah. So don't go anywhere. We're just gonna be setting it up, and we're chilling. We'll see you in a bit. Yeah. 1-0 now. Here we go. TEKKA Dynasty, if they win one more time against Goo Gang, they will now then have the prize of having a rematch against Tori Gaming. But GG, Goo Gang still needs to win twice in a row if they do want it.
Just got to say that this is Mountain R&D, so this is your proving grounds. You know, everyone's played on this map. Everyone knows how this map works. You try to solidify the high ground first. If you can't solidify the high ground, then that's going to put you at a huge disadvantage because you at least are very vulnerable if you're on the point trying to capture it. Right from the very beginning, it looks like TEKKA Dynasty is the king of the castle here, holding down so far what it looks like the most space on the objective. I mean, you know, it's still anyone's game, but Goo Gang, so far, it's really, that bar is moving in their favor, and it looks like it actually, you know, it spoke a little too soon. Goo Gang has proven on multiple occasions that they own this map and know how this works, especially with that gun tank pick. You know, they've seen a lot of value from it, and they're still running it.
No, yeah, for sure. But here we go, though.
Sorry, just to point out, gun tank's already at 94% ult charge. That's not
early as now.
Yeah, that's not hard to do as gun tank on this map. So even if you just want a unit that's just like, I am an ulting machine, I am a machine that makes ults with my body, then that's gun tank.
The mere fact that it hits a lot at the same time just allows it to get its G maneuver charge as early as possible.
We already got a point change, and I love this. Look at that. Both teams equal. 19.5 from TEKKA Dynasty. Goo Gang 19.4 from what I believe. You can't have a closer match than this, even when you break it down to the analytics. They're trying to flank each other.
Here we go.
There's just so much action happening in a short amount of time. You know, even right now, like the gun tank's holding on to his ultimate. You got to keep in mind though, like as the gun tank is existing and doing things, they're charging more ultimate. So sometimes you might want to just say, hey, let me just keep throwing these out here. Let me just keep throwing them out there.
No, yeah. And here we go. It seems as if you have GG being the one in on the positive, sorry, not positive, but the advantageous side in terms of the.
I don't know. It looks like they've got some ults coming out. Unicorn on Goo. Ooh, see that double Unicorn and Goo just creating value with these ults. And there it is. Like I said before, there's a gun tank just trying to find a target. Even if that target's coming from the spawn, even if there's someone trying to get away, that's time that Hawklight was out of the fight, did not get revived from the look of it. Yeah, that's value. You know, even taking someone out that's from across the map. Funny enough, they can also get inside of Hyperion's bubble. So, you know, there's not too much that gun tank ult can't do. But Goo Gang is definitely holding down objective A, moving on to B that unlocks in 27 seconds.
And here you go. Who does have the lead right now? It is still none other than Goo Gaming. Oh wait, no, Goo Gang. What? No. All right. Going back.
No, it's okay. I mean, there's so much gaming happening, especially the value from that ult right there, hitting so many people in a very short amount of time. But that's again what we love about Zaku range. You can hit, you can whiff, and then you can still get out of there as long as your smoke is up. So you know you can still create more value with a short amount of time. And this is again why they got Hawklight out early. Hawklight securing 2 kills with their ultimate, just trying to continue to create more and more kills for their side to just remove Goo Gang from that objective, holding on to B, making it theirs, and they're doing it in real time with 35 seconds left to this point.
Here we go. I mean, you know, at this point, you know, at the very least, right, like, Goo Gaming was able to find their foundation, going towards that of TEKKA Dynasty, and from there on out, because they are currently on an equal footing with TKD, so it is a very huge adjustment from what would happen.
This is so good. They're just trading. It's so, you know, it's you can't control it, right? It's just happening. But they're still so close. I love games like this. They've been neck and neck the entire time. 60 from TEKKA Dynasty, just 57 from Goo Gang, and then again, I have to admit, I love how Unicorn Valid is just making sure that every time an ultimate is available, it is being used. Every time a gun tank ult is up, it is being used. They're starting to get in this habit of just creating just all of this momentum and giving TEKKA Dynasty no time to breathe. But TEKKA Dynasty is doing the same thing through strategy, because that's just how they operate. The point is open and available. It's you know, right now it's controlled by Goo Gang, but TEKKA is there. They have half charge on that point. All they need to do is just wipe out a couple of people to get it. Sadly, they were not able to make that happen in their favor. Just Goo Gang's Barb is just, you know, trying to live his best life, but Nostalgia is just doing what it does best, and just wiping out as many people as it can in these 1v1 skirmishes. But this is it, though. This is the final point. Holding it down. TEKKA Dynasty just trying to at least create some advantage for themselves, because they know if they don't take the point now, it's going to hold on. It's going to be held on by Goo Gang. And again, you know, TEKKA has all these ults. Sazabi's ult is out. Dom's ult is out. Unicorn's ult was out. They're just trying to milk this extra time in their favor after they've captured the point. They definitely can come back, because Goo Gang has got it so far as 98%. They don't really need to do much more than just get it back. But again, TEKKA knows their whole gameplay is revolving around strategy.
No, yeah, for sure. But we are not currently at the extra time as well. You know, so I'm not entirely sure about it. Obviously,
this can go either way,
oh.
yeah. But you know, they've been doing this the entire game. All game, they've been neck and neck. So why is this any different?
But this is just tighter, though, if you think about it.
Yeah, look, just everyone's gonna fall in now. They're both here. They know that they need to stand on this point. But however, it looks like TEKKA Dynasty has two people on the high ground. So again, this is their point. They have the aerial advantage, and they're clearing the point, and they're making it theirs. So it's so round one going to TEKKA Dynasty. It really shows that as much effort and energy that Goo Gang has put in to just being a ferocious contender in the Breakout series, TEKKA Dynasty has basically caged them through strategy, using high ground, using low ground, making sure that their momentum is working in their favor, and just grouping up when need to be so that they can overpower Goo Gang whenever they have the opportunity to.
No, yeah, for sure. And I think we're going to be seeing more of that as well. Moving over into the second round of the game. As you can see here, you know, we have 29K
from Hawk. Yeah, Hawk's cooking.
Yeah, from Hawk. Yeah, I mean, he has been his Hawk Life has been like doing a lot of damage since earlier. Even with the Dome Trooper getting in 33K for one round, and you know, just moving forward altogether.
It's very interesting to see that both teams are running Unicorn, and you know that sustainability is very important, because at any time that an ally is not being hit, they're going to get a shield and it's going to be regenerated. So Mountain R&D Unicorn creates great value for their allies, but you got both teams right now just fighting for the high ground. Again, I want everyone to keep in mind how well TEKKA Dynasty has been using the high ground to their advantage. You got Nostalgia already down on point, looking like they're trying to flank, but the Exia from Goo Gang is not going to make that possible. So, you know, Nostalgia was just like, all right, let me just fall back a bit. And again, it's Exia's ability to just be in so many places at one time, because the ground is not their limit. They can be in the sky, they can be on the ground, they can be behind you stealing your lunch money, and you never know it until the final second. No real big picks so far. Both teams just trying to just feel each other out. However, this is just like before. GG's taking the first objective. They're holding on to it. And, you know, we've said before, TEKKA Dynasty has been doing a phenomenal job of employing strategy. And, hey, you know, they're like, it's like that feeling of like, hey, listen, let them do all the work for us. We're just going to sweep in the end and take it from them. Look at that. Exia doing numbers, creating value, doing damage, falling back to the gun tank, emoting, and showing their dominance on the battlefield. That's what we love to see. There it is. We got some alts coming out. Valid alt is active, using Unicorn to just effects being taken down. Gun tank, you're getting a revive. You know, again, we love seeing all of this happen in a very short amount of time, especially since they're falling down to objective B just so they can get the advantage in holding that. This is
we already saw this story happen as it unfolded as well. You know, like Gu Gang was able to get in the early game. You know, early advantage, but it is the other team that will be getting in, you know, the entirety of the game. So let's find out if that's going to happen once again for this one.
Let's see, we got Coil with another G maneuver. It had a very short life, and I think everyone was looking at him. That can be sometimes the downside of being so good, is that everyone's like, oh man, this guy is everywhere. If he shows up again, gotta take him out immediately, or everyone focus fire this person, because you know they're cooking a little too hard right now. And the kitchen ain't big enough for two of us. There you go, Hawklight doing his thing. This is how Hawklight's been leading on the damage board. Every alt hit is about 300 damage, looking for the next target. Bam, 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 bam. Even if you hit the wall, even if you hit the floor, you can't escape that Dom. He's gonna give you more. There we go. Objective C unlocking in about 28 seconds. And you're right, just from what you said before, we have seen this story before. Last round, it was neck and neck the entire time. Both teams were pretty close, a lot closer than what we see now. But we know that they're very evenly matched. That Gundam ult going out, no one focuses it, but it does go to the backside. Doesn't hit anyone, but it does force the rest of the team to start collapsing on each other, with Gu Gang just falling apart at TEKKA Dynasty. And TEKKA just standing in front of their base saying, hey, we challenge you to come out. It was a very vulnerable moment for the Pale Rider there, but sometimes it's all about sending a message. There's another gun tank alt, looking for a friend, looking for a target. Hasn't been taken out. Oh, but the gun tank, it looks like the gun tank died in the process, though. There we go, TKD, TEKKA Dynasty, just hanging out on the point, looking for their next target. We know that Gu Gang has done a phenomenal job with just having these nice sweeps and comebacks, but TEKKA is looking to position themselves for point B is unlocked in 9 seconds. It's a great angle from
what I'm talking
X-Effect,
about.
by the way. Effect FX.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about earlier, right? Like, GG is always going to be the one leading in terms of points in the early game, but then, you know, kind of falls off from the mid game up into the late game. As you can see, right? Man, what was that? Yeah, as you can see here, you know, it's already at 80% for TKD, but only 52 for GG, whereas, you know, earlier on, TKD didn't really have any percentages at all.
You know, however, this is the last point coming up right here, point B. This is anyone's game. A lot of the ultimates are coming out now that the point is available, so they can try and hold on to it. I just want to point out, Hawklight has another ult, and then Valid fell from the middle with your ult active to try to take some picks. Coil is just unraveling on the enemy team. Just every time you look at him, he has another ultimate available.
93, 94.
Yeah, TEKKA Dynasty is just like, they're still holding the point. 99%.
No, not yet. Not yet.
No one's ult is up or available except for a robot on Unicorn. But that's it.
There
Victory.
we go.
TEKKA Dynasty.
They are the ones going to have, you know, a chance to get a run back against Sotoras.
Is that Hawklight?
Esports.
Yeah, it is. All right.
It is Hawklight.
I see the light.
No contest.
I see the
no
light.
No contest, dude. I do see the light as well.
I see the light. Welcome back, sir. Maxing, relaxing, and looking all cool. Hawklight's been out here ruling the school. Glad that you're all back. Welcome to what I consider is the creme de la creme, the magnus opus of the Breakout series. We have seen so many teams just claw at each other today, playing with the attempt of getting back to Sotoras, just so that they can, just get that rematch. And, I can't count them out. Goo Gang did a phenomenal job of just creating a name for themselves, putting our hopes and spirits and dreams in their hands. And they definitely, no matter how the match had gone today, I have to really solidify that they kept up. Game one.
No, yeah.
Match. I'm sorry.
They definitely
on
did.
R&D, right? R&D. Round one, they kept up. They kept up, and it was just such a phenomenal fight to see. But at the end of the day, the fact that TEKKA Dynasty is just here, and they have that name for a reason, and their strategery on Harbor was just uncanny. I really just want to take a moment to point out the fact that they were all fighting in a line at one point, and then you had Goo on the side coming in, and then TEKKA just collapsing from people to the front and people from behind, just enveloping Goo Gang on all sides. You have to have so much confidence, because that means not only are you winning your fights, but you're landing your shots.
Right. No, here's the thing, right? Like, we cannot really dismiss Goo Gang. I'm saying a lot of stuff right now after Goo. So,
Can't dismiss Goo Gang.
what I'm trying to say, right? What I'm trying to say is that, we cannot dismiss Goo Gang just because of the fact that they were able to go against, Sotoras Esports. We just saw TEKKA Dynasty, these big names, that we already have in the community. But not only that, but also in the tournament series as well, the Breakout series as well. They were fighting toe-to-toe against them, and it just shows how great they are, showing us quite amazing broadcasts and showmanships and gameplays.
Yes. Hell yeah. That's what we call fighting spirit around these parts.
We are fighting dreamers. That's what I'd call it,
Wrong franchise, but yeah. All right, everyone, get ready.
I'm saying. Well, we are, So, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and all pilots alike. Let me just put over my microphone. There we go. We will be seeing you in just a bit for the grand finals. Don't go anywhere, because we will be right back. Once again, TEKKA Dynasty run it back against Team Toru Esports.
of G maneuvers at the ready on the defensive side. The attackers have used up so many of theirs, though. I don't know if it's going to be able to get traded and countered out.
Almost every single team in any of these tournaments take that A point. It's inevitable, but so many teams have fallen at this particular choke.
Yeah, this is really where the game begins. A nice pick from Royal Fat Man, and the team is pushing on in.
Going to be tough for them to fully hold this. They move forward. Okay, this is going to be a huge delay at least. We're going to see 2 suits, 3, 4 suits, 5 suits taken down. Oh my gosh!
Killer Brothers also finding a heal. You can see on the left side, but Boot Diggle's trying to come in and trying to get the discharge, but here comes Jay Slay dropping down with the Sazabi. Heavy damage. Shield at the ready to not get taken out. It's going to be the Pale Rider as well, getting 3 kills in the kill feed to clear the area, defend the area.
That's actually incredible. They managed to get that disarm off. That was kind of a sneaky little option. This is also a tough one. You're so out in the open if you're trying to defuse here. Nice! The Hades gonna take down Fuerte, gonna take down Boneskill, the Bonekill. There are just so many. Yes, that is exactly what you want to get out of that G maneuver.
Want to overcommit onto that one. You don't want to get too antsy. You're like, oh, I have my G maneuver. I need to use it right now. That's an easy way to sort of throw a lead that you have away. But Victus unlocks there as Hades takes down the opposing Gundam and swings down the lower side. Understands exactly where the attack is coming from. Finds the angles, finds the damage, and gets all of the kills. Even following up with the Hades. And you saw Killer Umbrellas on 6 HP with the Barbatos right in his face. But here it is going to be the Moonbeam G maneuver at the ready. This is such a strong position for it to be used, and it's the whole reason you could argue why this unit is picked. Not a lot of kills with it, but it's the damage and the DPS right now. But the angles aren't exactly there to be revealed. That's because they've been taking out so many members finally of IQ. IQ are falling away, and they're not even dying. They're just giving up this site, but Invictus wants to kill them, wants to take them out.
Take down 1, needs to get more than that. Jay Slay is going to take down Nox as well. That's their tank going down, but they just weren't able to get the more than even 1 kill with that Hades.
Yeah, the Red Road Protocol on the Ashamar is doing absolutely amazing work here. Takes very low, has to fall away, but is able to retreat to a position where a med pack is. Is also able to get the revive. No, Tilter is there to try and at least make it a full 1-for-1 trade. But now Red Protocol does finally Merle with the Screaming Nimbus now waiting for the health pack to respawn for him to get that HP back up into territory they can come back and approach. But Invictus here swinging on in with his Hades activated, dealing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work for skill issue. Someone to get onto the Mega Charge.
But going down without getting a chance to use it. But still only 4 seconds left, and there's just so much chasing. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that pickup. The arm is going to go off just barely on B, but there's just too many people here. Gasman at 50% trying to disarm is going to get it off just barely in time. I'm something wrong with that, but I do think so. And they've switched completely. Yeah, there's so many different switches. The flexibility of this team, and there's the first sniper pick, Red Protocol, and 2 from Red Protocol, Killer Umbrellas.
Again, maybe temper your aggression just a little bit. But that's going to be Killer Umbrella swinging around the Ashamar. Good aggressive maneuver, and then the bone kill as well.
It's again sniped out of the air, I think. Red Protocol, though, finally going down. However, there are just so many players down with 10 seconds left. We need to see somebody make it to the point, and I don't even know if anybody's close enough. Oh, the counter push is just going to add insult to injury, and that is going to be that.
Lanfest is community. Lanfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Lanfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Lanfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Lanfest is gaming. Come join Lanfest.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Breakout Series. We're so glad that you're here. And not only are we glad that you're here, but you just saw the Lanfest promotion there. We want you to let us know who your MVP is for Lanfest tonight, today, in this match, in these games. Please go vote on Twitter. Let us know who you're voting for so we can celebrate them together. We would love to get your input, and it's just something we do all the time here in the Breakout Series. We try to just include everyone in that bubble of just spotlight, and hey,
Right.
please go ahead and do that for us so that we can celebrate.
Would you want to tell us the nominees as well, the nominated players for the Lanfest MVP? There we go. We're going to have it on the chat as well, for those who are not going to be able to see on Twitter.
Yeah, tell us
There we
what's
go.
up, JJ.
Yeah, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, we are now into the... sorry, let me do it again. We are now in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. The Breakout Series, the final strike. Yes, sirree. And it is going to be TEKKA Dynasty running it back against Sotoras Esports.
That's right. That's right. We've seen them do so much today. We've seen them fight ferociously. We've seen the strategery of TEKKA Dynasty. We've seen the ferocity of Sotoras Esports. But what we haven't seen is what maps you're going to play on.
That is true. That is true.
I'm really looking forward to just figuring out, we know TEKKA is a very strategic team, but Sotoras holding their spot so high, it seems like they're okay on just about anything. I'm really curious to see where their strengths, where their weaknesses will be, and if we're going to get another Mountain R&D.
There we go. I just want to find out as well what are the maps that we're going to be playing off, for the grand finals. And by the way, before everyone, forgets, or, for those who are new into the broadcast as well, the grand finals is going to be played in a best of 5 series. So, previously, in the previous games that we've had, it's only best of 3. So first to 2 wins, but this time it is a best of 5, meaning, teams will have to win 3 times.
And these teams have proven that, it doesn't matter how many times they need to fight, how many times they need to win. They step up to the challenge every single time, and they produce very phenomenal results. We've even seen just the ferocity of folks in the lower bracket just fight as hard as they would if they were in the upper brackets as well. So, placement kind of doesn't mean too much just because we've seen so many people come back from lower bracket. But, again, it's just a matter of figuring out what mistakes you've made, finding out the strengths and weaknesses of your team and the enemy team. You know how the saying goes, know yourself, know your enemy, and victory is beyond, defeat is beyond reach, But Mountain R&D is map 1. Mountain R&D.
That's what you
going
wanted.
back. We're going back. Going back.
That's what you wanted anyway, right? You wanted the Mountain R&D Lab. We're gonna be getting it. Thermal Plant is gonna be banned. Flag Fort. We're not gonna be seeing any Flag Fort. Only one time for today's broadcast. Unfortunately, not gonna be any more.
Look at this! Look at this from TEKKA, the Underground Command Center. That screams strategy, and it's very interesting too because the idea that Harbor. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Oh wow. I mean, again, there are but so many maps in this game. Harbor has to. Yeah, we gotta go to Harbor. And it's very interesting because we've seen TEKKA Dynasty excel on Harbor. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what that one looks like. Map 4 is going to be Quarry, chosen by TEKKA Dynasty, and the decider in the end is Colony Trading Post.
That is true. So again, Mountain R&D Lab, Underground Command Center, Harbor City, Quarry. First, are we going to be seeing today? By the way, and Colony Trading Post.
All right, listen, there's just but so many hours in the day, and I wish we could all just spend this time together forever, but we got Gundam games to do. So, I mean, I feel away because this is the final bout, This is it.
Exactly.
Who you feeling, JJ? Who you feel?
How am I feeling?
I
can praise the sun. And speaking of the sun, the sunrise is coming up to us as we head to the grand finals. TEKKA Dynasty versus Sotoras Esports. We'll be back. We'll just set it up as we are cool people. So don't go anywhere because you are too cool for us as well. So please stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Gundam fights all set, ready, let's go!
Wanna cry.
It'll just fall to me.
Don't lick it. No ASMR.
Please set your GP base as we are now in on the grandest finals. TKD TEKKA Dynasty versus STR Sotoras Esports. Game number 1.
About to begin.
I did it before. Do it again. They fought before. They're going to fight again. But this time, who really will win? That is a question on everyone's mind. TEKKA Dynasty showing in the past, present, and future that they are strategists of the battlefield. They know the ins and outs, the corners, the crevices. They eat, sleep, dream Mountain
Yes,
R&D.
sirree.
But at the
And
same
here
time,
we are.
at the same time,
Slabski particle dispersal, ladies and gentlemen. And look at that immediate.
look at that! Look at that! This is horrible.
Wow, the aggression.
Four down already. Boy, these guys are not holding anything back. They are here for blood, oil, sweat, and tears. And we're going to see it all laid out in front of us in the next 5 minutes.
Wow, they really got our energy, huh? So, like we haven't even like taken a breath yet, and they're already
knew
taking each
people
other
were
out
blood.
immediately. Oh my goodness.
Esports taking the point, collecting these objectives, holding it down. They will collect 41% if they're able to hold on to this point for the next 36 seconds. And TEKKA Dynasty has to figure out, okay, do we let them have this? Do we just let them have this? Because sometimes the fight you have trying to take the point, obviously that time's still going to be ticking down, and there may not be enough time for that fight to even be worth having that point, especially if you're only going to get 10 seconds out of it.
No, yeah, for sure. And just like that, this is what I've been talking about to you earlier, before we actually started the game, how TKD is going to, how TKD is going to adjust against STR. And as it is right now, STR is still having the lead, the advantage against TEKKA Dynasty.
Real Fat Man doing what he can on Zaku range. We've seen them be phenomenal fighting force, and it looks like they're putting themselves in a flanking position too. If you notice, they're gonna go ahead and get out of that, but they definitely are doing a great job of just putting themselves in this position where they're constantly harassing the enemy team. And it's working for them. They might have whiffed that there, but they did whiff it into a position where they're safe. They missed the ult, but they're safe in body. So,
that was a very beautiful micro decision, micro flick as well. Just to ensure that yes, I might be, with it, but at least I am safe. I'm not going to give you any sort of score or whatever. But here you go. Here comes the Ashmar just going to fly away in, but Toro Esports still, having the lead, has control over a point.
I just want to point out these names that we are seeing. All of these people pretty much have proven that as pilots, they're very competent and they understand where they need to be and what they need to be doing on the battlefield at any given time. So, seeing One Trick Tony's ultimate up, you got Garma's ultimate up on Sotoras. They're holding the point, they're holding these ults, and it looks like everyone is holding these ults as well. TEKKA Dynasty has at least 4 or 5 ults ready to rock. When these ults are out, it's just going to be one big battle. I mean, it just freaking colony crashing levels of destruction are about to happen.
But here you go as well. Everyone from TKD have access to that of their G maneuvers. Are we going to see?
Oh, here we go. They're coming out.
So here comes the Nimbus. Okay, not quite yet. Okay, going to not hit. Actually hits the wall instead. But here comes the laser beam from the Dom.
Wasn't able to win their fight, especially because it looked like it turned into a 2v1. And then, TEKKA Dynasty still, they're holding their ults. At least 4 of them are holding onto their ults right now. And the same thing can be said for Sotoras. They're not really just dumping their ults on the enemy team. They're looking for strategic opportunities to use them. Kazabi, being able to just eat his force with these funnels and just do damage. It's happening. It's out. The damage is working.
At the very least, TKD is slowly but surely catching up. This has been their game plan since earlier today. You know, they are on the losing end for the early game, but then just like anyone of an anime eating senzu bean at the very last moment goes back up, and that's what's happening right now with TEKKA Dynasty. But unfortunately though, Sotoras Esports is going to be able to take control of the target point, but in just a bit, you know, point B is going to be open for everyone to take.
We're heading back to point B, where Sotoras basically, you know, they started their whole crusade of capturing that point and doing it very strongly and very openly. It's kind of wild to that double stun from the bar was amazing. Yeah.
Hades systems up as well.
You know, Sotoras just needs to capture this point and they can close it out. TEKKA Dynasty is going to go ahead and do that for them. A robot we've seen very strong on Gundam Unicorn is just throwing those ults out. Every time I look at him, it looks like he always has a new ultimate available for him. And then you got Nostalgia, who's playing Zaku Range, trying to create some value, but ends up getting taken out by another Zaku Range ultimate. It's just, you know, like I said before, everyone's just doing what they can in the small amount of time that they can use it in. Hades just being popped to clear the point, giving the point back to Sotoras. And, you know, it looks like they got it. There's enough red on that point to close it out.
And it seems as if, okay, not quite yet, not quite yet, not quite yet, not quite yet.
Nostalgia's
okay,
on.
extra time.
Hawklight,
Ooh, Hawklight taking down 2.
Effect with the Molly.
Here comes the Nimbus.
Round complete.
And there you go. Sotoras Esports takes round 1. Wow. Once again, guys, it's still round 1. There's still a lot more.
Game 1, you know. It's round 1, game 1. It really makes me wonder if there's any level of fatigue coming from these teams just because of the you know, high impact, high momentum opponents that they've been playing against all day long. But you know, yeah.
I am pretty sure there is, but you know, they just gonna have to power through, just like that certain individual right now talking, right? I just have to power through.
Well, I know Hawklight's definitely powering through with that 23k damage, sitting at the top,
right?
A world apart of everyone else. You know, it's just Dom does damage.
Plus, at the same time, you know, the adrenaline rush as well. That, you know, knowing the fact that this is already the grand finals, the last one, the final game, the final match, the final series is just, you know, bring them up, you know, to keep on continuing from playing the game. So here we are right now, round number 2.
We got a lot of high ground action happening between the two teams. Again, point A is the one that they're working to take, but you know, I think what I like the most about this is how Sotoras was just said, you know, we're going to go over there and be there, but TEKKA Dynasty was like, okay, we're the strategy team. We're going to go to Seaside and make our way over that way, pushing Sotoras into a corner where there is no area for them to escape. They're taking, you know, there's only one health pack over there between so many players. Nostalgia is using Marsai, which is phenomenal just because there's so much crowd control with that one unit alone. But again, TEKKA Dynasty is known to be the team with a lot of strategy between the two. See if that can be enough.
Yeah, that is going to be the big question for this match, as Sotoras Esports is still trying to catch up against CKD for
look at
round
Boone. Boone is hungry. Look at him. Look at Boone. Boone's looking for a meal. You would think that Boone's health is restored every time they get a kill.
Right.
So hungry. Look at that. And they get one. Look at that.
Wow,
off
gets
of a
one.
robot. Look at that.
Exactly. And man, this guy is just amazing to see, especially if they have been playing, you know, the Barbie since earlier.
Real fat man with that Hawk slash up and ready to go. Just looking for an opponent.
Here we go.
There's
Trying to catch in high
the
ground damage.
out. Ooh.
That's going to be
Boy,
2.
Fat man. 2 picks. Looks like they're trying to suppress Hawk there. Can't do damage from the floor. You know, I learned that the hard way.
Okay.
We have 53 seconds left on point on point C, and TEKKA Dynasty is leading with 43, but Sotoras is saying, you know, we're not out just yet, but it looks like enough of them were too far away from the point, you might as well counter them out with TEKKA Dynasty getting the point back. Sotoras working to get that back, and it looks like they do. Sotoras holding back onto that point, occupying C for just a little bit longer. You got Boons walking around on the floor just trying to make sure that no one comes in, and if they do, they're going right back to spawn. A robot on TEKKA Dynasty's ultimate is up, ready, and available, just looking for shots. And, you know, they just really need to get B, because I'd say C is now lost to them with about 5 seconds left on that clock. Both teams are going to have to start setting up for B, with TEKKA Dynasty supposedly having a better advantage since they're not on a point.
And here you go. Few seconds before everything else moves to point B as everyone else, right? You know, but GKD and SCR is slowly but surely moving to point B, wanting to get the positional advantage. There we go. One. And here we go. B point is now open for everyone to take. And there you go. Look at what's happening right now. 3v3. Nimbus is going to be popped up as well.
Immediately saying, I'm not the only, you know, don't just look at Hawklight. There's another Dom. It's right here.
Wow.
One Trick Tony getting the revive. Very nice. Remember, you can't do damage from the floor. I have to point out, by the way, that a phenomenal bomb placement. It's one of those things where it's like, you know, sometimes the enemy has tunnel vision and they don't really notice his bombs on the wall there. They hit one, they hit the second, and they go, who's hitting me? And they back into the third. You get yourself killed. Even though they don't do too much damage, they do just enough if the enemy is at a low health. And I just also want to point out that's a great little spot that they're hitting from. The Dom's hitting the wall there. It's because Dom does splash damage. He's unlocking in about 3 seconds with Sotoras in the lead on that. This is it. Robot's ult coming out. Point is not fully up yet. Yeah, you know, you can't. Hey, you're not going to catch him. You're just not going to catch him. Zaku range is a very slippery unit. And even though I have to admit, even though the robot did not successfully get any kills, they did deter some people from moving in. Boone trying to just take out a robot. Sometimes it's very good to take out that healer, especially if they're the backbone of the team. The robot is on point, but it looks like they're alone, holding down against 2 others. However, enemy team does have the high ground. A robot is literally in there by themselves. Oh no, with no support. That objective going to Sotoras. Now listen, they can close it out here with 79 and rising to 100. We would love to see TEKKA Dynasty just pull out one of the strategy cards and just, or strategy cards, and just saying, hey, this is it. We're going to play our hand right here. We were trying to do this the entire time. Looks like they do actually taking the point. Oh, and just look, it's just, you can't make this up. This is the final objective. If they hold this long enough, they have this match, giving them a game 3. But if they don't, then that's Taurus moving them into game 2.
There you go. SCR currently at 88 points. Sorry, 89 points. Extra time.
This is Sotoras.
And that is it. Sotoras.
You know, it's really interesting when you look at the letters Sotoras. I just keep thinking strength. You know, it's STR. If you're a gamer, that's the stat. Strength right there. And so what advantages they may not be able to take in strategy, they muscle through. And there's one thing I have to admit, when you looked at the ultimates from TEKKA Dynasty, one person had ultimate, and the Sotoras was just, you know, they had enough ultimate economy to facilitate taking the point and holding the point, and it's rough. It's rough when you're in that final few seconds and there's no other option. You don't have an ultimate available. Two of your guys are down. You're not really sure. Like, if I go in there, yeah, I'll prolong it a second or two. But like, if everyone's respawning, what do we do? But I think in a situation like this, it's just game one. That's okay. It's coin flip. Someone has to win this. We can still come back. And I think that's their mentality right now.
No, yeah, but that's the thing though. Like, given the fact that Sotoras Esports, right, going against TEKKA Dynasty, they already won 2-0 against Sotoras Esports, right, and then they already just won their first game as well into the grand finals. That is a huge momentum shift, especially when TKD has been winning their lower brackets, right. But going back to Sotoro, that is a huge morale and momentum shift towards that of Sotoras Esports. So again, I'm still looking forward to the game when TKD would be able to adjust and answer back against Sotoras Esports, and we know we'll be finding that off at the same time when we come back as we prepare game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Say what you want.
mission is to
Game
destroy both target objectives.
number
The
2.
mission is about to begin.
Sotoras Esports versus TEKKA Dynasty. Would TEKKA Dynasty be able to retain the crown, or would Sotoras Esports be able to poke it out of TKD? Let's find out together for game number 2 of the grand finals.
It's amazing again just to see these players play at this level. And I think, at the end of the day, huge shout out to everyone that's participating, everyone that plays Gundam Evolution. This scene is amazing. I've never seen more of a supporting scene and just such a cool game, overall. But as we jump in, I really just want to point out that Underground Command Center is a map that is all about momentum. It's about taking advantage of opportunities. It's about finding openings, exploiting weaknesses, and taking up space. So in this map, you do have to capture the first checkpoint, and then you have to plant the bomb and then defend the bomb. So for the most part right now, with TEKKA Dynasty on defense, they're trying to do whatever they can to just keep Sotoras getting in there and making space. And we're having a really big fight right now, and it looks like, again, Sotoras is doing just that. They're trying to just get in and create openings and create opportunities and take this first checkpoint. But we've seen this before. TEKKA Dynasty has proven time and time again, strategy is in the core of their gameplay.
Oh yeah, for sure. The question is though, would Satoru be able, right, to just tear down the walls here by TKD, as we know that this team has been very specially defensive kind of team.
The momentum on these maps are very different than R&D. So again, a lot of it is all about, how can I do this? Can we take the first objective? Yeah, they just did. So you got Sotoras taking the first objective, which is phenomenal. They got the checkpoint to them. Anytime they die, they'll respawn right from there. You got TEKKA Dynasty being pushed back. Now they're closer to their spawn. They're closer to the objective. Sotoras is currently planting. There it is with the first bomb at point A. And both teams are basically, here to defend and defuse and prevent a defuse. So, hey, I mean, the hardest part is here.
So, 43 seconds before the first point gets destroyed, moving over into that of the second.
Oh, look at all of them there. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Just healing up, just trying to get some repairs here, but they still need to disarm the Mega Charge.
It's very interesting too, because the way that they're playing and they're all grouped up together like that, it makes it very hard to fight, because there's 5 of them together, and if one person peeks around the corner, that's 5 against 1.
Right.
We saw that the Ashe used the ult there, but by all means, all of them could have just moved out of the way. If you see an Ashe in front of you, you just step out. You just step to the side. But it looks like enough has happened where Sotoras is going to capture the first point, moving us into the second objective of. This is the first time we've seen the second objective unlocked all day, right?
Yeah. And at the same time, I think TKD just gave it away, just so that they could position themselves into the second point. What do you think about that?
I do think that can be a thing, especially if it's just hey, we got this. Because the interesting thing about the second objective is it feels like there's more opportunities on the defensive side, because there's only 2 for the most part.
Right.
There's a door right there's a door right here that they're going into, and then a door on the left. And that's the only way you're going to get into the A and B bomb. A has already been planted, and Sotoras is just they're taking up space and they're taking advantage of it. TEKKA Dynasty, and like we've seen before, they're really good at putting a strategy together and making it work. But we need to see that happen, especially since they didn't defuse the first bomb, and the second one is currently ticking away.
And here you go, the final. Oh wow, the final Mega Charge It's gonna be, you know.
It's being
wow,
disarmed.
here comes the
Being
disarm.
okay.
Oh, never mind. Ashley gets stopped. Ashley gets stopped as well, but here comes, you know, the new Gundam as well, trying to disarm. But never mind though. Sotoro.
Oh wait, you see he's in the corner there? Wait, did they not? They didn't notice. Wait, someone was in the corner. He was healing up. Unruly was in the corner on and there were two people. It's the other Pale Rider from Sotoras was threw a health bag out, but then I think the new Gundam on Sotoras was also there, and he didn't see that the Pale Rider from TEKKA Dynasty was just in that corner, like just I hope no one notices me.
Now that's really interesting, just because the fact that, you know, it has been so quick. Sotora Esports here, you know, winning that round very quickly, very hastily. Hawklight still at the very top of the list in terms of damage at 13k. Actually, no, it's Garma Zabi right now. No, Keicho actually. Keicho at the very top of the list at 14k.
Yeah, maps like this, you know, damage means a lot, but there's so many opportunities to outplay your opponent.
Right.
You know, planting a bomb is just you can avoid the entire there. I've been, you know, you've seen situations where you can just avoid the entire team. I think at this level, no one's really going to let someone slip through. But you know, if you got a unit that's sneaky enough to do that, they can just go behind the enemy team, maybe fly to the side, plant the bomb, and if everyone's at the waypoint, forces everyone to go, oh wait, we need to go defuse that. We can't hold both points. You know, there's even a saying in military strategy, and the idea that if your team is spread out too far, then you're weak on all points. We do know that TEKKA Dynasty is really good at grouping up and staying together, but so far Sotoras has just been really competent at muscling through. Maybe it's the Barb pick. You know, it could just be that.
It could be. But here and out, though, what's going to be the play of the game here is TKD wants to get the relay point as early as possible, and as you have mentioned, you know, destroy the first point here, while Sotoras Esports is just going to ask them to respectfully please leave.
I just want to point something out real quick. TEKKA Dynasty, I don't know if you realize the strategy behind this way that they decided to engage the point. Instead of them going to the left, they went to the right. They went to the right using that big hill as cover. So it really reduced the amount of incoming damage, and it allowed them to get closer. And you see how we were saying before earlier about just TEKKA Dynasty's ability to be strategic on these maps. They were able to close space without being under fire. So they didn't have to fight to move up this far. And again, they have so much momentum right now that it doesn't look like they're slowing down whatsoever, and they're forcing Sotoras to just be pushed back constantly. Again, really want to point out how clever it was for them to use that big mountain going to the right as one big cover for the entire team.
Wow, here you go. Disarm, Mega Charge at B if you don't want it to blow up your faces. Here we go. Let's find out how Sotoras is going to stop this one.
I'm going to call it effect. They're shooting through the break there. Phenomenal. It's a great way to just get some damage in and still have a little bit of cover. But you got Garma fighting Dom, and Garma's just has a lot of advantages right there. Look at it. Yeah, but again, it's total team kill. It's the Barb. You know, at the end of it, Barb strong. Barb bunga. Barb strong.
There's nothing else to say about Barb.
No, Barb strong.
Really. Especially the moment that you allow Barbie to just get in, it's, well, just stand up, dude. Just stand up and clean the dishes. Clean everything in your house, and only then will you be able to respond back.
Really want to point out
after getting the stand.
They have a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. Zaku Ring, lots of damage in a very short amount of time. Barb, lots of damage in a very short amount of time. Even Sazabi, lots of damage in a very short amount of time. And then they also had shields with New Gundam and Hyperion. So there is a lot of counterplay available to them. They can wipe 1 or 2 units, or even 3 or more, depending on their placements. And with a minute and 35 seconds left on the clock, you know, they have a lot of momentum in their favor, and they have the defensive capabilities to keep TEKKA on their toes, especially since TEKKA works best when they have a plan of action.
Here we go. Sotoras Esports.
There's TEKKA Dynasty doing what they do well. They group up, they wait, and then they find a weakness in the defense, and they try and exploit it. Looks like they are going in on the right-hand side. They're trying to create some momentum, doing 300 damage. Remember, Dom does 300 damage with every hit, and it looks like Hyperion was able to also do some stuff as well. But even though that ult went out, they weren't able to secure all of the kills that they were able to hit. And the thing about
look at that.
Sotoras,
The bong.
right.
And the bong from Diggles. Going to be able to take down 2.
Sotoras holding that point, making TEKKA Dynasty reorganize with this final push. And again, TEKKA's used so many ults. Sazabi's is up. New Gundams. I'm sorry. Unicorns is out. You got the funnels. You got the single target. You got the single target AoE damage that's so very high. But that's not enough. That's not enough. Someone tried to plant, which was a very smart move that removed them from the team fight, but it looks like that definitely wasn't a smart idea. 5 seconds left. Teams wiped. That's it.
That is it. Just like that. Man, it's almost over. We are now currently at 2-0 in favor of Sotoras Esports. What is currently happening?
You know, it's really interesting because Sotoras, they've been in the upper bracket the entire time. They've been just doing whatever they can to hold on to that space up there. It seems like, you know, every time they play against a team, they slowly start to take whatever tactics from that team. We did not see this level of strategy when they were fighting in previous teams, but they knew they were up against TEKKA. They knew that TEKKA is just really good when it comes to employing strategy. And they said, you know what? Hey, we know this is a very strategic team that we're up against. Let's use a little of their strategy against them. And it worked out. It definitely worked out. But I definitely really want to highlight how smart it was for TEKKA to come in, use the right-hand side, use the entire mountain, just gain space and momentum, and just have a really good first push, because for a lot of teams, it's very hard to get out of that spawn.
No, yeah, for sure. But also, you know, with that being said, we are now currently at 2-0. You know, 2-0 in favor of Sotoras Esports, meaning they only need one more game in order for them to win. And before we head into that, we're going to be setting things up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yeah, we'll be right back. Yeah.
Can you feel that?
This is what?
Welcome back, everybody. I am CyberX10, joined by JJ Kuhn, and we are about to watch what could potentially be the last match between TEKKA Dynasty and Sotoras Esports.
Yeah, if and only if Sotoras Esports win this final match, but otherwise we are still in a best of 5 format. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, TEKKA Dynasty versus Sotoras Esports Grand Finals.
Oh man, this is going to be so good. Both teams have fought tooth and nail to stay on top or rise from the grave. And, you know, one of the things about this map in particular is your vulnerabilities are shown here. This is Harbor. This is where high ground and low ground collide. This is where boys become men. This is the map that the community fears the most. And I love it. I love it.
Nobody likes playing in Harbor City, but watching people play in Harbor City,
Yes.
man, it is a treat.
All right, Hawklight looking for their first target.
Here we go. Here we go.
I just want to point
Let's
out
find
a lot of teams right
Yeah.
here. They'll try to move as quickly as they can out of this first point, because the longer you stay in there, the more
harder it
opportunities-
is.
Yeah, the more harder it is to get out. I mean, One Trick Tony is always going to be the brave one to just throw themselves into the fire. Love to see it. But right now, we got so much going on from Effect, a Robot, Nostalgia. They're trying to create openings for their team. Royal Fat Man actually using Pale Rider this time around. Nozaku Range, which is a huge surprise. Just goes to show how wide range these pilots have when it comes to using mobile suits. But too many are down right now in TEKKA Dynasty, and they're definitely going to have to fall back.
No, yeah, for sure. But look at that, though. Satoru is doing it once again. There's going to be 5 down, 5 units down. No, make that 6. Finally, everyone is going to take it down inside of TKD, and they need to once again repeat repeat from 0.
That's very interesting because there's only one health pack here, you know? There's one across the way. There's one way down that way there that we were just looking at. But there's really only one health pack that's going to fill you back up. So you really can't stay there too long, especially because this is a game of 6v6. So the health pack economy starts to suffer if you have too many of your allies that are on low health, all needing a health pack. But that doesn't seem to be a problem for TEKKA Dynasty right now, as they finally figured out to gain some space, gain some momentum, pushing Sotoras back, which can be a very dangerous thing, seeing as Sotoras right now is leading. Garma was able to get some get a little ult in there, but it doesn't seem like that was enough.
No, not quite yet, indeed. And here you go, TEKKA Dynasty. Are they going to be able to finally secure this? Yes, they will. But the question is, would they be able to push point B? There we go. Coming in on the choke point.
I actually love this overhead view just because it, you know, these moments give us the ability to see the placements of both teams, and you always see the Hyperion up front. They will suffer for it, but they are always just trying to create some space. It was a nice follow-up, though. It didn't really pan out. And Ruli is just still trying to just hold in there and stay alive. But, yeah, that's going to have to be a reset coming from TEKKA.
And there you go. You know, just a bit more is all they need to get in on, you know, the B point. We have Nostalgia with the Butterfly ready up and running in just a bit. Anytime, gonna be fired up as well. There you go.
Oh man, yeah, it's one of those things again where Sotoras is just, they're in it, they're trying to just hold on to their space as much as they can. TEKKA Dynasty is creeping up every slightly. Sotoras is being pushed back with so many of their units under half health or respawning, and they're not running a unicorn, so they really don't have any form of restoration to keep them in the front lines and keep them refreshed. Yeah, there are health packs around, there aren't as many as you think, and not many of them will fill you up as much. I actually don't think there's any 3-point, right? I don't think there's any 3.1s on the boat here. But again, TEKKA Dynasty is slowly creeping up, slowly making and gaining momentum in space. And Sotoras is really being pushed back to their spawn. I love that angle because you see that everyone's, at least you got a good 3-4 people focusing on the right side, and you got Nostalgia just creeping in on the left. That ultimate just came out. There it is.
Actually
There's a turning
uses
off.
the butterfly effect.
Trying to create value, was able to get one down.
Only
Still
one.
being shot at, was able to avoid some of the shots, but you can only expect another ultimate to come out. This time it's from Sotoras with one trick. Tony was trying to make some room and some space, but then you have Hyperion who hyped a little too far.
no!
Fell a little too far. Fell a little too far as well, but there it is, the other Hyperion, a robot saying, I will not be a spectator, I am the main event, creating so much opportunity for TEKKA Dynasty to continue their reign. Round 1 to TEKKA Dynasty.
See, that's the thing, right? Like, it wasn't that quick as well that TEKKA Dynasty was able to, like, finish that, taking 2 scores. Unfortunately, so they only have like 58. Once we do get the overtime, right? Overtime round, they will only have 58 seconds for them to actually get in on the first point later down the road. But SCR, if they want to, get that 3-0, they would have to, get both of the points, as early as possible if they can.
I just really want to point out Asor being such a MVP when it comes to just using Sazabi in all of the right ways, using the axe to flying up to the axe, gaining some momentum, scanning for their team. You'd be surprised how much of a support unit Sazabi can be, because information wins wars. That's just how it works at the end of the day. If you know where the enemy is, you know where you can what you can exploit. If you know where the enemy is, you know where you should go, and you also know where you should not go, because sometimes it's just, Sun Tzu said it best, if you're trying to fight a team, sometimes you have to avoid where they are strong and then go where they are weak, and then use that to your advantage.
But here you go. In just 10 seconds, we will find out whether or not we will go to game number 4, right? Or not.
There we go. Both units, both teams ready and rolling. Like I said before, the Sazabi's high in the sky, scanning and just making sure that their allies know where the enemy team is. One trick Tony did pay for it with a lot of their health bar, but Hawklight is still in the fight. No ultimate yet, as everything just started. Only about 10% closing into that. Nostalgia jumping through the rooftops, a revive effect. And if you look here, you see Unruly on the side, in a very good flank opportunity. However, it looks like they're running from the funnels. It's all hot. Those funnels ended up taking them out. And TEKKA Dynasty is just licking their wounds right now, as they only have about three people up. It's their point to hold, and they're slowly kind of trickling down. More folks are going to come in and try and help defend, but Sotoras right now is slowly creeping into that objective.
And they just did, actually, they just need a little bit of a follow-up as well, just so that they can secure this point. Nostalgia going to be pushed back just a bit here, and look at them, there's already 5. No, all of them are actually in on the A point right now.
Now, we called it out earlier.
How quick
there's only one there, so it's actually going to take a lot longer for them to capture A. If there are 3 people on point, it moves a lot faster.
There we go.
There
now
it is.
4.
It moves a lot faster when you at least have 3 people on that point. Which, if you just have 1 or 2 on that point, that might work against you, because the enemy team can now set up.
They catch up.
You're giving them time to catch up. But it looks like they were able to capture that in full. And so Sotoras grouping themselves together, Sazabi's axe is out, and sometimes you'll see that follow-up. It's very interesting, I forgot who said it, but someone was like, yeah, Sazabi's never followed their axe. And I'm like, no, they do, definitely competitive.
But yeah, you know, with that being said, let's see. Man, Sotoras is just coming in hot right now. Pushing themselves, forcing themselves into that other choke point. Will they be able to take down 2? One more? Yes, sirree. That is the game, the name of the game here. And they're going to have some repairs here for Keisha. But before we go back to that, just a huge shout outs here for Omni Batty for actually, finally allowing us to reach our goal for the Lanfest of 500 USD.
Oh, they fall. No, they didn't, but they definitely are out. It looks like we're definitely in a situation where things are getting very hot and heavy with so many people on the objective. TEKKA Dynasty is able to recapture the point from what it looks like, and they are running a unicorn, which gives them a lot of sustainability, and sometimes sustainability is the name of the game. It's just, it keeps you from having to fall back. It keeps your front lines refreshed. However, Sotoras is just using damage as their, they don't need sustainability, they just need the enemy dead. And it's a very, 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 very strong-minded way to win games. But it looks like TEKKA Dynasty is starting to crack just a little at the seams, because you have Sotoras moving in, holding the point, creating some opportunities, but you have Hawklight using her ultimate on the Dom and coming through. A robot trying to get as many picks as they can before they are downed. You only have 2 alive on Sotoras 3. I have to say, TEKKA has so far been the king when it comes to these revives. Their team's out, but they're not. They're down, but they're definitely not out.
Sotoras Esports still has 2 minutes left, or at least a minute left before they reach about the same amount of time that TKD has left for the overtime. But as this at this point on, TKD is really defending it really well.
I just want to point out real quick, right hand side, look at that. They find, what I love about the Taurus is they find an opening and they just all instinctually go in on that side. And TEKKA Dynasty has moved themselves so far back. It's made that it just makes it so that hey, I have a gun.
Oh wow,
why do I need to get closer to you? See what I mean? Look at that. TEKKA Dynasty is really taking advantage of landing their shots. That's what
Wow, beautiful. Coming in from TKD. This might just be their wake-up call, finally. And Nostalgia, likewise, has Butterfly. And you don't want to get hit by the Butterfly, not when you are on the choke point.
Yeah, but you know what? It looks like, for the most part, Taurus also, they all have ult. They all, with the exception of the Ash, they all have ults ready to go. That Screaming Nimbus is out, creating room, making opportunity, taking Hawklight down. Oh, but there's the revive. See what I mean? You could hit someone for all the damage in the world, but if they get revived, all you did was waste your G maneuver. And it looks like that's what happened.
That's true.
But we got about 30 seconds left on the clock with Sotoras coming together, grouping up. They all have ultimates except for their Dom. Something's got to happen right now, but we all see the G maneuver from the turn A on TEKKA Dynasty. It's hot. It's ready. It's just waiting. It's just at any moment now, but all we know is everyone's using whatever ults they have.
Oh, here comes the Butterfly.
Here's the Butterfly.
The enemy is capturing
I don't know, people are on the point, so they're actually using that
trick.
Butterfly to get back to it.
3, 2,
Tony single-handedly trying to get in some extra time, but unfortunately,
There it
he
is.
alone will
Turn
not help you.
A Gundam. GG.
TKD finally getting their first win. We are now at 2-1. 2-1 is our score, and we are going to be heading into game number 4.
So don't count me out just yet. It is one of those things. Hey, I'm still here. I'm living. I'm still breathing. I'm still ready to fight. Don't count me out just yet. Love to see
Don't
it.
count us out.
Right.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Everyone here, is still watching, and again, we might just head into game number 5. This might be a reverse sweep. We'll never know. It might be just TKD, TEKKA Dynasty, just woke up and is now choosing violence. But let's find out together when we come back for game number 4, only here at the Breakout Series, the Final Strike, TEKKA Dynasty versus Sotoras Esports. Finally got it corrected.
All right. We are back. Welcome back, everybody. This energetic Gundam Evolution Breakout Series final match. Maybe. Could be.
We never know. We
TEKKA
cannot
Dynasty
know.
versus
Yeah.
Sotoras Esports. Putting themselves
This
in
might
position.
be it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this might
To
be it. This
defend.
might not be it. We might be looking over a best of 7.
Would you say bracket reset? Is that what you said? And start all over from the beginning?
Yeah. Actually, start off from.
It's Saturday, right? Everyone has time. Yeah, we could go for another like 7 hours, right?
Yeah.
I just want to point out we
Why
got
can't
Royal
you?
Fat Man back on Zaku range, which is a very deadly thing. Sotoras only needs, I believe Sotoras just needs to win this. Yeah, and then it's it. You know, so TEKKA Dynasty sitting nice and pretty on defense just needs to make sure that when the time comes, they can get their points and keep things going. But you know, Sotoras really, again, they know the rules. They know how this works. They have a barb.
For sure. But here you go. 4 minutes. You know, a minute has already passed. Sotoras is still trying to push in as TEKKA Dynasty is defending this with their lives. Defending this relay point with their lives.
I gotta admit, I do love from that overhead shot there. TEKKA Dynasty, we've said it time and time again, they use strategy to their advantage, which means they're very strong on defensive maps. And then if you just look at that layout there, a lot of them are on the right-hand side. That building is being used to negate a lot of incoming damage from Sotoras. And then, again, you got the Dom hanging out, you got Hawklight hanging out on the side, just because if he takes too much damage, he actually has a really chunky health pack available to him. In moments like this, you definitely will see a lot of teams just, you know, poking and waiting for G maneuvers to build, because with them being so grouped up the way they are, Barbados can just go in and pop his ult and do some major damage.
And there we go. Look at that. Team wipe for Sotoras Esports. Wow. That's actually quite surprising as well. Given how they have been like getting all the opportunities and like our goal is getting all of the momentum as well from the first 2 games. But TEKKA Dynasty, just 1 game is all they needed to actually shut down Sotoras.
FX getting 3 kills.
And another team wipe. That is the second
trade.
time around.
Hawklight was the only one to go down. You know, again, this is, I just really want to point out that TEKKA Dynasty is using these corners to their advantage. They're poking with AoE damage. They all have their G maneuvers up and available. Sazabi, as you can expect, is giving them information so they know where they need.
Right.
There's more happening than what you can see. Boone is trying to get a pick, but the problem with that is, as Barb, if you go in and get a pick, everyone can focus you because you're behind enemy lines right now. And the trades just aren't justified.
And another team wipe, TKT. What happened?
TEKKA Dynasties, they're just, this is their map. This, you know, the game's been out for several months now. We've all been here. We all know how this map works. And for a lot of teams, it's the proving grounds if they can even get to the checkpoint. This is no different. You know, you just keep your allies healthy. You look out for one another. It's very easy to just turn around.
And we are at 1 minute left.
Sotoras finally getting to contest the objective. It looks like they do. They're finally able to take it, pushing TEKKA Dynasty back. You got a bomb plant. Okay.
Here we go, finally. Going to try to extend the team fight. Yes, they will.
Now you also got to keep in mind, though, anytime there is a team wipe, that means a team is going to come back as a team. So sometimes team wipes can work it as a disadvantage because, well, now you just unintentionally grouped up the team.
Well, that's a good thing, though. As Sotoras is slowly but surely trying to get in more time.
That was the fastest Royal Fat Man I've ever seen, and that disarm did go through.
10 seconds remaining. 5.
You know, in a situation like this, it's kind of okay to just give them that space. It's like, oh, hey, they took that. Fine. Well, you know, we shouldn't have any problem disarming. Oh, wait, was that? Oh, it was. Oh, that's the. Wait a minute. Did you see what I saw? They're I think they were hitting it. so that they could extend it for a few seconds just to keep the match going. Like they weren't able to actually like plant, but if they could like press the button for a second and get it going, and then just like maybe win a fight and then go back to it, that would buy them enough time. But I think the part I love the most at the end, the Barb used the ult to cover ground, and if in a perfect world, maybe if they had a sniper on their team to take out the person that was above ground, that was a phenomenal use of the ultimate, because we did see 2 bombs going at the same time. That was very cool. It's very cool to see a Barb ult that wasn't used to kill, but to cover space.
Now, going into this round, this is going to be a very tall order for Sotoras Esports, just because of the fact that they cannot let TKD score one time, not even one time, you know, if they want to win 3-1 against TKD. But otherwise, you know, we'll be moving into game number 5.
I have to admit the stakes are very high. Sotoras knows that they struggled on the attack, and it took the final few seconds for them to even get inside. I think TEKKA Dynasty might understand the layout of this area very, very intimately, because they just got finished defending on it. I mean, we'll find out in a second, depending on how quickly they are able to override and overrun Sotoras. And, you know, I just hope that Sotoras can at least wipe TEKKA a couple of times, you know.
Yeah, just to, you know, running it back.
Right.
You know?
But there it is. Whoa, look at that. Look at that big. Whoa, Sazabi was able to take up so much space, get in, and live in. Still alive? No, it got taken out. But still, did you notice how everyone just looked behind them? They were like, oh, Sazabi just moved in on us. What the heck? Bold movements like that can sometimes be very important, because, you know, in that situation where everyone's looking at the Sazabi that's on the other side, Sazabi's allies can just go, oh, hey, let's take everyone out while their backs are turned.
No, yeah, for sure. But at the same time, right, like, at the very least, Sotoras is doing a phenomenal job here from defending this relay point against
Sazabi Axe going out, making space, moving over. The Sora's health is still okay, it just dropped down. But you know what, in all that chaos, you can do things like this, and I wonder if it's going to work out and in their favor. But there are times where it's like, can you sacrifice one person to gain the objective?
Fight for control of the target area. We've successfully captured the waypoint. 3 minutes remaining.
Looks like, yeah, no, it looks like it did not work. Sotoras was able to neutralize TEKKA's bold movements of just, you know, hey, let's just throw the Sazabi in, who has the most amount of health, maybe survivability as well, to just create a distraction, and we'll all follow up with that.
Here we go.
Looks like the third time's the charm. They're trying it again. However, this Dom is in a very, very strong spot. But you know, it seems to be happening every time. I'm noticing a pattern here. Every time TEKKA Dynasty decides to use that strategy, we'll just throw in our Sazabi. That's when Sotoras actually moves forward. And they're like, well, if you're going to throw him in there, we're going to kind of ignore him, and we're going to take everyone else out. Because now it's a 6v5.
Right. But at the same time, you know, there's only 2 minutes left. All they need to suffer for is just 2 more minutes. There we go. There's going to be 2 down, though, into the side of Sotoras Esports.
Yeah, it looks like TEKKA Dynasty was able to just overwhelm Sotoras. Yeah, and they're in. They have the checkpoint. They're in. That was a beautiful Dom ult, because you know what that's going to do? Even if it doesn't necessarily hit anyone, if his team is trailing behind, his team now has a speed boost, which is very unique, because Dom is the only one in this game that can give their allies movement speed buffs. So it does create a phenomenal, strong momentum for the team that Dom is on. And there it is. There's the charge. There's the charge planted at point A. One Trick Tony's going to hang on there with 54 health in a dream. Gets taken out by a robot's ultimate there. You know, Unicorn is very, very strong in situations like this, especially when you have a very clear visual of the point. 4 seconds left on this bomb. Being disarmed.
Mission complete.
Oh no, there we go.
There you go.
TEKKA Dynasty saying, don't count us out just yet. It's unruly. Well done, being unruly. Love to see it.
We are going to be heading into game number 5. It is. Why is my camera too high?
You know,
Sorry. There you
it's
go.
been a long day with mobile suit oil spilling all over the place. Maybe that's just what happened. So, you know, some grease got over there. Cam flew up a bit. But I just really want to point out that what I love about these teams is they're here to play. They're here to fight. They're here to entertain, and they're giving us that. This could have ended, you know, an hour ago. But instead, they're just like, no. This is our one shot, our one opportunity. Arms just, you know, hands are sweaty, knees weak. Someone's mom probably made spaghetti, but at the end of the day, they're not eating yet. They're fighting. They're here to show us their fighting
indeed.
spirit, and we're here to receive it. And I have to admit, TEKKA Dynasty, Sotoras, Esports, you too, the eyes of the world are all on you.
Yes, sir. And again, for both of these teams, one more game is all they need for them to win. Could be either teams, you know, it could be Sotoras Esports, could be TEKKA Dynasties, but we'll find out together when we come back after this short break.
I know. So good. So good, though.
Finally.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the decider. This is it. The winner will stand victorious, and the loser, well, will
Your
be
mission is to
celebrated.
destroy both target objectives.
No,
Welcome
sirree.
Colony Trading
Yes.
Post.
Oh man, the grand finals, the last match of the day, off the stream, could go either way. Could go to TEKKA Dynasty, could go to Sotoras Esports. We'll never know until the end.
You know, it's going to be a very close game because, like we said before, TEKKA Dynasty they are the strategists of our age. You can see a lot of the experience that they've gained over the months of playing together, playing the game. They're employing it, and it's just great. It works. It's pulled them out of rough situations. But Sotoras, these guys just seem to be, I don't know, they're on a whole other level when it comes to adapting and overcoming. And when you look at what they've gone through and just like, you know, how they've been able to just stay up in the upper bracket, it seems like after every match, they just try to employ something that the enemy team is doing to work for them. And that's the whole idea of competitive gameplay. Hit a wall, overcome, challenge, and improve. Just continuously trying to challenge yourself and improve.
Yes, sirree, but here he goes. Some poking damage, but unfortunately going to be punished here. That is Nor Bossman. Okay, new Gundam in just a bit. They're going to be able to answer back. No.
Point out, we got some
quite
signature units as well, as we always see on this map. Both teams are running Sazabi for the scanning ability. Both teams are running Ashmere for the air superiority. And both teams are running Zaku range. And as we've noticed as well, you know, Pale Rider is also a namesay on a lot of these teams. Pale Rider is able to just keep sustainability in the front lines and, you know, heal up their allies in the back lines with that health pack. Just such a helpful tool to just, you know, maybe you fall back a bit, throw your health pack out for an ally, or throw it out for yourself, just so you can keep yourself in the fight.
But here you go, though. Man, TKD here is still not able to, you know, get in and push in some mega charges, as, you know, Sotoras Esports is, you know, defending this very well against TEKKA Dynasty.
If you look at the ultimate charge right now, you got TEKKA Dynasty, you know, that Hawklight. We've seen them around. We've seen what they can do with that Dom. They're sitting at 66%, and they're going to try maybe to, you know, combine that with Unruly. However, Unruly just got taken out, sitting at 67% on the ult there. But Royal Fatman really is the one you need to keep an eye on. Even though they were just down, they ended up getting an ultimate. It's just, you know, these G maneuvers can be such game changers. So it's also very interesting. You got both of them fighting right around the corner of each other with it was a Boone.
Oh, here we go. The mega charge is gonna get planted.
Bullying that Sazabi.
There you go. That's gonna be the first mega charge of the game here, as Shigiri was able to, you know, finally put that to rest on a.
There's a defuse. Yeah. Snore Bossman, we haven't talked about Snore all that much, but they've definitely been an unsung hero of a lot of these games, and their Pale Rider play has just been exceptional. Giving their allies the ability to just defuse, and they're like, don't worry, I got this, I'll pop my ult. However, a robot is being so sneaky. You saw him waiting in the corner over there, fighting One Trick Tony and Royal Fatman. It would be a very, very, very interesting day if Gundam Unicorn was able to take out a Sazabi and a Zaku range.
Right, but still not done though with the first point. You know, for TKD, Nostalgia though does have access to Melee's G maneuver. There's that.
Oh, there it is. There we go. We got that G maneuver coming from New Gundam, just adding a shield. But you know what? You're still vulnerable on the inside. You're still that gooey soft nougat of a Gundam inside of that hard shield on the outside. It's very satisfying to get in there and just do that damage, especially if there's a Zaku range. Man, Zaku range is all about playing up close, getting in there, whispering in your ear, "Man, I'm about to take you down." And it looks like that's what they did.
And here you go, 30 seconds.
There's one trick Tony, low on health, but ult is out. It's a very dangerous situation to be in.
Here we go. The Mega Charge is gonna be like, forcing the overtime. But the question is, would Sotoras Esports be able to disarm this
charge
just at the right timing?
4, 3,
Here we go.
2, 1.
They're all moving in. They are all moving in here. So it's a very interesting situation that they're in. You only just need one person to just... And there it is. They're starting to discharge. They have enough of them there. Everyone's coming in on all sides.
There we
but
go.
Not enough
Beautiful. Beautiful. Coming in from Sotoras Esports. Now, here's the thing, right?
99.9.
Here's the thing. Sotoras Esports just needs to break 1 point. Just 1 Mega Charge point. And all that will do is ensure their win.
That's right. That's right.
It is easier said than done, yeah. For sure. I do understand that. They're gonna be winning, they're gonna be grand champions just after 1 point. But it's easier said than done, especially that they are going up against TEKKA Dynasty.
Royal Fat Man is at 10 kills, 1 death. That's how slippery and sneaky the Zaku range is in these games. Zaku range is such a powerhouse when it comes to just being able to dump your load of damage and then just get out of there. Anything turns sour, you just get out of there. You can be in a situation where you see your allies are out there doing a lot of the damage, but you're doing the cleanup. So, it doesn't necessarily mean they got 10 kills all on their own by themselves. No, this is Gundam Evolution. This is a team game, 6v6. Every person matters. It just means that they were there when someone needed to go. And that says a lot.
But here we go. The last 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Gates are open.
We'll now find out. This is the final round.
Oh, look like Fat Man said, let me go this way instead.
Who's going to be the grand champion of Final Strike?
All right, looks like they decided to mostly go through the checkpoint, which is very smart. Ash does not have to conform to that. Ash lives high in the sky, flying twice as high. But, it's just they need basically the entirety of that first objective. And they're going to make it happen. Like I said, they have a Barb. And it feels like at this point, Barb's ability to just go, oh, are you in the fight? Not for much longer. I'm going to send you back to spawn. That's a very strong ability to have.
Look at that, the gold new Gundam as well.
Look at that grab. Look at that flip. Look at that twit. Look at that lip. Beautiful. Stargate says, not today. Get out of here.
See, the only time what they're doing is try to push into the mega charge spots here, points rather, so that they can finally put this to rest. But TKD is not making that job easy.
Right. There it is. It looks like the first plant's going down, and it is up. Sotoras not giving up hope.
And besides, they were able to take down a lot as well.
Really, look at that! Oh man, it's just one of those things now. Sotoras is there. They are on the objective. They have aerial superiority. They have one trick Tony on the ground. They have again,
30 seconds.
They had they still have a Barb, and Boone has shown time and time again that Barb is a machine that bullies Sazabi.
20 seconds.
There's another defuse attempt. Did not go through. There's another defuse attempt.
Oh, they're gonna get stopped.
Oh, it does not go through.
It's not.
Sotoras.
And that is it, I think.
There we go.
There we go. Finally, very beautifully done here by Sotoras Esports. GG's. They are your Final Strike, the Breakout Series tournament champions.
MVP from Snore Bossman, who definitely did a lot of really strong work in that last match. You know, I gotta say, Gundam Evolution.
Wow.
You're doing it. You're really doing it. You're putting these people out here in the world. You're giving them a platform to allow them to show off their fighting spirit. Gosh darn Gundam Evolution. Wow. What next? What next? Thank you everyone for joining us for the 2023 Breakout Series. JJ-kun, you know, today's just been a tremendously beautiful day. It's just all these players have been doing so phenomenally well. And then you have, you know, teams like Sotoras who just have been here. They've been in the upper bracket and they just have that staying power.
No, yeah, they just brought in, you know, those momentums and those morale shifts from, you know, the upper bracket and just made themselves win all the way through without losing a single series in the tournament.
Yeah, man.
And
So good.
yeah, you know, once again, congratulations to Sotoras Esports for being our grand champions. But before we wrap everything up, we would love to once again go over to our Lanfest MVP. Once again, these are, you know, from TEKKA Dynasty, we have Unruly. From Sotoras Esports, we have Royal Fatman. From Gugang, it's Coilovers. And from Portland Burnsiders, it is Orbit. So, without further ado, let's reveal who is the winner for the Lanfest MVP vote.
Look at that!
And
Unruly.
there you go.
TEKKA Dynasty. Posing proud.
Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Up next, who's our God Gundam? There it is. The man, the myth, the legend, Royal Fat Man, putting in the work. Beautiful. I really would love a counter of how many times I said Royal Fat Man this entire event, but they were just putting themselves in a state beyond defeat, and you just gotta call it out. You know, you just gotta call it out. Wonderful work. Congratulations.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all pilots alike, let's take a look at the bracket and the stats of the tournament update.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Here you go, the map stats for the Breakout Series for this tournament.
That placeholder image.
Placeholder image. Yes.
Yes. You know, I have to admit, I didn't see them the entire game, but the presence is felt.
Yeah, I mean, definitely cyber rank. It is a okay. Here's the thing. Right?
I'll distract chat with my muscles.
It is a special map, guys. Please don't tell Bandai Namco we are showing you these you know, leaked maps. You know, don't tell them we're showing you the leaked maps. You don't want that. Insider info. Placeholder image. That is the map.
It's coming up. But I mean, you know, JJ-kun, it's just like, it's been a long day. We've had some phenomenal people. Right. I honestly just hope that they never quit. I hope they always put themselves in a position where they can play this game. Because I think, you know, when you look at all of the people that are watching and everyone that gets inspired, I think here's the other thing that a lot of players forget. You've inspired people. No one says it, but you have. You know, you've inspired a lot of players out there to just, you know, use the unit the way that they saw you use it.
Yeah.
And even go a little bit beyond that. And so, that is like that unsaid perk about performing in these events. You really do inspire people. So from my bottom of my heart, I thank everyone that participated in the events today. Thank you for inspiring everyone.
And speaking of inspiring, we are now, trying to sugar
Mountain R&D.
what we've shown you earlier. But here we are,
R&D.
Mountain R&D Lab
Snuck in there.
picked 7 times, banned twice.
They've got Harbor City that was picked 4 times. We did see a good amount of that. And you know what's really interesting? I don't remember Thermal Plant. It feels like we just had Mountain R&D and Harbor City all day. I don't remember Thermal Plant at all. But we definitely went to Underground Command Center a couple of times. Colony Training Post, we were there. Quarry and Flag Fort, not so much. Definitely
One
NA,
time.
really enjoyed Mountain R&D. But again, it's great to see how versatile a lot of these players are because they gave us really good games in all of these matches.
No, yeah, for sure. And with that being said, let's now head over to the updated brackets as well, rankings rather, first before the brackets. So here is the updated and, updated rankings for the Breakout series.
You got Matthew sitting at the number 1 spot, 280 points. Last second, 190. TEKKA Dynasty at 115. Sotoras Esports sitting at 90 in 4th place, and 5th, second Wind at 80. You see everyone else as well in their respective ranks. And I'm really looking forward to seeing who the winner of all of this is, just because it's been a long road traveled for sure.
No, yeah, for sure. So
here we are, top 6 teams.
The picks and the bans for the maps, and likewise the points of the top 6 teams.
It's very interesting to see how Mountain R&D was banned 24 times, but then picked 37. So it feels like it's becoming the new Quarry that had 31 picks with 30 bans.
Right.
So it's definitely moving out. It's no Underground Command Center. It looks like with 34 bans and 27 picks, most folks don't really want to go there. But I really do like Mountain R&D. I think the community as a whole really liked watching their gameplay on Mountain R&D, and it's such a great decider as well. Such fast-paced action.
Right. No, yeah, for sure. Now, I think we have that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah,
is that it?
It's been a long day. It's been tears and cheers, and but we're finally here. We're closing out today's tournament for the Breakout series of 2023.
So, with that being said, once again, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all pilots alike, thank you for being with us for the past 7 hours. Take your dinner if you haven't had your dinner yet. I know myself, I'll be having my breakfast. So without further ado, thank you very much for watching with us again. My name is JJ, and with me is Cyber Rank 10. And thank you very much for those who are watching and for those that made this event possible. We'll be right back for more tournaments only here at GENL GG.
Hell yeah. Rock on, everyone. Have a great night. See you on the battlefield.
I'll have a great day, Cyber Rank.
You have a great day.